Chapter 121. In the cold wind, a group of people with a complicated and strange composition walked in a long line on the road to Dragon Cloud City. The anti-theft chapter. I went out for a meal and changed it back quickly. Thank you for reading the pirated version. Under old Caslin's regretful gaze, Thales heaved a sigh of relief after he tried his best to refuse the cup of rye wine. They rested for 15 minutes. Viscount Kentvita turned his head and nodded at the fire. Knight, Tolja. Get ready. Tolja ordered his soldiers. We're ready to depart. We must reach Prestige Orchid region before tomorrow night. Upon hearing their superior's words, Ekstet's officers and soldiers stood up in unison. They left behind their wine money and walked out of the tavern. The people from Constellation looked at Thales. Thales glanced at Putre, shrugged and jumped off the bar counter. But just as he waved at old Caslin and was about to leave. Brat, wait. Caslin left the bar counter and walked towards Thales. Thales only then realized that this old man was extremely tall. He was almost 7 feet tall. He had to raise his neck to an angle that he could barely look up at him. Fortunately, Caslin squatted down in front of him. You want to apologize to King Nuven, don't you? Old Caslin said slowly. And I also heard that it is to repay Prince Mariah for his misfortune in Constellation. Yes. Thales exhaled. Let's see if King Nuven will be interested in my head. Caslin's gaze on him changed slightly. When I was your age, the old man sighed. I only knew how to follow my brother and chase sparrows. Thales smiled faintly. But before Thales could speak, Caslin continued. Damn those messy political schemes of the nobles. They never show mercy, don't they? I don't care if you are 7 or 17. God knows how Prince Mariah died. It's a pity he was a good lad. Thales revealed a surprised expression. Thank you for your understanding. Sir Caslin. Caslin stared at him fixedly. Then, with an awkward expression, Thales pointed outside the door. Listen, old Caslin said flatly. I once served under Nuven. To a certain extent, I'm quite familiar with him. This tavern owner knew King Nuven? He turned to look at Kentvita, who was not too far away. Why did they bring him here? Was it really for a break? Caslin sighed softly. He was a good king when he was young, a typical burly Walton man. I still remember Nuven Walton standing at the 38th Sentry Ground, swinging his flail at the attacking orcs. At that time, he was generous, tolerant and just. He could stand in front of an orc's axe for a nobody. Every warrior thought it was an honor to die for him. Oh. Thales' eyes brightened. That's good. It looks like at least he won't be a king who will simply order me to be beheaded. But people change. Old Caslin exhaled. His gaze became misty and unfocused. Nuven is also a human. He will also grow old. There will come a day when he will be bewitched by slander and beauty, and be controlled by desires and impulses. Although he has the blood of Rikaru Ekstet in him, he is not a perfect dragon or a hero. Especially when he is a father who has lost his son. Thales could not help but be stunned. Caslin lowered his head and stared at Thales. Be careful, Constellation's second prince. Ekstet uses the great dragon as its flag, but for 600 years, we have only worshipped the great dragon's strength. We have learned the great dragon's pride, but we have forgotten the great dragon's wisdom. Although we claim to be the children of the northern wind and the dragon, the shackles of the empire on us are no less than those of Constellation. What do you mean? Thales widened his eyes. Do you mean that Ekstet's domestic situation may be worse than we think? Child, take care. Caslin only shook his head and gently placed his hand on Thales' shoulder. Since you paid but did not drink, consider this a bit of advice from me. Thales could only spread his hands. Thank you for your advice. Unfortunately, it was useless. What will come will come. No matter what, he had to face Nuven VII. By the way. Caslin hesitated for a while, and suddenly exhaled. He smiled and said, if you run into any irreversible crisis in Ekstet, when even King Nuven can't save you. Even King Nuven can't save me? Thales was puzzled. What does that mean? There is a butcher shop on Dragon Cloud City's westbound street. Its signboard is a dagger. Caslin snorted. Under Thales' furrowed brows he said in a low voice, The boss is a Far Easterner with the surname Gu. He owed me a favor in the past. He is an extremely daring fellow and often does things that violate the law. If you want to ask him for help, just say $6.50. Under Thales's astonished gaze, the old Castellan slapped him hard on the shoulder again. The second prince staggered again. As Thales grimaced in pain, the old man before him slowly stood up and laughed heartily. The next time you come, remember to drink my rye wine. That is the symbol of a man. Thales smiled awkwardly and left before Putre's murderous gaze could kill. Kent Vita frowned and watched Thales and the Constellations leave. Then he slowly walked to the bar counter and turned to the old Castellan. You saw it, right? The next king of Constellation. Kent Vita's gaze was cold. You saw how different he is. He has matured and changed. What were we doing when we were 7? What was King Nuvan doing when he was 7? The old Castellan stared at the door of the tavern and said slowly, this child's gaze is indeed different from the others. He could not see respect or nervousness in the child's eyes. They were only full of interest and curiosity. There was also an enigmatic confidence and determination, as if they had never wavered. This was not the gaze of a frightened child who is thousands of miles away from home. This is the next opponent that Extet will face. I am almost certain that when he grows up, he will definitely become Extet's greatest enemy. Kent Vita curled up the corners of his mouth and knocked on the bar counter. Unfortunately, the Archduke cannot attack him directly. When did we Northlanders become cowards who would scheme against and fear even a 7-year-old child? Castellan said disdainfully in a low voice. Maintaining a country amidst conspiracies and fear. This is something that only a shaky empire would do. Of course, Archduke Lampard's strategist said softly. For this we need a better king, not an old muddle-headed person who does not enjoy his position and does not act like a hot-blooded person who is still wet behind the ears. Humph. Castellan grabbed 2 wine glasses and placed them in the kitchen's window. So Chapman Lampard is really a good candidate? I believe that you still love Extet and the Dragon's Kingdom deeply. Kent Vita fixed his gaze on him. Even if King Nuvan chased you out of the White Blade Guards. Hey. The old man seemed to be particularly dissatisfied with this sentence. Nuvan did not chase me away. I left on my own. Kent Vita did not speak. He only stared at the old man. Really? After a few seconds he slowly said. So you still don't agree? Castellan shook his head mockingly. I'm just a tavern owner. What can I agree to? Castellan the ground shaker. As the former leader of the White Blade Guards, your name is still spread among them. Your story is still being sung about in the 38th century grounds, Kent Vita said slowly. As long as you say the word. Why? You want me to use my influence and connections to convince my old subordinates to stand on Chapman's side? Castellan snorted in disdain. I believe that you will make the best choice for Extet. Kent Vita's expression was indifferent, but his gaze was sharp. He stared straight at the old man Castellan. Castellan Lampard. After all, you are the Archduke's uncle. Castellan raised his head abruptly. And the most famous commander of the White Blade Guard since Extet was founded, Kent Vita said flatly. In the upcoming storm, you are destined to be unable to remain unscathed. Of course, it might not just be convincing my old subordinates. Kent Vita silently thought. After all, the White Blade Guards are the king's personal guards. They are responsible for the safety of the common elected king of Extet. Do you know what this reminds me of? Castellan interrupted his thoughts. Kent Vita politely curled the corners of his lips into a smile. The old man stared at him coldly. Quiso Lampard was asked by the Empire to convince his fellow countrymen to cooperate with the Empire, pay taxes obediently, and stop resisting. If I say no, will that brat Chapman exile me to Reformation Tower as well? Kent Vita furrowed his brows. Go back and tell my nephew, Castellan said slowly but resolutely. Go to hell with Lampard. Go to hell with Rumba. Kent Vita sighed and shook his head as expected. Then, you should at least be able to help me with the second favor. Castellan snorted coldly. All of you are always concerned about benefits, aren't you? Kent Vita narrowed his eyes. This time, it has something to do with that prince. Castellan put away a few cups again and ignored the Viscount. Someone in Exdet wants to assassinate that prince. Whether it's to frame the Archduke or to mess up the situation, Kentvita said with a dark expression. They even used the officer spy lurking in our mystic gun unit. You know that I hate these dirty politics the most. Caslin raised his head and said rudely, I don't want to know anything. What happens next concerns you, Kentvita interrupted him in a deep voice. The Archduke sent a letter yesterday saying that we found clues about the officer spy in the black market, but it was intercepted halfway. What does it have to do with me? Caslin said rudely. The people who intercepted the clues used the Tower of Eradication's sword style. They used an unusual power of eradication, Kentvita said in a low voice, as if he was talking about a secret. And they were definitely not from the Tower of Eradication. Caslin was stunned. Go on. The old man became solemn. What is the power of eradication? I know you will care about it. Kentvita said sharply. It's the kind of power of eradication you mentioned a long time ago, the frenzied and out-of-control power of eradication. I remember that you are still working for the Tower of Eradication? It's just to return a favor to Xiao. A nostalgic look appeared in Caslin's eyes. After all, it's been so many years since I graduated. But he immediately looked at Kentvita seriously. What else? The supra-class swordsman of eradication under us, Croche. Do you remember her? She's the daughter of your comrade, that strong little girl. She was heavily injured in their hands and almost lost her life. She was the only one who escaped. Caslin clenched his fists. The clues we pursued have been cut off. The only clue we have left is that strange power of eradication. Kentvita said sincerely, we need your help. Even if it's for the Tower of Eradication, not for Lampard. The person who is as famous as Grey Sword Guard Xiao, the pride of the Tower of Eradication, the pride of the White Blade Guards, ground shaker Caslin Lampard. A few days later, in the lounge of the House of Legacy in the Tower of Eradication, we can be sure that the disaster swords do not have the complete inheritance of the Northland military sword style. One of the Supreme Class Scions, Zadie Tafner, sat on the table and said to his student, even if it's outdated, it's still a set of sword style meticulously researched by countless swordsmen and wizards, and the House of Legacy has the most complete security system. We can start from here. All right. Continue looking for books here, Zadie. The exhausted Cohen Caribbean leaned against the table and knocked on the table leg. He rubbed his reddened eyes. Anyway, I can't take it anymore. But I will remember these good times, the days when I sneaked into the Truth Library with my teacher every night. Zadie's face instantly darkened. Are you giving up? His teacher said unhappily. Are you giving up on the investigation of the disaster swords? I'm not giving up, the blonde police officer, Cohen said angrily. But do you know how many books there are in the Truth Library? Then, I just received a letter from a beautiful lady yesterday. Cohen ignored Zadie's unpleasant expression and yawned. I'm going to return a favor. Jayla. Is that her name? Cohen touched the letter in his arms, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. That cool girl with dual blades. However, at this moment, a stern and cold old voice came from behind the master and disciple. Zadie Tafner. Cohen Caribbean. Both Zadie and Cohen trembled at the same time. Thud. Zadie jumped off the table in a fluster and fell to the ground due to a moment of carelessness. Thud. Cohen nervously bounced up from the ground and ended up hitting his head on the table. The two of them were in a flurry. One of them rubbed his knees with a twisted expression, while the other touched his scalp and grimaced in pain. They stood up with difficulty and tried their best to stand straight. They put on their most obedient and friendly smiles and looked at the cold-faced gray-haired old man from the Far East who had appeared out of nowhere with a sword hanging from his waist. Ah, Xiao. When did you come back? They all said that you went to Blade Valley for an inspection. This was the heir of the Tower of Eradication, Zadie Tafner, who raised his hands and bowed with a face full of smiles. Master Xiao. I planned to visit you first when I came back this time. I even brought you Constellation specialties. This was Cohen Caribbean, Constellation's police officer come captain of the city defense, rubbing his hands together with a flattering expression. But the gray-haired old man, Xiao, ignored their smiles. The table in the lounge is not for dancing. Xiao stared at Zadie, who had a flattering expression on his face. His cold voice made Zadie's smile even more awkward. The heir must set a good example. Of course, of course. Zadie Tafner nodded sincerely and humbly. Then he turned to Cohen. His stern face scared the latter so much that he trembled. Since there are chairs, don't sit on the ground. Yes, yes, yes. Cohen listened to Xiao's teachings seriously and seriously. The two of them smiled and nodded repeatedly. They were as respectful as they could be. What a joke. This was the master of the Tower of Eradication, the Grey Sword Guard. The lightest punishment he could give to his students was to stand upside down with one hand for 10 hours. And crimes that were worthy of the lightest punishment. For example, taking too long steps and having poor manners. The Grey Sword Guard stared at them coldly. Zadie and Cohen stood straighter than the other. Fortunately, Xiao only snorted in the end and said nothing. The two of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Until Xiao said his next sentence. I heard, Xiao said slowly, that you have sneaked into the Truth Library many times over the past few days? Zadie and Cohen froze on the spot at the same time. Listen to my explanation. Zadie smiled awkwardly. That you were not around, right? Cohen found some clues about the disaster swords, so, this is for the Tower of Eradication for the Purgers. Cohen used the words he learned in the police station, and patted his chest righteously. We are for the disaster swords. But Xiao's solemn and deep voice rose slowly and interrupted them. Very well. The Grey Sword Guard's expression was solemn. Cohen Caribbean. Cohen immediately puffed out his chest and raised his head solemnly. He stood straight. Go to Exted immediately, Xiao said slowly. There is an old friend called Caslin who needs help. Ha! Caslin? It was Zadie. He looked at Xiao in surprise. You mean that drunken Northlander uncle who uses a sword as an axe? Xiao turned to him. His cold gaze forced Zadie to shut his mouth. But Cohen scratched his head awkwardly. I have to return to Constellation to help a friend first. Do you remember Croche? She was in the same batch as you, Xiao said in a low voice. She was injured by the disaster swords. She might never be able to use a sword again in this life. Cohen looked up with a stunned expression. Croche. The image of a Northlander girl with a buzz cut holding a sword and gritting her teeth under the scorching sun appeared in his mind. And her white teeth. All right. The police officer turned around without hesitation and said firmly to the two scions. I will go and prepare immediately. How serious is the situation? Do I need to bring my family's private army? Bringing a Constellatiate noble's private army into Exdet, Zadie said in a low voice. Are you out of your mind? Cohen nodded in realization. You will not be the only one, Xiao said in a low voice. There is another person who will meet you on the way. She has just joined the Purgers. Cohen was instantly stunned. Broken Dragon Fortress, Northern Sluice Gate. Be careful on the way. Although Lampard has retreated and the war has not started, it is still Exdet. Sonia Cecire, the fortress flower, looked at Miranda Arund, who was ready to go. She chuckled and said, although I really want to suggest that you bring the Arund family's private army. This is the border between the two countries, Miranda said softly. It is impossible to cross the border with the army. Moreover, Arund, Miranda clenched the white eagle emblem on her cuff. The fortress flower looked at her subordinate and sighed. It is good to go out and hide. After all, those uncles and brothers from the Arund family are really annoying. Miranda bit her lip and did not say anything. This is not to hide, she said faintly. All right. Sonia helplessly held her subordinate's shoulders. This is for a friend, right? Miranda gently patted the white sword hilt at her waist and nodded. Croche. A girl who never gives up. We are studying under the same teacher, Duke Arund's daughter said coldly. When she is in trouble, I must be by her side. I do not have many things left in this world. I must cherish them. Miranda recalled the light and bright figure in white in her memory, as well as his always cheerful and optimistic tone. She could not help but curl up the corners of her lips. She turned around and stepped into the stirrup. Don't worry, commanding officer. I am not some helpless little tabby cat. Besides, I won't be fighting alone. Miranda Arun nodded at Sonia from her horse. An old friend will be coming with me. I will come back once the matter is settled. We are studying under the same teacher, Duke Arun's daughter said coldly. When she is in trouble, I must be by her side. I do not have many things left in this world. Chapter 122. That's fast. In the kitchen of Hero Tavern, Caslin sighed and carefully sized up the man and woman in front of him. So you two are the most outstanding seedlings in the tower, the ones who came to help. Cohen Caribbean had already taken off his police officer uniform and put on a thick Northland leather robe, but his blonde hair was still dazzling. Miranda Arund, on the other hand, was wearing snow boots and a dark half-body armor. Her shoulder-length black hair was tied into a ponytail behind her head. She did not look like a young lady of the Arund family at all. After going through the strict training and trials of the Tower of Eradication, they knew how to disguise and hide themselves better. Survival in the wild was always a compulsory lesson for swordsmen and knights of eradication. But their disguises seemed to be ineffective in front of the old tavern man. I don't understand. The white-haired old man Caslin frowned. This is not a trial game. Shall sent two nobles here? My young master and mistress? Cohen's expression froze. Did I give myself away? He lowered his head and looked at his attire. Stop looking. I'm talking about you, silly boy, Caslin said coldly to his junior. Your posture and footsteps. Cohen turned to Miranda in shock. The latter frowned and looked back at Cohen. Even from 6 kilometers away, I can smell the scent of a battlefield officer from all over your body. Caslin shook his head. Look at your frightened face, like a rabbit ready to jump up and bite someone. You just came back from the front line of the Western Desert, right? Cohen looked at the old man in surprise. How is that possible? I'm just being on guard. According to Zadie's suggestion, he had already adjusted himself well, and the symptoms of battlefield withdrawal were almost non-existent. Unless... Cohen looked at the old man solemnly. He was once one of my kind, an animal that lives on the battlefield, and a very terrifying kind. Cohen recalled the cold gazes of some of the suicide squad members in the desert, and he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Cohen looked at the old man in front of him and gave Miranda a look. Unfortunately, his former colleague ignored him. Left with no choice, Cohen could only smile and say, Mr. Caslin, Master Shao gave us the task of tracking down the disaster swords. But his words were rudely cut off by Caslin. Caslin ignored Cohen and continued to size Miranda up. He said stiffly, As for you, little girl, you're dressed like a professional mercenary. You should be able to move about freely in a place like Columbia. Caslin ignored Cohen and continued to size Miranda up. He said stiffly, But you should know that there aren't many mercenaries in Northland. The people here are fierce and aggressive. There are many things that the men in the family can handle with a sword. Mercenaries don't have any business here. Your attire will stand out. Miranda's expression changed. And your temperament. Only a fool wouldn't recognize you as a noble, Miss Arund. But forget it. Caslin sighed. At least you're much stronger than many young nobles, Miss Arund. Hearing this, Miranda opened her mouth in shock. How could this be? My identity? How could he tell? When I entered the border, there was no sign of the white eagle on me at all. I see. The old man on the chair placed his hands on his knees. His brows were raised and his face was full of suspicion. Do you really know what kind of existence you're facing? The descendants of 2 dukes and counts, and the Arund family's people. Caslin's face was full of disgust. He clicked his tongue. The young masters and ladies of great noble families. Write a letter immediately and ask Shao to send more people here. It would be best if there's a supreme class elite. Cohen furrowed his brows. **T. The contact doesn't like us? What should we do? At this moment, the lady from the Arund family suddenly took a step forward and glared at Caslin angrily. Listen, old man, Miss Miranda Arund said with a hostile expression. You do your job, and we do ours. This is the ideal situation. As for our abilities, We know what kind of danger we're facing, and we're not some pampered young master or lady." Miranda's expression was solemn as she enunciated each word clearly. "Cohen is my peer. He's an awakened from the glory of the stars. I know him. He has spent many years at the front lines of the Western Desert, and he knows everything there is to know about battles and wars. He is an outstanding warrior and military officer. On the battlefield, his usefulness will not be any less than that of an old Lemaitre who has not moved for decades," Miss Arun said plainly. Cohen looked at Miranda in surprise. He stared at his peer who refused to budge at all. "My God. When was the last time she praised me? Does a woman's temper really become better after breaking up?" Caslin revealed an amused expression as he looked at the little girl before him. "An old body that hasn't moved for decades? Interesting. How energetic. If I were 30 years younger. I served under the Fortress Flower. I led Constellation's army in Cold Castle, Lonely Old Tower, Overwatch City, and the border between the two kingdoms countless times. I also fought against the Lampard family countless times." Miranda stared at Caslin with a sharp gaze. "I know how to fight, old man. We're not those inexperienced newbies. Of course, from your outdated perspective, only supreme class elites like Master Chartier and Master Zadie can deal with such a situation. But Sir Caslin, anyone can look down on our experience and abilities just because we're young masters and ladies of noble families. Only you don't have the right to say that." Caslin narrowed his eyes. "The first time I heard your name, Sir Caslin." Miranda slowly placed her hand on the sword at her waist. "It wasn't because of your reputation as the Earthshaker, but because of your family name, Caslin Lampard." Caslin raised his eyebrows. Yes, every member of the Arun family must know the situation of their enemy's family like the back of their hand, the swordswoman said calmly and slowly. "So?" Caslin narrowed his eyes again. Miranda stared at Caslin. "So, if you have a problem with the Arun family name because you're a member of the Lampard family, you can just say it." Miranda narrowed her eyes and observed every flaw on the old man's body. She tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword and said coldly, "We'll settle our differences with swords, old man." Caslin looked at Miranda's sword and smiled in disdain. "Of course, or perhaps you're just trying to provoke us and want to see our strength for yourself?" Miranda said meaningfully. "If that's the case, then let's hurry up and end this quickly. Then we can continue with our mission instead of wasting our time here talking nonsense with an old man." Caslin stared at Miranda. His smile disappeared and he returned to his cold, expressionless face. Looking at the impending conflict, Cohen was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. Miranda. Shouldn't we? At this moment? Huh? Caslin laughed angrily and interrupted Cohen again. Caslin slammed the table and stood up abruptly from his chair. Even though he was in his 60s, he was nearly 7 feet tall and his muscles did not seem to have regressed. He still looked very oppressive, but Miranda's sharp gaze did not waver. She only bent her body slightly and adjusted the angle of her attack. "Interesting young lady." Caslin suddenly laughed. "You look like a little female leopard when you're angry." "All right, that's the end of the test." Miranda clenched her teeth. "And this old man, young Croche, was right." Caslin's gaze was sharp. He revealed his yellowish teeth and said slowly, "Miranda's observation skills are outstanding. She's resolute and decisive when she encounters problems. She doesn't procrastinate, but she's a little too arrogant." Miranda was stunned. "Croche, ah." Cohen pounded his palms excitedly. "So uncle, you know Croche. What did she say about me?" Yes, she said." Caslin did not mind that Cohen's way of addressing him had changed from Mr. to uncle. He recalled for a moment and turned his head, revealing a strange expression. "Cohen Caribbean isn't a bad person, but he's a slow idiot. That's all." Cohen was stunned for a moment. Then he scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. He wailed endlessly in his heart. "Is my image so bad?" Caslin looked at Cohen and chuckled. "Brat. You know, my wife used to call me a slow idiot." Cohen was stunned for a full 3 seconds. "Go for it, brat." Caslin laughed loudly and slapped Cohen's shoulder. Caslin secretly applauded when he saw Cohen's unwavering posture. "Enough." Miranda interrupted them with a frown. Can we get down to business now? Cohen shrugged helplessly, indicating to Caslin that she was like this. Hey. Caslin stopped smiling and his expression changed. Listen, I know why you were sent to deal with the disaster swords. You brat, there's a reason you were sent here. Xiao told me you've encountered the disaster swords before, right? Caslin looked at Cohen sternly. Cohen was stunned for a moment before he nodded subconsciously. He lowered his head. In Constellation's capital city, Cohen said flatly, they're related to Blood Bottle Gang. As for the other disaster swords, Cohen recalled their reunion in the Hall of Stars. He gritted his teeth and did not say another word. It's not time yet. You didn't tell me about this, Cohen. Miranda frowned and looked at her colleague from the same period. Cohen frowned and gritted his teeth softly. He did not answer. It's not that I don't want to tell you. But if you want to talk about the disaster swords, then Raphael. Cohen's expression did not change. He clenched his fist slightly. And you, young lady. Caslin turned to look at Miranda. You weren't pulled into the purgers for no reason, right? Cohen's expression changed. He raised his head and looked at the swordswoman. She was his colleague from the same generation as him, had similar experiences, and had known him for many years. Miranda gritted her teeth and did not say a word. Caslin did not say anything either. He only waited quietly for her to answer. After a while, Miranda spoke with difficulty. This is related to my father, the Guardian of the Northern Territory, the former Guardian Duke of the Northern Territory, Val Arund. When she said this, the young lady of the Arund family paused. Cohen looked at her worriedly. That Duke who committed treason? But in Caslin's eyes, even though the well-dressed young girl's voice was shaky, she still gritted her teeth and enunciated each word slowly. In the past 4 to 5 years, I found out that he was in contact with some strange swordsmen from the north, and their power of eradication is very strange. Miranda raised her head and said with a solemn expression, I told Chartier about this. Cohen looked surprised. See, this is why you are here. You have all come into contact with the disaster swords. You have even fought against them and know their characteristics, Caslin said slowly. So you are included in the purgers. When he heard the familiar words, Cohen's expression became solemn. Uncle, you also know about the purgers? He asked. No. Caslin could not help but laugh. Cohen looked at him strangely. A long time ago. Caslin's expression slowly became cold. Xiao and I formed the purgers. Cohen's eyes widened. Miranda stared at the old man in shock. Listen, the purgers have existed for a long time, the old man said slowly. Just like how the disaster swords have been active since a long time ago. A long time ago? Cohen repeated solemnly. He remembered the records of Blood Bottle Gang and the disaster swords in the past 100 years. A long time ago. Caslin nodded solemnly. We were 2 young men who were crazy about swordsmanship and curious about the power of eradication. We tried to find out the truth about the disaster swords and finally eliminate their threat. At that time, we were about the same age as you. We were far from supreme class. We were impulsive and active, and did not care about the consequences, Caslin said flatly. Xiao and I did a lot of hard work. We used all kinds of methods, but the results were always ineffective. And at that time, the disaster swords were much more low-key and secretive than they are now. Most of the time, we could not find any traces of them for several years. Caslin's expression was nostalgic. Later, I joined the White Blade Guards. As for Xiao, he became the Scion, Caslin said slowly. Then the purgers stopped. Until one day, Xiao informed me that he was going to gather the purgers again. Why? Cohen was puzzled. Why do you want to gather them again? Caslin gave him a profound look. Because 12 years ago the disaster swords started their activities again. There was an oppressive solemnity in Caslin's words. And they were more active and deadly than before. Cohen was stunned. 12 years ago. Doesn't that mean? Miranda clenched her molars tightly. She was also shocked by this fact. But the little girl's face was pale. It was as if she had recalled some unbearable memories. Follow me. Caslin stood up. I will bring you to Croche and the clues about the disaster swords. The old man turned around and led them away. This time, the matter involves more than just the disaster swords and the Tower of Eradication. It also concerns the Prince of Constellation, Caslin said as he pushed open a door and led the way. Wait, what did you say? Cohen asked in surprise. You mean the second Prince of Extet, Thales Jadestar? Miranda furrowed her brows. Yes. When he said this, Caslin smiled. He's an interesting child. He just rested at my place not long ago. The heir of Constellation. What happened between him and the disaster swords? Cohen asked solemnly. Didn't Xiao and the others tell you? Caslin turned around, puzzled. Cohen shook his head. Beside him, Miranda seemed to have thought of something and her expression changed. Caslin said slowly, That's right. The disaster swords are trying to assassinate your prince. At that moment, both Cohen and Miranda were stunned. A few seconds later, Disaster sword? Cohen asked anxiously. Why? Why did they assassinate the prince and heir of Constellation? I thought their target was just us and the Tower of Eradication. Listen, you don't understand the disaster swords and neither do I. Caslin's tone changed. He stopped and turned around. But based on my earlier experiences, Caslin's expression was solemn. Their goal is definitely not as simple as defeating the Tower of Eradication and replacing it. As for the prince, who knows? Maybe he's involved with some northern lords who want his life. Impossible, Miranda said calmly. King Kessel used the oath related to the throne to restrain those who wanted to harm him. The prince will be very safe in Extet. No one will dare to lay their hands on him. Really? Caslin laughed. After his laughter disappeared, he looked at the young man in front of him with a complicated gaze. The oath made by your prince and that king of yours turned him into those precious ancient alchemy balls. Once they are destroyed, they will explode and hurt people, Caslin said flatly. Indeed, in Northland, no one dares to lay their hands on him. They don't dare to let him explode in their own hands. At this point, Caslin lowered his head and his gaze darkened. But they all hope that he explodes in someone else's hands. Thales stared at Nicholas and Marquis Shiles in a daze, thinking about King Nuven's invitation, or rather request, which they brought. Wait a minute, judging from what you're saying, Thales had an ominous premonition. King Nuven hasn't found his enemy, Archduke Lampard's collaborator? See, this is why we came to you, your highness. Marquis Shiles nodded slightly and flashed a polite smile. Why must it be me? Thales said gloomily. I'm just a 7-year-old child. I can't play such a high-end game. You're not just a 7-year-old child, you're also a 7-year-old genius, Shiles added with a wink. Thales closed his eyes, feeling a terrible headache. Hey, as you said, Prince of Constellation, you're the one who should bear King Nuven's wrath, Nicholas said slowly. His tone was filled with a faint threat. But now, there's a chance for you to get rid of the pain you shouldn't have to bear. Whether or not it's up to you, kid. Thales heaved a long sigh. What do you know about Archduke Lampard's collaborator? The diplomat group's vice diplomat, Poutre, had already realized how things would go. He asked solemnly, What do you know now? We have a very obvious target now, Nicholas answered with a pale face. When you were still under Broken Dragon Fortress, Lampard once besieged your diplomat group in order to take down the fortress. He tried to lure the garrison of the fortress to attack. Yes. Thinking of Araka and his Fury Guards, Thales took a deep breath. There was such a thing. It's definitely not a happy memory. The Mystic Gun unit in Lampard's army tried to assassinate you under the orders of a spy officer. Nicholas continued while riding on his horse. And based on the information we and the secret room have, we're almost certain that the mastermind behind that spy officer is our target. Thales remembered the bombardment from the Mystic Gun. He stared at the snow-covered ground in a daze. Fear lingered in his heart. As far as I know, Lampard is also investigating this matter. When we arrived at Lord Caslin's Hero Tavern, they seemed to have made some progress in their investigation. Poutre frowned. In that case, the mastermind who sent a spy in Lampard's army to kill Prince Thales and frame Lampard was coincidentally Lampard's collaborator when he planned to murder Prince Mariah? It sounds very disappointing, doesn't it? Marquis Shiles shook his head gently. His gaze was profound. He and Archduke Lampard worked together to murder their own prince, but immediately betrayed Archduke Lampard in the murder of another prince from a foreign country. The nobles are like white mountain vultures fighting for rotten meat. They deceive each other and plot against each other. Ida suddenly said under the cloak. Northland, and the Northlanders, even the nobles and suzerains, were not like this in the past. Without the Empire, all of you have fallen even faster. The group of people who were marching forward fell silent for a moment. Northlanders. Nicholas seemed to have been triggered. He stared at a flag with a red border and a black background with a crimson dragon. He nodded slowly and said, "One day, we will regain our pride as the dragon's children." In short, Archduke Lampard still does not know that the person who tried to frame him is his collaborator. Marquis Shiles coughed. And we confirm this from the progress of Lampard's investigation. Thales raised his head. Archduke Lampard definitely knows the identity of his collaborator. If that's the case, why not tell Lampard the truth and work with him? Don't forget that Lampard is also His Majesty's enemy. Conspiring with him to take revenge on another enemy? I don't think the ruler of Black Sand region will obediently cooperate with us. Marquis Shiles sighed. Besides, the Northlanders' character, TSK. We won't work with scum like Chapman Lampard who killed his own family. Nicholas' eyes were filled with gloom. And he and his collaborator have to pay the price for Mariah's death. Archduke Lampard and his collaborator are your enemies. One of them killed most of your men under the fortress, and the other tried to kill you with a mystic gun. Marquis Shiles' smile did not diminish. He took over the unpleasant topic and continued pressuring Thales. King Nuvan made it very clear that regardless of whether your highness agreed to it or not, you are already on this ship. Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Even though he knew that from the moment he was crowned with that title, he would have to face everything he once hated the most. But he still underestimated the power of the game of power in this circle. It was a game where you could not choose whether you wanted to play or not, and whether you wanted to try your best. Born for Constellation. Is this how it goes? What an annoying feeling. The second Prince of Constellation slowly opened his eyes. To lure out Lampard's collaborator, is it? The prince said flatly. What does Nuvan intend to do? Nicholas was about to reply, but he was interrupted by the prince in a completely different tone. Thales raised his head. His gaze was as bright and sharp as a sharpened blade. Also, if I cooperate with his revenge plan, what benefits is Nuvan willing to give me? Nicholas was stunned for a few tenths of a second. He noticed that Thales no longer addressed him as King Nuvan or King Nuvan. But the commander of the White Blade Guards immediately curled his lips and revealed a faint, cold smile. You will be satisfied. The Star Killer looked at the second prince and said slowly, the Walton Dragon Spear family is never stingy. One more question. Thales raised his head. His gaze was burning. You said that from Lampard's investigation, his collaborator is the mastermind behind my murder using the mystic gun. That's right. Nicholas frowned. Is there a problem? Where did you get the details of Lampard's investigation, and how did you ascertain it? Thales asked in a deep voice. This is our business. Nicholas shook his head. You don't have to. But Thales immediately cut him off. This is my business. Thales' expression was resolute. He emphasized his insistence. Especially when Nuvan wants me to risk my life to play such a revenge game with him. I should have enough information to ascertain whether his plan is feasible. Nicholas stared at Thales. His gaze was cold. As for what he was thinking, Thales had no way of guessing, until Shiles coughed softly at the side. Lampard has been tracking down the spy officer, who commanded the Mystic Gun Unit. His men have efficiently found clues in the black market. Nicholas finally spoke slowly. But just as he was about to discover the truth, a group of strange swordsmen suddenly appeared. They used a strange power of eradication, and almost wiped out all of Lampard's investigators, cutting off the clues. Strange swordsmen? A strange power of eradication? Nicholas nodded. This is not within Lampard's knowledge, so he sought help from a professional. And that professional? The Star Killer lowered his head and looked at his White Blade Guard uniform. He is our old acquaintance. And those strange swordsmen? Thales asked. Nicholas gave him a profound look. A few days ago, the people King Nuvan sent to Constellation to collect the prince's body and investigate the assassination of the diplomat group sent back a message the day before yesterday. Nicholas revealed the crux of the information in detail. The prince's last bodyguard used the Walton family's secret method to leave behind an important clue. Among the assassins who attacked Prince Mariah, there were also a few strange swordsmen. Their power of eradication was very strange. Thales figured it out. Are you saying that the swordsman who assassinated Prince Mariah and the swordsman who cut off Lampard's investigation are the same group of people? Nicholas nodded slightly. Who are they? According to the information, they are a group of traitors from the Tower of Eradication. They are like flies that seek personal gain, people who hide their heads and show their tails. Nicholas looked at each person. The Tower of Eradication has a very special name for them. The Star Killer's expression was profound. He slowly said, "Disaster swords." Thales' thoughts were interrupted for a moment by this name. Disaster? Sword of Eradication? Ah. Waya, who was listening, suddenly exclaimed softly as he remembered something. Speaking of which, when I was in the Tower of Eradication, I seemed to have inadvertently heard a few Scions talking about this name. Waya felt everyone looking at him, and he said a little nervously, "But that has always been a legend. Disaster swords. It is said that they are a group of traitors who want to replace the Tower of Eradication." Thales furrowed his brows. "Let's find some time to talk, Waya," the second prince said, "about the power of eradication and the Tower of Eradication." Waya nodded. No matter what, this group of so-called disaster swords participated in the assassination of Mariah and the betrayal of Lampard at the same time. They must have a close relationship with Lampard's collaborator. That's why they listened to his orders and let him do whatever he wanted. Nicholas stared at the snowfield in the distance and frowned. We also connected these two incidents and caught them. I understand. Thales nodded solemnly and said, "When will Nuvan's plan begin?" Prestige Orchid Snowfield is right in front of us. Once we pass through it, we will reach Dragon Cloud City, Nicholas said slowly as he cast his gaze at the snowfield in the distance, which was almost in line with the horizon. The 5 archdukes should have arrived in Dragon Cloud City. The first obstacle you have to face is to meet them and King Nuvan. Be prepared, Your Highness. Marquis Shiles rubbed his gloves. His eyes were filled with the excitement of the start of a great show. In public, King Nuvan will show a tough attitude towards you. He might be a little rough. Rough. Perfect, it's been a long time. Thales stared at the horizon with a spirited gaze. He touched his neck gently and recalled the feeling of being strangled. He said in a powerful voice, "I like rough the most." Shiles' smile became even brighter. A strange light shone in Nicholas' eyes. Putre took a deep puff from his pipe. Ida continued to lower her head under the cloak without saying a word. Waya and Ralph just stared at each other in a daze. Noon arrived. The sun hung high in the sky above the snowfield. But everyone who had stayed in Northland for many days knew. Chapter 123. Before Thales could react, the attendants and guards behind him took a step forward without hesitation and shielded him behind them. It's still an anti-theft chapter. Please come back later. In the next moment, the sound of swords being unsheathed rang out incessantly. Clang. Waya unsheathed his blade without hesitation. The tip of the blade was pointed at Nicholas' throat. His gaze was solemn. Swoosh. Ralph's remaining hidden blade also popped out of his sleeve. The blade was pointed at Nicholas' heart. The upper half of his face, which was not covered by the silver mask, had an unpleasant expression. Clang. 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 These were the white blade guards behind Nicholas. These tall and sturdy masked Northland elites were equipped with lightweight iron-colored arm shields in their left hands, and with their right hands, they pulled out the uniquely shaped sabers from their waists. The hilts were snow-white and slender, and could be held with both hands. The blades shone brightly, and their curves were beautiful. They did not look like the crude and forceful Northland style. The way they pulled out their blades was neat and heavy. Their gazes beyond their masks were murderous. At some point in time, they had formed a semicircle and surrounded the Constellation diplomat group from 3 sides. The remaining dozen or so soldiers of Constellation, such as Janet and Willow, pulled out their weapons without hesitation and stood at the front line to confront the White Blade Guards. Judging by their movements and the look in their eyes, these are true elites. Our royal guards are nothing more than this. Aida's voice traveled into Thale's ears. They are even more powerful than the Black Sand Region's army. Even if they were to go up against the Vampire's Sacred Blood army, they would probably not be inferior. Thales stared in disbelief at Nicholas, who had a cold smile on his face. What's going on? Tie me up and bring me to Dragoncloud City? It was not that he did not anticipate what he might encounter in Extet. In fact, it was very normal for King Nuvan, who had lost his beloved son, to be angry, ridiculed, and humiliated him. Even if the Jadestar royal family and the Walton family had the same interests when it came to avoiding war between the 2 kingdoms and restraining Black Sand Region's ambitions. But Thales did not expect that this humiliating welcome would begin before he even reached Dragoncloud City. Do I really have to let them kidnap me and bring me to Dragoncloud City? If we refuse? Under the moonlight, Thales felt his skin crawl as he looked at the White Blade Guards' gleaming white sabers. He estimated the difference in strength between us and the enemy. How will things develop? How absurd! Putre's stern and angry voice rang out. He anxiously thought about the situation before him and said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "Tie me up." Never before had an envoy from one country been treated like this. This was an insult to King Nuvan VII's reputation, and the honor of the Kingdom of Extet. This will not bring any glory to your king. If he was King Nuvan's man, he would have to be mindful of Extet's reputation and dignity as the common elected king. Unless around them, the Extetians from Black Sand Region watched everything in the field with puzzled expressions. The dozens of White Blade Guards and the dozen or so Constellation diplomat group faced off against each other with their weapons drawn. Humph. The corners of Nicholas' lips curled up to reveal an ominous, cold smile. This will indeed not bring any glory to His Majesty. But it can make him happy. That's enough. Putre tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand. Thales could not help but frown. In the next moment, without any instructions or orders, the eyes of the masked soldiers of the White Blade Guards turned cold, and they took a step forward together. Thud. Their heavy footsteps on the snow-covered ground were like a heavy hammer that struck the hearts of Constellation's people. Willowken, who was watching the enemy tensely, shook his shoulders and was about to thrust his spears forward. Slap. A strong hand reached out from the side and held the young spearman's right hand tightly, pressing down on the tip of the spear he was about to thrust. Willow was shocked. He turned his head and found that it was the veteran Janet. Steady. Ignore their footsteps. Pay attention to their shoulders, he said calmly. After the tragic and bloody battle with the Blood Clan in the Birch Tree Forest, the private soldiers suffered heavy casualties. The heavily injured leader, Cora, stayed in the fortress. The veteran Janet, who was once the Duke's personal guard, relied on his experience on the battlefield and the skills he gradually regained to become the leader of the small number of Jadestar private soldiers, veterans of the fortress, and recruits from the Northern Territory. However, in the face of the extremely tense atmosphere before him, the veteran could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Is this King Nuvan's will and order? Thales tried his best to speak calmly. Oh, of course it is. Nicholas ignored the 2 parts of the blades that were pointed at his throat and heart. He said gloomily. He just didn't say it out loud. A second later, Nicholas moved. He suddenly took a step forward and walked towards Thales. Thales was shocked. Wyatt and Ralph gritted their teeth and brought out the weapons in their hands in an attempt to force Nicholas to retreat. But in the next moment, a cold glare flashed on Nicholas' face, and his body moved. In the blink of an eye, the Pale Star Killer instantly moved sideways and into the gap between the 2 blades. Clang. Wyatt's single-edged sword, which was aimed at his throat, struck the white hilt that protruded from behind Nicholas' shoulder, and sparks flew. Clang. Nicholas, on the other hand, nimbly flicked Ralph's hidden blade, which was aimed at his heart. At that moment, under Wyatt and Ralph's indignant gazes, Nicholas broke through their defense without changing his expression. He squeezed into the gap between them and extended his left hand towards Thales. Damn it! Thales gritted his teeth and quickly took a step back to avoid Nicholas' hand. At the same time, he pulled his left hand up and touched the dagger at his waist with his right hand. He put on the Northland military sword style's iron body style. But to his surprise, he saw that the moment he retreated, Nicholas' hand changed direction at the same time, as if he had foreseen it. He extended his hand towards the direction where he dodged. That fluctuation surged into Thales' brain in time, and slowed down the scene in front of him to the greatest extent possible. In Thales' field of vision, Nicholas moved slowly, like an existence that flashed with silver light. However, every time the light flashed in his body, Nicholas' figure would change. Is this his power of eradication? Thales' expression was tense as he thought carefully. The Star Killer's figure, movements, speed changes, and trajectory all entered Thales' consciousness at that moment. After a moment of estimation, a pessimistic conclusion surged into Thales' mind. No matter how I dodge, I can't avoid Nicholas' grasp. Fortunately, I still have her. Thales felt the change in the aura of the cloaked person behind him. Clack. Nicholas' hand was only halfway through its outstretched motion when a short and small figure in a cloak grabbed its wrist. Be polite, boy. Ida grabbed Nicholas' wrist tightly and said coldly, at least say hello or please. Thales exhaled deeply. Only then did Wyatt and Ralph's swords catch up with him in a hurry and press against the Star Killer's neck. Oh. Nicholas seemed a little surprised, but he still did not care about the two swords that were pressed against his vitals. Instead, he frowned as he stared at his wrists that were being grabbed. He then said to Ida with great interest, a woman saw through my actions? The dozens of white blade guards around Nicholas did not seem to be worried about their leader, who was in danger. Their gazes were still cold and full of killing intent as they continued to oppress the Constellatiates. What is the meaning of this, Lord Nicholas? This is not in line with convention, nor is it King Nuven's order. Putre's face was livid. This private act of yours is almost no different from an assassination. Assassination? Nicholas muttered the word in a low voice. He raised his head and his expression became extremely terrifying. Are you talking about what you Constellatiates did to our Prince Mariah in your country? Assassination. Nicholas' eyes were filled with rage as he glared at Thales. He enunciated each word clearly. What you did to His Majesty's only son, to the Prince of Extet, to the heir of Dragoncloud City, to my student. That cowardly act? Putre was stunned at first, then he reacted and said without hesitation. That should be decided by King Nuven. Damn it! Thales panted softly and bit his lower lip. He looked at Nicholas, who was held back by Ida and had Wyatt and Ralph's swords pressed against his throat. He gritted his teeth. This situation. How should I deal with it? Force Nicholas to retreat? Thales took a deep breath. He raised his hands at the pale man, indicating that he was a harmless little boy. Nicholas, on the other hand, sneered maliciously at him. Viscount Kentvita and Lord Tolja. The second Prince of Constellation turned his head and shouted at the army of Black Sand region. Your mission of escorting me to Dragoncloud City is almost complete. I believe that the people will praise the Archduke of Black Sand region's loyalty to King Nuven. And King Nuven will also be satisfied with your loyalty. At the same time, I am also very grateful for your escort. You can leave now. Thales' voice faded away. Putre raised his eyebrows, while Nicholas was slightly stunned. Viscount Kentvita, who was watching everything with a frown, sighed deeply. However, in the end, Kentvita only nodded at Tolja, who was frowning deeply, and strode forward. This child. What is he talking about? Your mission of escorting me to Dragoncloud City is almost complete. Before I reach Dragoncloud City, Black Sand region is in charge of my safety, but I have not reached Dragoncloud City yet. I believe that the people will praise the Archduke of Black Sand region's loyalty to King Nuven. Everyone will know that King Nuven kidnapped the Prince of Constellation from the army of Black Sand region, as if no one else was around. And King Nuven will also be satisfied with your loyalty. No matter how obedient you are, The relationship between King Nuvan and the Archduke of Black Sand region will not get any better. Dragon Cloud City will still see Black Sand region as a thorn in its side. At the same time, I am also very grateful for your escort. A chance to win the friendship of the Prince of Constellation is right before your eyes. You can leave now. Hurry up and help us out. Lord Nicholas. While Viscount Kentvitas spoke, he re-evaluated whether Putre had taught the second prince these words. This is, after all, the camp of Black Sand region's army. The Archduke has given us the mission to protect Prince Thal's safety, and your current actions are undoubtedly very unwise. Nicholas flung Aida's hand away. Still ignoring the blade on his neck, he coldly said to Kentvita, I thought that you are Extettians as well. Of course we are Extettians, but we are also Northlanders. And Northlanders cherish their reputation, just like how snow eagles cherish their wings. Kentvita walked in front of Nicholas and looked at the two parties who were at daggers drawn. His gaze paused for a moment on Thales and Putre. Your Grace, I believe that King Nuvan did not give you the order to kidnap the prince and bring him to Dragon Cloud City. Behind him, under Tolja's signal, the soldiers of Black Sand region slowly surrounded them. Nicholas fixed his gaze on Kentvita. Then he revealed a faint, cold smile. What if I say no? The man's face turned even paler. What will you do? The Viscount of Black Sand region? Will you let your army get rid of us and His Majesty's personal guards? Is that so, warriors of Black Sand region? Nicholas swept his gaze across the surroundings. He glanced at the elite regular army that the Archduke of Black Sand region had specially allocated and smiled softly. Thal's heart sank. This is bad. It looks like even 2,000 soldiers of Black Sand region can't intimidate Nicholas and his White Blade guards. There are less than 50 of you. Tolja walked out from behind Kentvita and stared at the white weapon behind Nicholas. His expression was solemn. Even with the Severing Soul's blade, you can only hold on for a few more minutes. You are not a Rakamerch, and you don't have his motionless bow. Kentvita fixed his gaze on Nicholas' face. Of course, we definitely don't want to become enemies with the famous White Blade guards. Especially when we fought together 12 years ago. The face-changing game of good guys and bad guys has long since gone out of fashion. Nicholas said nonchalantly. I've said it before, His Majesty will get even with Lampard. Before that, you won't want to provoke his personal guard captain. Thales thought of something. White Blade guards. He remembered what Putre had told him about Caslin's identity. Caslin retired 20 years ago, so, you know, Thales said slowly, attracting everyone's attention. We just passed by Caslin's Hero Tavern a few days ago. Thales noticed that the moment he finished speaking, Nicholas' expression suddenly changed. Even the eyes of the White Blade guards around them, who were confronting them, sparkled. Caslin. It looks like that old man means something to them. Thales nodded in his heart. Caslin treated me to a glass of rye wine, the limited edition kind. Thales continued to say calmly. He's a wise and open-minded old man. But I don't think you know him, Lord Nicholas? A complicated expression appeared in Nicholas' eyes. Because, Thales sighed. The White Blade guards led by someone like him must be different from you. Nicholas stared at him without saying a word. In the next moment, Thales first gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind about something. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the second prince shouted, Constellatiates, put down your weapons. Wyatt and Ralph looked at Thales in shock. Even Ida made a sound of surprise under her cloak. The Constellatiates looked at the White Blade guards around them, who were glaring at them fiercely. They looked at each other in bewilderment, not daring to believe the prince's order. Only Putre looked pensive. Kentvita and Tolja frowned at the same time. Nicholas stared at him with an indecipherable expression. This is an order from your second prince, the heir to the throne of Constellation. Thales repeated with a firm expression. Putre was the first to sheath his sword and take a step back. Then Genid sheathed his sword without hesitation. Wyatt glanced at the prince in disbelief. Under the latter's unquestionable gaze, he gritted his teeth and withdrew his sword from Nicholas' neck. Then it was Ralph, then the fifth, the sixth, until all the Constellatiates sheathed their weapons. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Thales took a step forward, past Wyatt and Ralph's protection, and arrived in front of Nicholas. You should have done this a long time ago. Nicholas lowered his head and looked at him expressionlessly. The earlier you submitted, the less painful it would have been. Enough, Your Excellency, Thales interrupted him coldly. I don't know why you insist on bringing me back to Dragoncloud City with you tied up. Be it new hatred or old hatred, Prince Mariah or Prince Horace. Thales suppressed the trembling in his voice. But before I complete my first mission, I will only answer to King Nuvan. Nicholas stared at the second Prince of Constellation in astonishment. This will be a conversation between the future King of Constellation and the current King of Extet. Thales took a deep breath. But before that, you want to humiliate me, who is about to talk to King Nuvan? Without a doubt, your actions are tarnishing King Nuvan's honor. Does a father who has lost his only son no longer care about his own honor? Ask yourselves, White Blade Guards, Northlanders. Thales turned to the White Blade Guards around him. His personal guards, the White Blade Guards, the Dragon's Imperial Guards. Humiliatingly tying up a 7-year-old child and bringing him to Dragoncloud City. Let everyone know the magnanimity of Extet's common elected king, Raikuru the hero's successor, and the ruler of the Northlanders, King Nuvan VII. The gazes of the White Blade Guards became unfocused beyond the veil covering their faces. Caslin told me before, whether it is the history of the Empire or the symbol of the dragon. These are not important. What is important is whether the Northlanders can still persevere and live their lives well. Thales turned around and spread his arms. He raised his head and stared at Nicholas with a steady gaze. Over the past few days, we have eaten the Northlanders' food and drank their wine. According to Northland's customs, we are now King Nuvan's guests. We are guests in the land under his rule. Now we are finally about to reach his doorstep. Let us Constellations, the so-called descendants of the Empire. Let's see whether the magnanimity and glory of the Northlanders are worth it for us to take this dangerous journey. The White Blade Guards quickly exchanged glances, then looked at their commander in unison. Kent Vita's gaze kept shifting between Thales and Putre. He seemed to be deep in thought. Waya, on the other hand, looked worried as he stared at the star killer in front of him. And the most crucial decision-maker, Nicholas, slowly narrowed his eyes. After a few seconds, very good, Thales Jadestar. He looked at Thales and smiled faintly. You and your uncle are not that far apart. Thales was stunned. Put away your weapons, my brothers. Nicholas looked at Thales with a complicated expression. Let His Majesty decide who our guest belongs to, even if his hatred for us runs as deep as the sea. Upon receiving the order, the White Blade Guards sheathed their swords in an orderly manner. Thales finally breathed a sigh of relief. Similarly, the people of Constellation, including the 2 commanders of Black Sand region, also breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, alert! Outside the camp, the soldiers of Black Sand region once again let out alarmed shouts. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the area outside the camp. Under the moonlight, new cavaliers appeared before their eyes and headed towards the camp. Kentvita narrowed his eyes and asked Nicholas, "Your companions?" Nicholas did not answer him. The sound of hooves could be heard from outside the camp. It was a dozen cavaliers. Carrying a strange flag, they slowly headed towards their camp. It was a flag with a white background. A golden ear of wheat with an arc was drawn on it. It stretched from the upper right corner of the flag to the lower left corner, and crossed with an equally golden dagger. "Good night, everyone." An unfamiliar male voice traveled into their ears from afar. "Praise the Lady of Harvest and the Maiden of the Ocean. May they bless all of you with no worries about food or clothing and a prosperous life." Kentvita took a few steps forward. Looking at the flag with the ear of wheat and the dagger, he slowly frowned. "I am Lesa Kentvita, the Viscount of the City of Light Town. This is the military camp of the Archduke of Black Sand region," Viscount Kentvita said loudly. "Who goes there?" Under the protection of a dozen cavaliers, a middle-aged man with a golden ponytail slowly rode out from the crowd. He was dressed in a gorgeous coat, and a top hat embedded with jewels to keep out the cold. "I am Shiles Bamra, the honorary Marquis of Goodflow City." The middle-aged man stopped his horse. He took off his hat and placed it on his left chest. With a friendly and humble smile on his face, he bowed slightly in Kent Vita's direction. I am from the friendly and generous 16 city-states Union of Kemu Union. I am a member of the 36 seats in the Kemu Joint Parliament. I am representing Good Flow City in the Union as a diplomatic envoy to Extet. I heard that the second Prince of Constellation is here, so I specially came to meet him. I am representing Good Flow City in the Union as a diplomatic envoy to Extet. I heard that the second Prince of Constellation is here, so I specially came to meet him. Chapter 124. That was 300 years ago, the vice diplomat said flatly. At that time, Meteor Jade Star was one of the many princes of Constellation. Putre sighed slightly. It was said that he was very similar to Tormund I, the founder of the kingdom. When he was young, he was an impulsive, lively, and restless prince. Not long after he became an adult at 16, he snuck out of the capital to pursue the adventures in those stories and poems, until he met Chara and Kaplan in Dragon-Kiss Land. Thales raised his eyebrows and said in shock, "Snuck out of the capital? So those princes and princesses who go on patrol incognito and sneak out of the palace really exist? Hey, don't just talk about your kingdom's princes," Marquis Shiles protested. He then turned his head and smiled at the second prince. Kaplan Nira is a Camian, and the pride of Good Flow City. He was born into a famous merchant family with a fishing industry. It was said that he was quick-witted, mature, and steady from a young age. He was known as a genius, just like you, Your Highness. Thales flashed an ugly smile. What about you? Putre glanced at Nicholas, who had his arms crossed. Don't you have anything to say about the Northlanders? The Star Killer raised his eyes and glanced at the crowd. Chara was a well-deserved hero, a typical Northlander, a fearless extension. Nicholas shook his head expressionlessly. He did not have a surname, and future generations did not need to remember his surname, because he did not need to use his birth and blood to prove his greatness. It was enough to just look at his actions. Marquis Shiles winked at Putre in resignation. No surname? Is that so? An enigmatic voice came from behind. But after the war, Chara married a noble lady from the Walton family, and fused his bloodline with that of the Dragon Spear family. Everyone turned around. Thales was surprised to find that it was Ida who spoke. She sat on the snow with her arms around her legs, and her disdainful words came from under her cloak. Speaking of which, this rash elf protector has been a little talkative lately. His son took the Walton surname and became the Archduke of Dragoncloud City. With his father's prestige, he was elected as the common elected king of Extet. And just like that, Chara sat behind his son and king as regent for 30 years, until his death. Is it enough to just look at his actions? Ha! Ida chuckled. In my opinion, the so-called hero Chara is nothing more than this in the face of power. Nicholas frowned. Thales had a curious look on his face. Putre coughed. In short, Your Highness, the three of them met in Dragon-Kiss Land and formed a team. From then on, they began a legendary adventure. In 10 years, as mercenaries, exploration teams, merchants, adventurers, and even expeditions, their footprints covered the entire Western Peninsula, and even the western coast of the Eastern Peninsula. The friendship between the three of them was indestructible, and the stories they experienced during this period have long since become legends composed by bards, especially after the Battle of Dawn. For example, Seeking Dragon in the Desert, 1,000 miles of demon hunting, the chaos of the Devil Sea, the founding of the Enlenzo Duchy, the wanted criminals of the Forbidden Forest, the setting sun and rebirth of the Holy Tree, the mystery of the Brave Soul's Fort, and the evil god's sacrifice of Horse Riding City, are all famous poems that describe their experiences in the past 10 years. At the very least, Chara's fearlessness and bravery, Meteor's steadfastness and reliability, and Kai Peng's resourcefulness and cautiousness are all vividly extolled in these poems. As Thales listened to the names of the poems, his curiosity grew. Seeking Dragon, Hunting Demon, Evil God. Isn't this what I remember from those fantasy worlds where people form teams and run around together? Why is my life completely different? He sighed in his heart. Putre took a deep puff of his tobacco and said softly, and the Third Peninsular War broke out at that time. No one said a word. The Western Peninsula waited for its most terrifying nightmare. The three of them faced the most terrifying enemy. Under Thale's questioning gaze, Putre cleared his throat and uttered a name softly. Yes, sir. Lanley Corleone, the King of Night Wing. Putre raised his eyes and stared at Thales with a profound look. Thales tucked his hands into the fur cloak that protected him from the cold. He subconsciously touched the bracelet made of fangs in his bosom. Corleone. Is that so? He is the master of the Blood Sea Throne, the master of the Blood Fangs Corleone family, the founder of Night Kingdom, and the eternal ruler. It is said that he is also one of the oldest and most terrifying blood clansmen. Legend has it that when he spreads his wings, even the most dazzling sun will be shrouded in a bloody and boundless night. Putre adjusted his tone, so that he looked like a group of people gathered around a fireplace to tell a ghost story. It is said that he has lived for countless years. Before he disappeared, he was once known as an existence above supreme class. The missing Nightwing King Lanley Corleone. Thales quietly recalled the struggle between the two Corleone ladies, or ladies. That was their father? Ridiculous. Above supreme class? Nicholas sneered. Something that doesn't exist at all. It's just a rumor spread by bards. Putre ignored him and continued. The Third Peninsular War happened to be when Night Kingdom was at its peak. The Third Peninsular War happened to be when Night Kingdom was at its peak. Under the leadership of Laurie Corleone, that was the first time they appointed a blood clansman as the commander of the Allied forces. A small number of elites suddenly landed on Extet's eastern sea cliff, which was the most dangerous and impossible place to land on. Based on the experience of the previous two wars, everyone thought that the people from the Eastern Peninsula would land on Constellation. They expected the Western Peninsula's shield to once again stubbornly hold back the Eastern Peninsula's attack, until Extet's brave and powerful troops, and other countries' reinforcements arrived. Thales listened with rapt attention. The results were predictable. Unprepared, Extet was caught off guard, and Elefure City was the first to be breached. Marquis Shiles laughed. After that, Archduke Gadro of Elefure City had to purchase a large number of city defense equipment from Steel City every year to defend against the Eastern Sea. Good Flow City was in charge of the transportation. Putre continued. The enemy's army continuously surged in through this opening at the edge of the sea cliff. They were like a hot knife through butter in Extet's empty inland, and they marched to Dragoncloud City. Your Highness, you can find the specific records of the battle in various historical records. Putre sighed. In short, after a few devastating battles, the Nightwing King's awe-inspiring name was once again recognized. It was the most disastrous series of defeats that Extet, which prides itself on its warriors and army, experienced since its founding. Putre sighed. As for the reinforcements from other countries who came north, even Constellation's expeditionary army was defeated without warning. The armies of other small countries were even more powerless to resist. It was said that less than 1 in 10 survived. Even the king of Extet at that time died in battle under Dragoncloud City. Thales was stunned. He turned to look at the current commander of the White Blade Guards. That was also an important page recorded in the legend of the White Blade Guards, Nicholas suddenly said. His gaze was complicated as he said, since the age of the Empire, the White Blade Guards were destroyed for the 10th time, and the third White Blade's disgrace. The king died under our heavy protection. Since the age of the Empire? Thales thought to himself. The White Blade Guards have such a long history? Even before Extet was founded? Putre shook his head. No one could resist the Nightwing King's invincible army, as well as his strange, ever-changing, and unpredictable military tactics. The entire Western Peninsula, this is what was recorded in the Supreme History Book, was unable to gather even a single expeditionary army capable of fighting against the Eastern Peninsula within a short period of time. Just like that, the Nightwing King's army swept across Northland, and was almost invincible. Dragoncloud City fell into a hopeless defense, Putre said faintly. After the king's death, Extet was in chaos. Only a few archdukes were still persisting and resisting. At this time, The Eastern Peninsula also sent a letter to request for peace talks regarding the current situation. Faced with heavy casualties and a huge price to pay, Constellation and other small countries had already begun to consider the Eastern Peninsula's proposal. At this time, 3 people stood at the forefront of history and saved the Western Peninsula from imminent danger. Thales inhaled softly. The 3 heroes of dawn? Portray nodded. Chara, Midir, and Kaplan gathered the remaining troops. Their battle inspired Constellation and the other countries. The Star Killer cut him off. Stop boasting about yourself, Nicholas mocked. He crossed his arms and raised his eyes. Chara the hero. He was the only one who stood up first. Chara carried a black flag and returned to the battlefield in Extet alone. He called for and gathered the Extetians who were determined to resist. They fought against the Eastern Peninsula in the mountains, in the countryside, in the pine forests, in every inch of land, and on every piece of territory, without caring about bloodshed or sacrifices. Thales spoke with a deep voice. He was alone and helpless. He was outnumbered, and he even suffered defeats in the beginning. But Chara never gave up. That's how heroes are made. They are forged with courage and perseverance through blood. That was the agreement between the 3 of them. Portray retorted coldly. Midir returned to Constellation, Kaplan returned to Camus Union, and they worked hard to convince their country to fight one last time. This did not mean that the other 2 were weak. I'm not talking about Midir. I'm talking about all of you, Constellation's reinforcements, Nicholas said sarcastically. Midir brought 20 reinforcements. The bards remember this number very clearly. 20 people? Thales looked at Portray curiously and waited for his reply. Portray frowned. At that time, Constellation was indeed very worried about continuing to send troops. After all, the Nightwing King's army was at the forefront, and Midir was just a prince who had been away for many years. Once he returned, he asked for military power. Not only that, as a prince, Midir was ordered not to participate in Extet's war. Portray's eyes burned. But Midir did not give in. In the face of such an order, he threw away the 9-pointed star emblem that symbolized the Jade Star royal family in front of all the courtiers. This meant that he gave up his right to inherit the throne. Portray said softly. Thales widened his eyes slightly. Do not forget that Constellation is founded on oaths. This was what Midir said in front of the entire furious Constellation palace. The Oathkeeper. So that's how it is. Just like that, the Oathkeeper walked out of Renaissance Palace alone. He brought along 20 brave warriors who were still willing to follow him, and headed north to Extet to help Chara, who was fighting alone. This is why we only admire the Oathkeeper. Nicholas chuckled. When all of Constellation became cowards, he was one of the few Empire people with guts. Even the Camians are stronger than all of you. Portray did not speak. Regarding this question, I have to say that the prophet Kai Peng actually. Shiles coughed softly and interrupted. This is also the reason why we Camians admire him. From proposing the proposal to gathering a consensus and passing the resolution, Kai Peng Nira was the only person in history who managed to convince the Supreme United Parliament of Camus Union to send troops within 86 days. At that time, the 14 cities unanimously agreed to hand over all their troops, supplies, money, and the last of their assets to Kai Peng, a young man in his 30s, so that he could lead them to the battlefield in Extet. If you have some understanding of the efficiency of the United Parliament's discussions, and know a thing or two about the greed and stinginess of the councillors. Marquis Shiles sighed. God knows how Kai Peng did it. That's your history. Portray narrowed his eyes. It's not ours. In the end, it was still Constellation's reinforcements who saved the battlefield, wasn't it? Thales raised his head and looked at the 3 of them. But Kai Peng's action of leading troops to provide reinforcements was obviously very effective. Camus Union's status in the international arena rose by quite a lot. Shiles spread his hands. Just like that, the 3 of them reunited on the battlefield and fought against the Eastern Peninsula's army. The 3 of them learned their previous lesson, and the war this time lasted for more than a year. In the end, in Prestige Orchid region, which is also the place where we stand, on this Prestige Orchid snowfield, Hero Chara, Prophet Kai Pungnira, and Oathkeeper Meteor Jadestar led the final Allied forces determined to launch a counterattack and intercepted the Eastern Peninsula's main central force. Here they engaged in the final battle against the famous Nightwing King Laurie Corleone, who was invincible after invading the Western Peninsula, and the countless fierce troops under his command. Thales lowered his head and touched the cold snow under his feet. Prestige Orchid Snowfield. 300 years ago, on this land. The tragic battle began at dawn. It was said that blood covered the snowfield that night, and the reflected light made the moon look incomparably scarlet. Putre continued to display his specialty as a bard. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. The blood that converged into a warm river even melted the snow in advance. Meteor fought until his armor was completely shattered. Commander-in-Chief Chara was once in a dangerous situation. Even Prophet Kai Pung himself sacrificed himself in that heroic battle. Until dawn arrived, the moment the sun rose. The vice diplomat paused for a moment. Thales listened quietly. No one interrupted him. Even Nicholas lowered his head and did not speak. In the silence where no one spoke, Putre said softly, "They won." The cold wind whistled past the bonfire, making the crackling flames burn even more fiercely. This was the Battle of Dawn. Together with the Holiness Exorcism campaign during the Age of Kings, the Battle of Reverse Cold Wind during the Battle of Eradication, and the Battle of Glory during the Fourth Peninsular War, it is known as the four major battles in history. Of course, this is what we call it in the Western Peninsula. The countries in the Eastern Peninsula obviously have different opinions on this. Putre concluded slowly. The hero, prophet, and Oathkeeper were known as the West's three Dawn heroes. Thales took a deep breath. The Battle of Dawn. The story of the three heroes. And his unique and easygoing ancestor, who was willing to abandon the throne for the sake of friendship and keeping his promise. In a corner where no one noticed, a cloaked figure listened to the poem and story from beginning to end. He stared at the bonfire quietly and did not move. The second prince raised his head and asked, "Even though Meteor lost the Jadestar royal family emblem, he still inherited the throne and became the king of the Oathkeeper, right?" Putre nodded. Yes. After the Battle of Dawn, his prestige was unparalleled. He was also the best successor to the throne, King Meteor IV. As for Chara, he married the daughter of the Walton family. Their descendant became the new king of Extet. As for Kaplan Naira, Shiles said with a smile, Good Flow City built a huge bronze statue for him and erected it in the city center, to commemorate this prophet who shone with the light of wisdom, his sacrifice, and his contribution to Good Flow City and Kemu Union's position in the Western Peninsula. That's not right, Thales thought to himself. In the portraits of the three constellation kings, the portraits of the three kings should have been set against the background of their respective representative achievements. For example, Tormund I's portrait was set against the background of the Battle of Eradication. However, Thales clearly remembered that the background of Meteor IV's sword and shield was a towering tree. But if that's the case, shouldn't Meteor IV's greatest achievement be the Battle of Dawn? Thales furrowed his brows. At this moment, Nicholas said slowly, "You didn't mention the last part, the part after the war." Putre sighed. Thales looked puzzled. What happened after the war? Putre was silent for a while before he spoke quietly. This is the saddest thing, the vice diplomat said faintly. Chara and Meteor, these two close friends who should have been sworn brothers in life and death, after the war, turned against each other and became enemies. Even the relationship between Constellation and Extet, which had improved slightly, took a turn for the worse. Nicholas' voice rang in the air. Meteor built Broken Dragon Fortress when Extet was weak. Since then, it has become our greatest threat. A huge fortress that can withstand the day before the bitter cold winter, stand tall at the border, is easy to defend and difficult to attack, has countless garrisons, monitors our every move, and can be used as an outpost to march north at any time. Nicholas stared straight at Thales and said, If it wasn't because the Battle of Dawn had just ended and Chara, who had severely injured the Nightwing King, was too famous, I have no doubt that Constellation would have directly attacked Extet at that time. Young Prince, why do you think we care so much about that stupid fortress of yours? Thales was completely stunned. Broken Dragon Fortress. The meritorious fortress that guards Constellation's northern territory, the Iron Curtain city wall, and the fortress that stops the Great Dragon from advancing south. So this is how the Extensions view it? The bridgehead for Constellation's northern invasion? And he lowered his head. Chara and Midir, a pair of comrades who have been through danger for 10 years and entrusted their lives to me, turned against each other? Why? Thales clenched his teeth and raised his head to ask. Why did Chara and Midir turn against each other? Putre sighed and shook his head. I don't know. You don't know? Nicholas said with a displeased expression. I do know a theory. That is just an unconfirmed rumor. Putre said in disdain. At least it is a theory. Nicholas interrupted him rudely. Marquis Shiles watched the two men argue with great interest. The Star Killer's voice drowned out the vice diplomat of Constellation. There is nothing to hide. Nicholas ignored Putre's expression and sneered faintly. The two most outstanding people in the Battle of Dawn broke up because of a woman. What? Thales opened his mouth in surprise. A woman? Putre exhaled. His expression was unhappy. If you insist on saying this, then you are belittling the friendship between the hero and the Oathkeeper. You are tarnishing their former glory and shared legend. And you have also insulted Queen Ixora's honor. You have also offended Constellation's Jadestar family and Sacred Tree Kingdom's Fallen Leaf family. Queen Ixora? Thales heard an unfamiliar name. And Sacred Tree Kingdom, Fallen Leaf family? So what? Nicholas said coldly without giving Putre any face. Everyone knows. When Chara insisted on fighting independently in Northland, Constellation's Oathkeeper, Midir Jadestar, snatched Chara's lover. And even married her as his queen after that. Thales was stunned. Under Putre's unhappy gaze, the Star Killer shook his head and said, An elf queen. Elf queen? The person Chara loved. Midir the Fourth's queen? The second prince's heart pounded against his chest. Another gust of cold wind blew past. Thales suddenly noticed that Ida, who was behind him, had disappeared at some point. Chapter 125. Kid, I know what you're thinking. But if you continue to look at me with that strange gaze. Ida rode beside Thales' steed. She clenched her fists, the knuckle of her index finger sticking out. Her tone was extremely impatient. You know what will happen. All right. Thales, who was bursting with curiosity, stuck out his tongue and turned his head. Forget it if you don't want to answer. The prince sighed softly in his heart. Ida exhaled softly and sealed the memories of the past in her heart again. Jadestar. Damn Jadestar. Speaking of which, Ida, how did you become a secret protector of the Jadestar royal family? Thales looked at the blurry mountain range that was gradually becoming visible in front of him and asked faintly, how could an elf be employed by the human constellation? I heard that they are all extremely arrogant, and that they are the only ones who serve humans. Ida lowered her head a little. Hey kid. The elf's voice sounded a little awkward. I've said it before, I'm not your family's protector. And, Ida crossed her arms and said disdainfully, as a brat, how much do you know about the elves? Thales could only stick out his tongue and shake his head helplessly. This elf with many suspicious points. This elf who may have lived for hundreds of years and met the former virtuous King Mindys and Prince Kira, must have a rich and colorful story. But her personality. After the group crossed a snow-covered hill, Putre rode his steed to Thales' side. The thin vice diplomat had a solemn expression as he raised his finger and pointed in the direction they were heading. We're here. Thales reacted and quickly raised his head to look down the hill. In his blurry vision filled with snow, a silver-black giant appeared in front of the mountains. No, it's not a giant. Its silhouette in the snow appeared hazily in the distance. It was a majestic city built against the mountains. A red and black flag could be vaguely seen fluttering above the city. Its grayish-black walls were dotted with silver-white snow. The highest point of the city was at the peak of the mountains. From afar, it looked like a giant leaning against a snowy mountain, surrounded by many villages and small towns, standing tall on the northern land. Thales gestured for Waya to stop his restless steed. He took a deep breath of the cold wind unique to the north and quietly looked at the majestic and powerful city in the distance. A little excitement surged in his heart. This is the great dragon of the north, the capital of Extet? Unknowingly, they had already crossed the prestige orchid snowfield and entered a new territory. It's the first time you've seen such a grand sight, right? Nicholas rode to their side. The corners of his lips curled up, and his face was filled with nostalgia and reverence. A huge city with mountains on its back. It's the biggest, most majestic, most beautiful city in Northland. It's also the city with the longest history, the Holy Land in the Northlanders' hearts. Dragon Cloud City. At this moment, an untimely snort came from the side. It was originally not called Dragon Cloud City. Nicholas cast his gaze at the guest from Constellation who interrupted him. It was established during the Age of Ancient Kings, and it was one of the human settlements in the north. During the era of the Ancient Empire, it was the central provincial capital of the original Northland province of the empire. Putre continued Nicholas' words expressionlessly. That fortress built against the mountain was originally known as Arund Castle. It was the residence of the Arund family, who ruled Northland under the emperor's orders for generations. After the empire collapsed, this place sank into 300 years of chaos and alternation of power. Until one day Rikaru and Tormund's armies met nearby, and won the first victory in the Battle of Eradication. It was Rikaru who led the army and rushed to the aid of Tormund, who was in imminent danger. Nicholas shook his head nonchalantly, and used his own understanding to correct the Constellation's words. That's why that battle was called Reverse Cold Wind. It was said that in an empty space near here, Rikaru's troops marched at lightning speed, as if they had descended from the sky, and defeated the enemy from the rear. Thales pursed his lips in resignation. All right, it's another small difference of opinion between Extensions and Constellations, Northlanders and the Empire. Besides, even though we're both Northlanders, Nicholas seems to be more stubborn than Kentvita. As expected, Putre exhaled with a disapproving expression. So, how did this place become Extet's capital? Thales immediately spoke at the perfect timing, interrupting the two men's intense discussion that was about to begin again. Nicholas gestured for them to continue moving forward. The commander of the White Blade Guard started to act like a real receptionist while he rode on his horse. This piece of land with Dragon Cloud City as its center belongs to the Walton family, the family from which Nuvan VII was born. It is also Extet's richest and most famous ruling family. The title of Archduke of Dragon Cloud City has been passed down for generations. The hero of mankind, Rikaru Extet, became the suzerain of this place more than 600 years ago. He formed an alliance with the 9 knights here and swore that in the chaos after the Battle of Eradication, they would guard Northland and their homeland together, and regain the pride of Northlanders. From then on, the proud Northlanders called the new kingdom Extet, and the Extet Alliance was born. The following year, the 9 knights, who had expanded the territory with an irresistible force, returned to this place. Together, they elected Rikaru Extet as the king whom the Northlanders trusted wholeheartedly and swore to follow until death. The 9 knights then divided their forces and guarded Dragon Cloud City. The history of the alliance ended here, and the history of Extet began. In the spirit of taking turns to rule and ruling fairly, the supreme ruler of Extet, the common elected king, was chosen from among the 10 archdukes. The rest of the people obeyed his authority and orders. This was Rikaru's oath to rule together in the past. It shows that his prestige and influence continue to this day. Because King Nuvan holds the title of Archduke of Dragon Cloud City, Dragon Cloud City has become the capital of all of Extet. At this moment, a messenger from Black Sand region passed through the layers of obstacles of the White Blade Guards with great difficulty, and came to Nicholas' side, inviting him to meet Viscount Kentvita. After Nicholas left, Thales turned his head and looked at Putre. You have something to say, the prince said with certainty. Of course. The vice diplomat shook his head in disdain. Don't believe our hot-blooded Northlander friend. His nonsense about taking turns to rule and ruling fairly can only be used to deceive the Northlanders. In fact, in Northland or anywhere else in the world, It has always been power that speaks, and strength that rules. Oh. Thales chuckled softly. Since that hot-blooded Northlander friend has left, do you mind telling me a little more, my knowledgeable assistant, the versatile Northlander? Putre reached into his bosom, wanting to take out his pipe. However, the former bard hesitated for a few seconds, then withdrew his hand with a pained expression. It was unknown whether it was because he regretted that he did not have much tobacco left, or because he found his conscience. He then said to the second prince, I don't know if you have noticed, but the first ruler of Dragoncloud City, the first common elected king of Extet, was Rikaru Extet. But the Dragoncloud City we see now is under the rule of Nuvan Walton VII. Thales quickly came to a realization. Extet and Walton are two surnames. In other words, after Rikaru's death, the one who inherited his title was not his direct blood relative? Putre raised his eyebrows and nodded. The real history, or rather, the history recorded in the records that Constellation can find, is that Rikaru died young and did not give birth to any children. After he passed away, the suzerain position of Dragoncloud City that he left behind was inherited by his nephew, Nuvan Walton. That was the first Nuvan after the Walton family became the suzerain of Dragoncloud City. From then on, the Walton family, marked by the Cloud Dragon spear, entered this land and this city, and has been ruling it ever since. But Nuvan I's bloodline caused the suzerains to question his legitimacy, and also evoked the suzerain's desire for the common elected king's throne. No matter how many times he emphasized that his mother was Rikaru's older sister, and that Nuvan himself was the legitimate heir closest to the late king, Rikaru, he could not extinguish the ambition of the 9 suzerains, even though they were all model knights who were loyal to Rikaru in the past. Thales furrowed his eyebrows slightly. At this moment, what he thought of was not Rikaru and his 9 knights, but the huge portrait in the center of Mindy's hall. Under the setting sun on the battlefield, a young knight covered in scars charged fearlessly under the accompaniment of 6 people. Constellation's king of Renaissance, Tormund Jadestar I, and the 6 knights beside him. They were the illustrious duke families and the 6 great clans of today. Arund of the White Base Eagle, Cullen of the Sun Sword and Shield, Covendier of the Tricolor Iris Flower, Fakenhaz of the Four-Eyed Skull, Nanchester of the Great Deer Horn, and Tabark of the Blood Moon. They, and even the ancestors of the 13 distinguished families, fought by Tormund's side in the past. Were they also loyal to the King of Renaissance in the past? Just like the 9 knights and suzerains behind Rikaru? For the legitimate right to inherit the throne of Extet, Dragoncloud City's Nuvan I had a violent conflict with the 9 knights and their descendants, Putre continued. After the war, the stalemate and confrontation between the suzerains lasted for decades. At that time, Extet was almost like 10 fragments. They were a kingdom in name, but in reality, they were enemies and could not tolerate each other. Putre continued to speak. During this period, the survivors of the final empire built a new, insignificant country by the Shepherd's River in the south, on the territory of the former chauvinistic province. It slowly rose and continued to expand to its surroundings. Thales understood tacitly and replied, Tormund I, the king of Renaissance? Yes. Putre nodded. His eyes shone with a strange light. Constellation. In the end, under pressure from the new constellation, Nuvan I and the 9 suzerains reached the final and most awkward compromise. With the support of the 9 suzerains, Nuvan Walton inherited the common elected king's throne. In the name of the great former king, Rikaru, Nuvan I redefined Extet's territory, and conferred the title of the 10 suzerains, including himself, as the 10 legitimate archdukes of Extet. However, after Nuvan I's death, the position of king had to be rechosen among the 10 archdukes. They would then vote for a new common elected king, who would rule for life. Thus, Extet's king selection congress system was established and implemented for 600 years. This is the so-called Rikaru's joint ruling pledge, because it was an oath made by 10 people in Rikaru's name with Rikaru's signature. Ironically, it has nothing to do with Rikaru at all. Wait a minute. Thales was dumbfounded as he listened. The king's selection. I only saw a rough outline of it in Mindy's hall. 10 archdukes voted together, and chose one of them? Thales was stunned. What happens if someone has the same number of votes? Is there a mature system and style to determine the smooth election of the common elected king in the King Selection Congress? Thales remembered a magical movie from his previous life. In the movie, pirates elected a pirate king, but in the end, every candidate voted for themselves. Yes, and it's simple, direct, effective, full of the romance of Northlanders, Poutre said in a low voice. It's a custom inherited from the Empire and the Knight's glorious era. It continues to be used in Extet to determine who the king belongs to when the archdukes are in a dilemma. A custom inherited from the Empire to determine who the king belongs to? Thales gripped the reins tightly. He remembered what he heard in Caslin's Hero Tavern, and could not help but be shocked. You mean? Yes. Poutre nodded. With a complicated look in his eyes, he softly uttered a rather forceful word. Duel. Thales was stunned. When the Sacred King Selection Congress is unable to make the final decision, the king candidates with the same number of votes, regardless of age or status, must prove themselves in the duel. They must prove that they have the bravery worthy of being the common elected king, the boldness to lead the Northlanders, the fearlessness to face life and death in the duel, and the final victory in the duel. When he heard this, Thales suddenly thought of the Archduke of Black Sand region, Chapman Lampard's flickering face in the firelight, and the old, worn sword on his table. They are Northlanders after all. Thales suddenly realized that even though he had set foot in Extet's territory in the north, his understanding of them was still at a rudimentary stage. The Northland, a country known for its toughness and blood, was much more complicated and peculiar than he had imagined. And he was about to face them. Continue. Thales frowned solemnly. Before I meet them, I want to understand the Archdukes of Extet. For example, their relationship with the common elected king? Poutre only paused for a moment before he nodded and continued. The Archdukes of Extet have absolute autonomy in their own territories. They only have the obligation to obey the common elected king and send troops during times of war, but they do not have to pay taxes to the common elected king. Territorial affairs are purely up to themselves. As for whether to accept and implement the king's orders throughout the territory, it is entirely up to the archdukes themselves. Isn't the power of the Archduke of Extet a little too much? Thales was surprised. He inhaled slightly as he walked. Can it be said that it is a miracle that Extet has not been divided until now? Yes, this is why they are called archdukes and not dukes, as they were during the age of the Empire. Poutre sighed. To a certain extent, Extet, which was born from compromise, is even more divided than Constellation. Poutre sighed. They have much more autonomy in their own territories than the Dukes of Constellation. At least, no matter how stingy and unwilling Duke Cullen is, he must allocate a sum of money from Eastern Sea Hill every year to pay a sufficient amount of taxes to Eternal Star City and His Majesty. The appointment and dismissal of Constellation's important officials and the demotion and demotion of nobles must comply with the Holy Constellation Covenant. They must even be reviewed by the Supreme King's warrant. Therefore, if the dukes want to interfere with the kingdom's politics, the fastest way is to interfere with the Central Department of Eternal Star City, or use the influence of their territories to infiltrate the local officials of the kingdom. Thales shook his head. Then what is the meaning of the common elected king's existence? If he cannot even restrain the archdukes under him, why does he still want to become the common elected king? Poutre thought for a moment and answered him seriously. For the sake of high prestige, the suzerain's obedience and the name of orthodoxy. Thales frowned again. This stuff is much more useful in Northland than in Constellation. No matter how uncultured a Northlander is, he would know that the common elected king's authority is inviolable, and Rikaru's oath is inviolable. Poutre recalled his own knowledge and continued. In history, the Archdukes of Extet rebelled 3 times because they were dissatisfied with the common elected king. But each time they failed. Because no matter how the archdukes who raised their flags against the common elected king tried to justify themselves, once they openly flouted Rikaru's oath, they would lose the hearts of their people. Even the most greedy Northlanders were unwilling to fight for them. Some archduchy families even withdrew from Extet's ruling history because of this. Thales gazed at Dragon Cloud City in the distance. He slowly exhaled a breath of hot air between his cold hands and thought carefully. High prestige. The name of orthodoxy. The people's loyalty. Northland's traditional culture? It's too simple, Thales said faintly after a few seconds. Putre revealed a puzzled expression. I mean attributing the power to maintain Extet's stability and unity to Raikuru's prestige and the Northlanders' character and tradition. This attribution is too simple. Thales lowered his head and thought carefully. Human behavior and the structure of social power always affect each other. It is impossible to have a situation where one's behavior strengthens the structure, while the social structure has no effect on human behavior. No matter how noble the Northlanders are, how they revere their ancestors, and how they revere their traditions, they cannot maintain such a state system. A power structure that is destined to split and collapse will only bring the same effect to the Northlanders. They are destined to be under different suzerains, different interests, and different institutional structures. As generations of people die and are born, and as society changes, they evolve behaviors and motivations that fit the structure of the times. Under Extet's strange split system, it is very difficult for the Northlanders not to be enemies and kill each other. Right. Thales nodded secretly. This was the society he knew. But Extet? Do you have more ideas? Putre narrowed his eyes and thought about Thales' words carefully. He asked, Why don't you tell me? The second prince pondered for a moment before he said, Constellation. Thales raised his head and said with certainty, Constellation. Putre's gaze flickered as he waited for the prince's answer. As you said just now, Constellation's expansion and strength should have contributed to Extet's stability and unity to a certain extent. Thales patted the steed under his crotch, causing a commotion among the horses that had always been at odds with him. Waya controlled his steed in a flurry. Thales gave him an apologetic smile. Thales turned his head and continued. With such a behemoth in the south, it is impossible for any archduke or suzerain of Extet to face it alone. They must sit down, coordinate their own conflicts, and unite to face the enemy. This is a good perspective. Putre nodded approvingly. Indeed, Constellation's existence has largely restrained and diverted the conflict between the common elected king and the archdukes. Thales took a deep breath. On the other hand, isn't Extet's existence and threat an external cause for the convergence of Constellation's internal power? No. Thales looked at the city that was getting closer and clearer. He lowered his head slightly. The mutual influence between Constellation and Extet? Even such an analysis is not enough. This is not the main reason why Extet has been able to maintain its stability until now, nor is it the reason why the common elected king's power is so stable. What kind of power is it that keeps Extet, which is supposed to be in a state of disunity, going on until now, stable and powerful? Thales stared at the red and black flag in the distance and narrowed his eyes. They encountered the first sentry post of Dragon Cloud City in front of them. The White Blade Guards were negotiating with the other party. At this moment, Thales welcomed his escort for the past few days. This is the furthest we can send you, Your Highness. Viscount Kentvita of Black Sand region was gathering his troops. He looked at Dragon Cloud City, which was close at hand, and sighed. Fortunately, the journey was safe and sound. Thank you for escorting us along the way, even though we did not ask for it. Putre sighed. His expression was cold. Thank you for the welcoming ceremony. Kentvita did not mind Putre's attitude, nor did he care about the hostile gazes of the White Blade Guards nearby. Kentvita nodded at Tolja, who was behind him, indicating that he was ready to leave. Then he turned around and said to Thales, Then we shall part ways here. I wish you all the best in Dragon Cloud City from now on. Thales stared attentively at Archduke Lampard's think tank. The ability and efficiency he displayed when he commanded the army along the way, the sharpness of his words, and the unique way of thinking he had displayed in Hero Tavern left a deep impression on Thales. A few seconds later, the second prince suddenly asked, Why didn't the Archduke come? Viscount Kentvita was stunned. King Nuvan sent invitations to all 9 archdukes of Extet, didn't he? But Lampard didn't come. Thales recalled his discussion with Putre and said quietly, You know, King Nuvan might want all of Extet to see how the common elected king handles the Prince of Constellation, starting with the friendly welcome from the White Blade Guards. At this moment, Thales did not think of the two practical people, Nuvan and Lampard, but of the two concepts of the common elected king and the Archduke. In the same social structure, they each represented different powers and ranks, and they competed with each other. The Archduke has his own reasons. Viscount Kentvita reacted very quickly. He replied faintly, "And I believe that the Archduke has told you before that both you and the Archduke are in danger. Only your sincere cooperation. King Nuvan hates him, right?" Under Putre's strange gaze, Thales interrupted Kentvita's words. Kentvita stopped talking. His face was expressionless. "I'm guessing that what happened in Constellation's court has already spread to Dragoncloud City. Even though there is no evidence, the Archduke of Black Sand region is already implicated in Prince Mariah's death. Just like what the cold-faced Star Killer said." Thales enunciated each word clearly. "King Nuvan will settle the score with him sooner or later. And what is Lampard going to do?" Thales stared at Kentvita's expression carefully, trying to find something from it. Viscount Kentvita furrowed his brows slightly, then shook his head slightly. A strange smile appeared at the corners of his lips. He no longer spoke in a polite and distant tone. Instead, he spoke in a serious tone. Black Sand region stands at the front line of the border between Extet and Constellation. It has been in confrontation with the Northern Territory for hundreds of years. "It is not as weak as you think," the Viscount said meaningfully. "And King Nuvan and the Walton family's power cannot extend into Black Sand region. Moreover, Extet has a king selection system." Kentvita flashed a strange smile. "The Archduke is still very young, and King Nuvan." Thales' gaze flickered slightly. "How confident? Chapman Lampard." He recalled the conversation between the two of them in Lampard's military camp. Only such a person can be called a gambler, and make even a fortress flower like Sonia so wary. "Very good," Thales mumbled, intentionally or otherwise, "because I am also very young." Kentvita fixed his gaze on Thales. "Before I left, the Archduke asked me to bring you a message." Thales raised his head. "Please choose your enemies and friends carefully." Kentvita flashed a smile again. He tapped his chest and said, "Benevolence and compassion are not the flaws of a king. But it is a great taboo for a king to not see things clearly." Thales furrowed his brows tightly and snorted softly. "These words." The second prince shook his head. "Let his grace wait until he himself becomes a king before teaching me these words." Kentvita nodded without changing his smile. "I will bring the message to him." At this moment, "People of Black Sand region, why aren't you leaving yet?" Nicholas came to their side and said bluntly, "Why? Do you want to take 2,000 people for a stroll in Dragoncloud City?" Marquis Shiles followed them softly and laughed. "Don't mind him. I think Lord Nicholas is just a little special with his words. Stroll? How would I dare? After all, this is the territory of the Dragon Spear family, and also the place where the common elected king resides." Kentvita smiled bitterly. "We will leave tomorrow morning. If His Majesty is as generous as ever, he can provide us with some. Then get lost. If you don't want to freeze to death in the day before the bitter cold winter, you have to let Lampard come over himself." Nicholas' expression turned cold as he interrupted Kentvita. "Otherwise, His Majesty will not be in the mood to entertain you." Kentvita froze. In the end, he did not speak again. He bowed slightly on his horse and left with a calm expression. Following him was the army of Black Sand region that stretched for hundreds of meters. For a time, only the diplomat group and the White Blade Guards were left by Thales' side. He faced the majestic Dragoncloud City. Thales exhaled and turned his head to look at Dragoncloud City, which was getting closer and closer. Suddenly he furrowed his brows. Thales stared at a stone bridge that connected the top of Dragoncloud City. The stone bridge was suspended in the air, and the other end led to a huge cliff. The cliff was flat and wide, but it was different from the other cliffs in Dragoncloud City, which were full of buildings. Although the area of the cliff was not small, it was empty. He asked in puzzlement, "That cliff, why is it so flat and empty?" And the big cave behind it, it seems to be man-made? Thales narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Shiles moved past a few people and arrived in front of Thales. That is the legendary Cliff of the Sky. The Marquis of Camus Union stared at the cliff, frowned and shook his head. Although I have been here many times, the story of that place. I heard that it is the exclusive territory of their queen. Her Majesty the Queen? Thales was stunned as he observed the cliff. He subconsciously asked, "What queen? What queen?" Nicholas turned his head. His expression was strange, and he seemed to be slightly displeased. "Are you kidding me?" Thales shrugged. He wanted to exchange a glance with Putre, who was beside him, but the latter only remained silent with profound meaning. At this moment, the attendant, Waya, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, "I have heard a little about this. I heard that it is the temporary imperial residence of the first queen." The first queen? Thales was even more puzzled. He exhaled and looked at Nicholas. Using a desolate and empty cliff as a temporary imperial residence? Asceticism? Whose queen is it? Thales asked impatiently. "I thought that the Prince of Constellation would at least have some knowledge," Nicholas said sarcastically. "Of course it is the savior of the Battle of Eradication, the greatest hero in human history, and the founder of Extet. His Majesty Raikaru Extet is his queen." Thales was completely stunned. Raikaru's queen? Thales frowned slightly. He raised his head and looked at the Cliff of the Sky. "Wait. The queen from 600 years ago?" "Yes." Nicholas nodded. His expression was solemn and respectful. "The legendary first queen of Extet. In the Battle of Eradication, the most reliable existence behind King Raikaru. His comrade, his true love, and the eternal queen when he was crowned king. She is also the most noble and perfect symbol in the hearts of the Northlanders for 600 years. Nicholas revealed a reverent expression. Although the White Blade Guards had their faces covered, Thales could still feel their emotions. They were exactly the same as Nicholas. The leader of the White Blade Guard said faintly, "Even though she left quietly after King Raikaru passed away and disappeared without a trace, her legend and myth will forever be enshrined in the hearts of every Extension." Nicholas said softly, "The legend of the crimson-winged blue flames battlefield in the Battle of Eradication. The Queen of the Sky, Her Majesty Chlorosis." Thales furrowed his brows. Why the sky? Could it be that this queen can fly? Wait. Thales stared at the huge cliff and opened his mouth wide. "Can fly? Did you just say the crimson-winged blue flame?" Thales turned his head with a ghastly expression and stared at Nicholas, dumbfounded. "The Queen of the Sky, that means she is a... Oh, that's right." Nicholas grinned, which was rare. This usually cold, serious, and pale man was now filled with glory and pride. The great hero of the Battle of Eradication, King Raikaru Extet. Nicholas raised his hand proudly and pointed at the Extension flag fluttering in the air in the distance. "Is a knight." Thales turned his head and stared blankly at the black flag. On it was a huge crimson dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws against the wind. The one who soared in the sky and fought side by side with his true love, the Queen of the Sky. Nicholas' words rang in his ears. Chapter 126. Outside Dragon Cloud City, in a small house in a village. "It's been 5 years, Cohen, and my dear Miranda. Did Tower send you here?" In the dim room, the short-haired girl on the wooden bed, Crochmerk flashed them a complicated but peaceful smile. "It's the best comfort to see you now." "Thank you, Uncle Caslin." The short-haired girl expressionlessly thanked Caslin, who was beside her. Miranda furrowed her brows tightly. Even someone as careless as Cohen could not help but notice that the Northland girl, Croche, had changed drastically in the past. Compared to the high-spirited Crochmerk when they parted at the Tower of Eradication 5 years ago, she was much thinner and duller. The determination that used to be engraved on her round face like a seal had turned into bitterness and disappointment at some point in time. Cohen's gaze shifted to her hand, and his breath caught in his throat. This girl, who had a determined expression on her face, trained hard, and never gave up easily in the tower. Her sword-wielding right hand, it was tightly wrapped in bandages. Croche. Cohen tried his best to shift his gaze away from her right hand. He forced an ugly smile and carefully and slowly said, "Are you all right?" "All right." The moment the words left his mouth, Cohen felt the urge to slap himself. Croche looked at him slowly, her gaze calm. "I'm all right." The girl's hollow gaze made Cohen's heart ache. "It's just that my right hand can no longer touch weapons." There was silence. Cohen felt awkward and did not know how to continue. Damn it, if only Raphael was here right now. Comforting people has always been that boy in white strong suit. As expected, Miranda walked forward, leaving Cohen to roll his eyes. Then, like countless times in the past, she calmly and harshly stomped on the innocent-looking Cohen. Asterisk hiss. Asterisk just as Cohen was grimacing in pain, Miranda sat on the edge of Croche's bed. Her expression did not change as she said decisively, "Who did it?" Any consolation at this moment would be futile. Miranda thought to herself, "I might as well get straight to the point so that she won't think about those pointless things." Beside her, Caslin coughed. The former leader of the White Blade Guards did not say much in front of Croche. He had seen this kind of situation in too many retired soldiers. Caslin sighed deeply in his heart. And they, the soldiers, would never know how lucky they were to be able to retire after being injured. Croche snapped out of her daze and flashed an ugly smile. "I think all of you should know some of the causes and consequences." Croche's tone had calmed down. She did not sound like a swordsman who had just lost hope in using a sword. A military officer named Hardy was lurking in Black Sand Region's army and almost assassinated your prince with a mystic gun under the fortress. Cohen nodded. "I saw that scene on Broken Dragon Fortress, but I didn't see it clearly. I thought it was just a test shot to demonstrate," Miranda replied quietly. "By the way, Miranda, you are now in Constellation, a capable general under the fortress flower, right?" Croche smiled at her former classmate, then glanced at her right hand. Her expression darkened, and she spat out a few words. "Congratulations." Miranda's expression was calm. She did not speak. She only quietly extended her hand and held Croche's left hand tightly. Feeling the warmth from Miranda's hand, Croche trembled slightly. Cohen, who was scratching his ears and cheeks at the side, was about to speak when Miranda elbowed him expressionlessly, making him swallow all the words he was about to say. With a face full of grief and indignation, Cohen continued to silently bare his teeth while he continued to protest at Miranda with his gaze. "Do you have to do this?" Croche snickered. This scene reminded her of the past in the Tower of Eradication. Beside her, Caslin looked at Miranda approvingly with his arms crossed. What an attentive and considerate girl. She has unknowingly lifted Croche's mood. The Arun family's daughter is just a little too cold. It would be better if she could smile more. According to the Archduke's instructions, we tracked down the military officer Hardy's arms dealer. Croche maintained the smile on her face, which was hard to come up with, and continued to say, "They sold the mystic gun parts that Hardy replaced from the army, and were supposed to be destroyed to the south and the west. Hardy used this to exchange for more funds, and then used these funds back on the training of the troops and social relations. In a few years, perhaps His Grace's Mystic Gun Squad would be under the control of those people. Fortunately, we discovered it early and intercepted his underground arms dealer. That military officer. What did you find out about him?" Miranda asked softly. "Not much," Croche said flatly. "Hardy came from a small village further north. It's the territory of Archduke Letko of Defense City. He was a person who personally experienced the war between Extet and Constellation 11 or 12 years ago. He survived the tragic attack in defense of Broken Dragon Fortress, but he lost a hand and half of his face under the bombardment of the Mystic Gun." Miranda's face paled. "It's the war from 12 years ago again." Cohen sighed and walked forward. Carefully avoiding Miranda's unarmed attacks, he asked slowly, "The Archduke of Defense City, one of the two archdukes in the north of Extet? The Letko family? So, Archduke Letko was the mastermind behind the conspiracy to murder the Prince of Constellation with the help of the Mystic Gun?" Croche shook her head. "It's not that simple. Hardy came to Black Sand region after the war, and has been living there ever since. He hasn't come into contact with anyone related to Defense City, so we can't be sure that it's him. But there's one thing that makes us very suspicious. We interrogated Hardy's arms dealer, and found out that Hardy mentioned once that he had a daughter named Lucy. Cohen's eyes lit up. You found his daughter? Is there something wrong with her? Not only is there something wrong with her. Croce pursed her lips tightly and shook her head. But there's no such person. There's no such person? Cohen asked, puzzled. Hardy has been single for more than 40 years. This is what we confirmed from his neighbors. He doesn't even have a wife or a lover, let alone a child, Croce said faintly. We followed the name Lucy, and found that he had mentioned her name to more than one person. From the arms market in Black Sand region to the transport team in Prestige Orchid region. When we followed the trail to Dragon Cloud City, we were intercepted. The short-haired girl raised her head, her expression frightening. A group of unfamiliar swordsmen appeared. Miranda frowned. Disaster swords? Croce lowered her eyelids and nodded. How were they? How many of them were there? Cohen's expression changed. Ignoring Miranda's displeased expression, he rushed forward and asked anxiously, what kind of power of eradication did they use? How did you recognize them as disaster swords? Caslin, who was listening quietly, frowned. There were many of them. Their heads and faces were covered, and it was dark, so we couldn't see their figures and faces clearly. But their power of eradication is just like what Teacher Chartier described, Croce said flatly. It's cold, ruthless, and its power of eradication is turbulent and never stops. I'm the only one who escaped. Cohen was stunned, but he immediately reacted. Is there any more information? When and where did they appear? For example, how did they draw their swords? I've told Uncle Caslin about the details of their appearance. But Croce only gritted her teeth and shook her head with a bitter gaze. Go and complete your mission, whether it's for the Tower of Eradication or your Prince of Constellation. Cohen wanted to ask again, but Miranda grabbed his arm and shook her head. I'm tired, Croce said slowly. She slowly turned over and faced the wall. I want to rest for a while. Cohen and Miranda looked at each other, then at Croce. Finally, under Caslin's gaze, they bade farewell and left. Cohen. Before leaving, Croce suddenly called out to Constellation's guard. Cohen turned his head back in shock. She turned her head and raised her eyes. There was an indescribably complicated expression in her eyes. You, be careful. Cohen was stunned for a moment. Then he was pulled out of the room by Caslin. You saw what she looked like. To be honest, based on my observation, I don't think she's really injured to the point where she can no longer use her sword. It's the barrier in her heart that prevents her from continuing to use her sword, Caslin said flatly. What do you mean? Barrier in her heart? Miranda asked with a frown. Croce is the daughter of my old subordinate in the White Blade Guards. Following the two young men out of the house, Caslin looked at Dragon Cloud City in the distance and shook his head. You met her in the Tower of Eradication, so you should know that she's very ambitious. I guess it's also because you Constellations indoctrinated her. Hey! Cohen protested. What do you mean by, we Constellations indoctrinated her? Croce has always been. Caslin ignored him and continued to speak to himself. She's always been strong since she was young. She always wanted to become a legendary female knight like Heart of the Rain Lorraine. Heart of the Rain Lorraine. I heard that she was at the same time as Master Shao? Cohen asked curiously. The flag leader mercenary from the Hanul Succession War in the Eastern Peninsula? Yes. Caslin seemed to have been reminded of the past. He paused for a moment as he reminisced. Then he flashed a smile and said, there will always be some women that you will never dare to provoke. Immediately, the old Caslin sighed. After going through the training in the Tower of Eradication, Croce became even more ambitious. When she came back, she even recommended herself for the White Blade Guards assessment, wanting to join the White Blade Guards. Miranda raised her head, her eyes sparkling. But she didn't succeed? Caslin raised his eyebrows. The White Blade Guards rejected her. It was a huge blow to her. Miranda looked puzzled. Blow. As far as I know, The White Blade Guards have very high selection standards. What struck her was not the rejection. Caslin interrupted her and turned his head. It was the reason she was rejected. The reason she was rejected? Miranda stared at him. What is it? Caslin inhaled and did not answer. I know. Just as Miranda was about to say something, Cohen answered from the side. The police officer sighed. Because she's a woman, right? Caslin gave Miranda a profound look and nodded. That's right. Because she's a woman. Miranda subconsciously clenched her teeth. Although many people say that we Northlanders are very tough, and when we're fierce even women and children can pick up weapons, Caslin sneered. But according to my wife, most Northlanders still believe that territories, politics, wars, and aristocratic inheritance are all men's matters. Women should stay at home and wait for their husbands to return. Just like that, Croche brought her sword and went to various suzerains, but she ran into walls everywhere. A woman who had gone through the complete training in the Tower of Eradication, a super-class swordsman, could not even get a position with a count. A few viscounts and barons were willing to take her in, on the condition that she would marry them after her term was up. Without a doubt, it was all because of her father's position in the White Blade Guards. Miranda gently tightened her grip on the hilt of the sword at her waist. Compared to my smooth-sailing life in Constellation, my father's care, and Sonia's care, is this what Croche faced in Northland, and what happened to her in Ekstedt? According to her father, Croche even considered going to the southwest, to Bramble Land, Dragon-Kissed Basin, or even the Great Desert to become a mercenary. But in the end, she went to Black Sand region and used her father's name to work for my good-for-nothing nephew, a viscount named Kentvita. She got a position in his territory. Caslin sighed. Caslin sighed and said, I suspect that this is one of the methods Chapman Lampard used to draw me to his side, but looking at Croche. And this time, Caslin shook his head. So you know why, little Arun girl? The old man raised his gaze and looked at Miranda. To be honest, your attire is too eye-catching in Northland. Miranda did not say a word. She only stared at the distant Dragon Cloud city. When I was at the Western Front line, due to the occasional shortage of soldiers, there were some female soldiers there, Cohen said slowly. There were female mercenaries from the southwestern countries who joined the army due to various reasons such as being unable to survive. Most of them were female mercenaries, but they were usually not welcomed. Cohen's eyes sparkled as he said, born with less strength and weight than men, a special requirement for the style of armor on the upper body, and an absolute disadvantage in height. These are often fatal when facing orcs, because you have to jump to attack their vital points. Of course, there's also the monthly, you know. Their status in the military camp is very low. Sometimes, they often have to rely on. Cohen lowered his head and furrowed his brows. To please their superiors and colleagues. And once they fall into the hands of the enemy, especially the Barenbone people, they often end up much worse than men. That's why even I often avoid female soldiers when choosing soldiers for the assault team. Miranda still did not say a word. I guess this is also the consideration of the White Blade Guards. Caslin sighed. Learning the sword in the Tower of Eradication is one thing, but women are not naturally suited for the battlefield. Excuses. Miranda raised her head abruptly and snorted coldly. All of you. Men only see the disadvantages of female soldiers on the battlefield and deliberately ignore their advantages. Advantages? Caslin furrowed his brows. Cohen raised his eyebrows helplessly. At an angle that Miranda could not see, he spread his hands at Caslin. Less exhaustion than men, endurance that far surpasses men, flexibility and agility beyond imagination, meticulous and keen observation skills, and calmness in the face of danger. These are all women's advantages, Miranda said indignantly. Even in terms of strength and height, take the Kingdom's Wrath for example. I saw with my own eyes that his height and strength are not comparable to Lady Sonia's. Besides, we have the power of eradication. And I am also a woman, Miranda said coldly. In the Tower of Eradication, I am stronger than you, Raphael, Miss Adun, and every single one of you who were in the same period as me. Not to mention the legendary Valkyrie like the Heart of the Rain from 30 years ago, Knight Lorraine. Cohen coughed awkwardly. Uncle also said just now that the battlefield is another matter. And you can't compare it with some special people. The police officer spread his hands helplessly. Heart of the Rain is a special case among special cases. Lady Sonia is also a legendary figure under the Duke of Star Lake. And Miranda, you are the daughter of the Arun family. You were born to be trained as a warrior, suzerain, and commander. As soon as Cohen finished speaking, Miranda's murderous gaze shot straight at him and pierced through his heart. It also cut off the second half of his sentence in his throat. I think that Western Desert and Northland are more special. Caslin snorted. Western Desert is the front line of war and chaos all year round, and the Northlanders' views on women have existed since ancient times. I am also a Northlander, Miranda retorted with a cold expression. The old Caslin led them to the stable. Two people who looked like soldiers bowed to him. You are a Northlander of Constellation, and an Arund. You people even allow women to inherit. As far as I remember, you even had a queen a few hundred years ago. And Northland, Caslin sighed and said, is still very far away from accepting a female knight, a female suzerain, or even a queen. It's still very far away. No, even in Constellation, female suzerains are still looked down upon. Miranda silently said in her heart, a few hundred years ago, the Queen of Constellation didn't end up well either. There will be a day. Miranda raised her head, her gaze firm. On that day, female warriors, female swordsmen, female suzerains, and even queens will no longer be the minority. We will prove to the world that men can do it. Women can do it too. Caslin shrugged and walked into the stable. Cohen stuck out his tongue. He thought of his two devilish sisters at home, and sighed helplessly. Miranda? Why would Raphael like her? But when he thought of Raphael, his current position, and the power of eradication in his body, Cohen's heart sank again. The army of Black Sand region is stationed in a village near Dragon Cloud City to escort the prince. They will bring Krosh back. Caslin led two horses over and looked at the two young noble swordsmen. I'll leave the next task to you. You're not going. Cohen raised his eyebrows. My appearance is not a good idea. Caslin's expression darkened. It will alarm too many people. Fortunately, I still know some people in Dragon Cloud City, some old acquaintances. They can provide you with information, but when it comes to specific investigations and inquiries, identifying the disaster swords from the Sword of Eradication. Caslin handed the reins to the two men. No one is more experienced in this field than you and the seeds of the Tower of Eradication this time. Whether it is the innate insight of nobles, supra-class combat power that adapts to the battlefield, or the ability to sense the disaster swords. You know some people in Dragon Cloud City? Cohen revealed a doubtful expression. Uncle, haven't you been running a tavern in Black Sand region for 20 years? Ah, about that. Caslin touched his white hair awkwardly. At least I lived in Dragon Cloud City for many years. Are the people still usable after 20 years? Cohen furrowed his eyebrows. I've been keeping in touch. Caslin looked around and chuckled. And for a long time, many of the old subordinates of the White Blade Guard stayed in Dragon Cloud City after they retired. When they were trying to make a living, I helped them out a little. Making a living? Help? Cohen's doubts grew stronger. When some of the retired soldiers were having a hard time, I would act as a middleman for them, and find them some work. Caslin coughed unnaturally. You know, there are always some jobs that require people who can fight to do. You can just say that you introduced them to the gang. Miranda had a contemptuous look on her face. It'll be easier for us to understand. Caslin coughed loudly and drowned out Miranda's words. For the past 10 years or so, the gang in Constellation, the Brotherhood or whatever it is, has been causing a lot of trouble. They even expanded their business here. Some of my old friends are always short of manpower, and wanted me to introduce them to them, so, what? Cohen widened his eyes. After all this time, Uncle, you're actually the contact and introducer for the gang in Dragon Cloud City? Caslin's coughing grew louder. Under the doubtful gazes of the two young men, he raised his head in a righteous manner and patted their shoulders. Anyway, whether it's the mission of the Tower of Eradication, giving Croce an explanation, or the truth behind the assassination of the Prince of Constellation. I'll leave it to you. Miranda and Cohen revealed a contemptuous look, while the other clicked his tongue and shook his head. Remember, your mission is only to investigate, not to throw your lives away for an unverified piece of information. Before they left, Caslin became serious. But all of you have the ability to come into contact with the disaster swords, and even survive their attacks. As long as you don't run into a supreme-class swordsman, I believe in your abilities. The two of them looked at each other and nodded seriously. My people will help you. But if you make a big deal out of this, remember to hide yourself well. Although your prince is currently on a diplomatic mission to Extet, and the tension between the two countries has largely been reduced by his arrival, it is not a good thing for Constellations, especially the family members of Constellation nobles, to recklessly expose their identities here. Caslin narrowed his eyes. Also, what you need to pay attention to and worry about is not as simple as the swords on the surface. The disaster swords may be working with an Extension suzerain, such as an archduke. No matter what, they deliberately worked with a suzerain, and even assassinated the Prince of Constellation. I'm afraid their motives are not simple. I understand. Cohen inhaled and mounted his horse. We will find out their background and the truth, whether it's a plot to assassinate the prince, or an intention to harm the Tower of Eradication. Miranda did not say much. She nodded slightly and rode away. Cohen followed closely behind her. Caslin watched the two of them leave, then looked at Dragoncloud City in the distance. A hint of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Chapter 127. When Thales finally stepped into Dragoncloud City, the first thing that attracted his attention was not the ancient city's crude and bold architectural style. In fact, unlike Eternal Star City, which relied on the city district and city walls to build its buildings, Dragoncloud City was built on a gentle slope of a mountain peak. The layout of the city was based on the mountain's topography, stretching all the way up, appearing natural and smooth. Similar to his experience in Lampard's military camp, what left a deep impression on Thales was the Extension citizens of Dragoncloud City, who fought to surround the city gate to watch the Prince of Constellation. The Prince of an Empire. A rough shout rose from the crowd, immediately triggering a noisy and chaotic response. According to Poutre, this place should be filled with citizens who were busy preparing for the winter, preparing to enter the city for their last exchange, sale, and purchase goods. But he just happened to be here. Thales could only lower his head and sigh. It had been a long time since he was so popular. Although the citizens' emotions were much better than the soldiers', and the people of Dragoncloud City did not hate Constellation as much as Black Sand region. The news of the heir of Dragoncloud City being assassinated in Constellation had obviously spread. This caused Thales and the others to suffer from another round of discussions, abuse, and even rubbish flying towards them. The Extensions were much more passionate than the Constellations. If that king has the guts, then don't send. An angry voice rose from the crowd. Thales could not see it clearly. Before he could hear the second half of the voice, he was hurriedly escorted away by his attendants. He could only vaguely hear the words "let that coward come himself," as well as countless responses of praise and rebuttal, rising from behind him. Maintain order. Separate the crowd. We need to get to Heroic Spirit Palace as soon as possible. Nicholas reprimanded his subordinates and soldiers without holding back. You know what to do with those who barge into the city without permission. Fortunately, the White Blade Guards and the soldiers of Dragoncloud City separated the crowd, or else the Prince of Constellation would have fled into Dragoncloud City pathetically. Although it was not much different now. Thales looked at Wyatt and Ralph, who looked as if they were facing a great enemy. He sighed helplessly on his horse. Their unhappy expressions make it seem as if I killed their prince. Put yourself in my shoes and think about it. If you died in Northland today, and Extet sent someone to Eternal Star City to apologize tomorrow, I think I would probably have a displeased expression on my face as well. Poutre spoke loudly in the noisy environment. The latter did not seem to care about the prophecy he had just made for the prince. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Deputy. If you lose your job in the future, I suggest that you try your luck in Western Desert. Duke Fakenhas should be able to get along well with you. The head of the four-eyed skull, that unwelcome guardian Duke of the Western Desert? Poutre snorted. Thank you for your recommendation. Thales could only snort coldly, but both of them knew that the true test was far from here, not on these simple commoners. Are you ready, citizens of the Empire? Nicholas' voice came from the front. There was disdain in his voice. This will be very tiring. What? Thales raised his head in shock. Soon he knew why. Dragon Cloud City was built according to the mountain's topography and slope. It was built in layers and spiraled upwards. They had to climb all the way in the city, passing through layers of barriers that were separated by thick inner-city gatehouses. There were 7 or 8 such inner-city gatehouses between each region. I've heard about the structure of Dragon Cloud City. Wyatt gritted his teeth and observed his surroundings vigilantly. It is said that this kind of inner-city structure is easier to defend. Even if the enemy breaks through the main gate of Dragon Cloud City, the archers on the city walls and gates can turn around and attack the enemies who charge in. The warriors are able to block the waves of attacks from the enemy behind the gatehouses. And because of the slope, the invaders have to face the disadvantage of attacking from the back, which will consume a lot of energy. I dare say that this structure helped us a lot when we were surrounded by the Eastern Peninsula's army during the Third Peninsular War. In that case, this city is not much inferior to Broken Dragon Fortress. Thales helplessly looked at the panting horse as it sat down. The noisy onlookers outside the guard separation line also made him frustrated. The citizens have to climb all the way up just to take a walk, let alone the enemies who are attacking us. And the nobles now have an excuse and a reason to hide in the city and shiver in fear. Ida stepped on the stone bricks under her feet. Her figure was light, but she still snorted in dissatisfaction. They let their people suffer outside the city. I think the first batch of people built this city purely for military purposes, but no one expected that it would one day become the capital of Extet. Thales glanced at the passers-by who stopped walking. Don't the people who live here feel tired? To a certain extent, this city also naturally repels merchants. This kind of structure is neither suitable for peddlers nor shops, whether it is for transporting goods or expanding business. Can you imagine the cost of transporting 1 load of firewood into the inner city as much as carrying 3 loads of firewood? Marquis Shiles of Camus Union seemed to be used to this kind of road, but he still shook his head and clicked his tongue. Of course, this is the time for us Camians to take the field. So the higher up we go in the inner city, the more powerful and influential people can live there, right? Thales sighed. It's really a clear and easy to understand social stratification. Marquis Shiles of Camus Union seemed to be used to this kind of road. Compared to a few years ago, there shouldn't be any major changes. In fact, I suspect that there hasn't been any major changes in Dragon Cloud City over the past 100 years. Poutre introduced the place to them. On their way, they passed through quite a number of distinct areas. Shield District, which looked like a slum, Hammer District, which was where the commoners lived, Sword District, which was where the bazaar and square were located, Bow District, which had all sorts of miscellaneous items, Arrow District, which was where the temples and religious places gathered, Spear District, which was where the courts, prisons, and other departments were located, Armor District, which was where the workshops and shops gathered, Axe District, which was where the nobles lived, and so on. Why don't they just build another area and call it the Mystic Gun area? Thales grumpily complained about the areas in the city that were all named after weapons. I think, when Raikuru renamed and renovated Dragon Cloud City, the Mystic Gun probably hadn't been invented yet. Poutre answered nonchalantly. Then, when was the Mystic Gun invented? Thales rolled his eyes. Who invented it? Why was it named this way? The Mystic Gun has been around for almost 300 years. The other parts are easy to obtain. Poutre seemed to know what he wanted to ask, but deliberately went against him. He smiled and said, "Only the core part is a strategic resource. As for its source, you will know sooner or later. As for the naming, no one knows." Thales pursed his lips. Mystic gun, mystic. Mystic. Magic. He suppressed the doubts in his heart and tried hard to shift his attention to the matter at hand. All right, the names that the extensions gave to the city are really lacking in imagination. If they don't have enough material to name the city, I have another suggestion. As he watched his steed climb arduously, even Thales could not help but feel a little tired. He exhaled deeply. The legendary anti-mystic armed forces area. Poutre finally took out his pipe again and looked at Thales with a slightly profound gaze. He took a deep breath and calmly said the truth. If you ask me, you have been chattering non-stop since just now. It's because of the situation that we're about to face. And you're nervous? Thales was immediately at a loss for words. Damn it! Under the gaze of the other people in the diplomat group, Thales shut his mouth in embarrassment. They finally climbed out of the last section of the road in Axe district. No matter where Thales went, the flag with the double cross-shaped stars on a sky-blue background, which was held by Gened, would always be the biggest target of all the onlookers. Along the way, there were crowds of people who came to watch him. The soldiers in charge of maintaining order in Dragon Cloud City were overwhelmed. The Northlanders' naturally loud voices and fiery personalities made the scene even more chaotic. This gave Thales no chance to carefully observe the appearance of Dragon Cloud City. He was escorted by the White Blade Guards all the way to the highest point of the inner city. The gatehouse was closed, isolating the surging crowd outside. Thales frowned and took a deep breath. With Waya's help, he dismounted from his horse and stepped on the rough and solid black stone tiles of Northland. He slowly raised his head. Before him was a palace. So that's... Thales thought in a daze. Allow me to bid you farewell here, my dear Prince Thales. Before he had the time to carefully observe the palace, Marquis Shiles of Camus Union came before him. He humbly lowered his head and said in a low voice, "You must be mentally prepared." According to the plan, the Marquis of Camus Union chuckled. King Nuvan might be a little rough to you. Rough? Thales smiled awkwardly. He then inhaled a deep breath of cold air and nodded. Rough? Of course. Thales secretly rolled his eyes in his heart. I've never been to this world. Has anyone ever been gentle to me? I almost thought that this was a torturing novel, all right? Marquis Shiles and Nicholas looked at each other. They then led Camus Union's men and left in another direction. Just as Thales was about to raise his head and take a good look at the palace that might be Extet's royal palace, the palace gate slowly opened. A group of Northlanders, who were dressed rather elegantly and neatly but still fully armed, walked out of the palace gate in a single file. Thales could not help but feel his heart tighten. As expected, a loud and clear voice rang out from the group of people. In the name of the common elected King of Extet, King Nuvan Walton VII, I am here under orders to welcome the foreign guests. A man with a crew cut, a tough appearance, and a cold expression pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized Thales for a few seconds. His Majesty is looking forward to your arrival. The Prince of Constellation. Thales clenched his fists. Here it comes. Nicholas laughed heartily and went forward to hug the leader of the group. Have you completed your mission, my dear leader of the guards, my friend Nicholas? The man asked softly, seemingly with a profound meaning. Of course, Nicholas also said with a hidden meaning in his words. The Prince of Constellation we want is already here. Thales furrowed his brows and watched the exchange between the two. Then the leader of the men with a crew cut came before Thales and bowed to him. Welcome to Extet and its most brilliant pearl, Dragon Cloud City, Your Highness Thales from Constellation. Thales remembered Gilbert's teachings and Putre's advice on the way. He immediately smiled and returned the greeting. He looks like a bureaucrat, but his physique, Thales thought, is more like a warrior. Or should I say, almost all Northland men look like warriors? I am Lord Burnmerk. The Northland man with a crew cut was about 40 or 50 years old. He was dressed in a thick robe and had a serious expression on his face. Before I received my title, I was once a member of the White Blade Guards. Now I am King Nuvan's administrator. I will be responsible for your reception in Dragon Cloud City. Thank you for your reception, Lord Merk. Thales nodded and confirmed his judgment in his heart. Allow me to introduce to you, as this is your first time here. Merk turned around with a straight face and raised his hand at the towering palace behind him. This is the residence of the suzerains in Northland since ancient times. From the shabby houses in the mountains during the era of kings, to the stone fortresses during the era of the empire, to the majestic palaces today. For thousands of years, it has witnessed the history of Northland, the rise of Extet, and the prosperity of the children of the North Wind and the Dragon. Merk said solemnly, "That's right. Heroic Spirit Palace. Heroic Spirit Palace? The meaning of this name. Is it really suitable for a living suzerain to live in?" Thales was startled. He then slowly raised his head. It was a huge palace with a simple style but heavy colors. It had a grand layout and a rough design. It was built against the mountain. Even if he were to count the ground of the inner city where he was standing, it would still be 8 or 9 stories high. The building materials were quite unique as well. Huge wood, rough stones, animal skins, and metals were all present. Many parts of the palace were even crudely polished. It was a typical Northland style, vigorous, powerful, bold and wild. In front of the huge palace gate stood 10 pillars that were more than 10 meters tall. They supported the lofty palace roof. The pillars were carved with the stories of Northland's past heroes. The style of the carvings was simple and bold. The path from the inner city to the palace gate was lined with 8 furnaces that were a few meters tall. Even in broad daylight, they were still burning fiercely. It was as if they were illuminating the small square in front of the palace gate all day long. The area around him was filled with tall, fierce-looking white blade guards and Dragoncloud city guards. Unlike Constellation's guards, who were orderly and strictly distributed, their positions seemed to be scattered, and they patrolled without any pattern. But after Aida's reminder, Thales was stunned to realize that they were lax on the outside but tight on the inside, and they did not leave any blind spots. Compared to Constellation's Renaissance Palace, which had a rather creative design and looked like half a pyramid, the Palace of Dragoncloud City looked more like a grand palace in a story, from the architectural style to the personnel inside. The flag with a red dragon on a black background fluttered high above. Below the national flag was another flag, a dragon spear that pierced out of the clouds. It was the emblem of the Walton clan, the Cloud Dragon Spear. Red and black, coupled with the color of snow that naturally fell from the sky. In Thales' impression, there was no other palace that resembled a place where heroic spirits returned to. Thales shook his head. Heroic Spirit Palace lives up to its name, and the suzerains, archdukes and kings who live here. At this moment, Thales' gaze was suddenly attracted by the top of the palace. He could not help but raise his head. A stone bridge stretched out from the top of the palace and led to another mountain peak. Thales' gaze froze. It was that stone bridge. The stone bridge that led to the Cliff of the Sky, the temporary imperial residence of the Queen of the Sky. Only then did he notice that there was a huge statue erected at the starting point of the stone bridge. He could not see it clearly from afar, perhaps because of the limited field of vision. It was a huge black stone statue of a male warrior. The warrior on the statue was full of heroic spirit and awe-inspiring presence. He held a terrifyingly long spear in both hands, his armor was neat, his muscles were strong, and he looked majestic as he looked down at Heroic Spirit Palace. Presumably, Thales thought from that angle he could have a panoramic view of the entire Dragoncloud city. Lord Merk, who was in charge of the reception, was very patient. He waited quietly for the foreign prince until he noticed Thales' gaze. That is the stone bridge that leads to the Cliff of the Sky. There is a statue of Raikuru the First standing on it. It was built after Raikuru passed away more than 600 years ago. Merk raised his head and introduced seriously. It was just renovated a week ago. Thales' expression froze. That is... He looked at the valiant man in the stone statue, the human hero of the Battle of Eradication, one of the people who defeated the Calamities and the Mystics, the founder of Extet and its first monarch. Raikuru Extet? The warrior on the statue was covered in snow. His movement of holding the spear was full of strength, and there was a sense of tension and beauty. For more than 600 years, Raikuru must have looked down at his people, his land, and his country with a resolute and deep gaze. Thales nodded slightly at Merc. A cloud floated past, and the direction of the sunlight changed a little. From afar, the expression of the extension hero's statue seemed to change from resolute to sorrowful. Thales narrowed his eyes and praised the craftsmanship of the sculptor from 600 years ago in his heart. It was just renovated a week ago. Was it to welcome me? Unlikely. Perhaps the extensions are still hoping that the legendary Great Dragon Queen, who disappeared without a trace after the Battle of Eradication, will come back to visit her husband's statue? To visit the country that left her portrait on the national flag, and to take care of the Western Peninsula's blade that she and Raikuru left behind? Heroic Spirit Palace has prepared a room for you. This will be your temporary residence during your stay in Dragon Cloud City. Merc raised his hand towards the palace door, and gestured for Thales to move forward. Thales smiled. Of course. Thank you for your hospitality, King Nuven. And please come with me. The man with the crew cut did not change his expression, but what he said made the hearts of all the Constellation diplomat group sink. King Nuven and the 5 archdukes are waiting for your arrival in the Hall of Heroes. Thales exchanged a glance with Putre. It has begun. But just as Thales, Putre, and Ida were about to move forward, Merc raised his hand gently and stopped the skinny vice diplomat. His Highness attendants, please follow my subordinates to your room, Merc said softly. I don't understand. Putre stopped and looked at Merc calmly. I am His Highness' assistant on this trip. I have to follow His Highness. I understand your duty, Merc said slowly without any expression on his face, but this invitation is limited. This is a noble conversation between suzerains and suzerains, and the royal family to the royal family. Jadestar to the Walton family and the 5 great clans. His Majesty and the 5 archdukes only wish to see His Highness, just as His Highness will only see His Majesty and the 5 archdukes. Therefore, please attend alone, Your Highness of Constellation. Thales' expression changed. Alone, against Nuven the 7th and the 5 archdukes? As far as I know, Putre said flatly, this is not the usual etiquette between the 2 countries. Although we have reached a preliminary agreement with King Nuven. But we must not risk the prince's safety. Constellation has learned its lesson in this regard. This is a critical period. Merc shook his head. You want us to hand over Constellation's only heir, give up on protecting him, and let him be isolated and helpless under your control. Putre cleverly pointed out the most crucial point. Behind Thales, Ida, Waya, Ralph, and the others became nervous and subconsciously reached for their weapons. Nicholas raised his hand gently. The white blade guards slowly surrounded them. The Starkiller's face grew paler. Just as you said before, you still don't have much of a choice, don't you, young prince? Thales narrowed his eyes. Please believe me, this is necessary. Merc stared at Thales with a burning gaze. And speaking of being isolated and helpless, forgive me for being blunt. The moment you step into Extet's borders, aren't you already isolated and helpless? Thales sighed softly. Putre did not speak again. This made the prince realize that his hunt with Nuven had already begun. All right. King Nuven is said to be very violent. Huh? Thales smiled indifferently in his heart. Just wait and see. Under Putre's livid face and Merc's uncertain expression, Thales suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and revealed a smile. All right, I really can't wait to meet King Nuven. Thales turned his head, looked at his companions and nodded lightly. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Chapter 128. You came just in time. Everyone went to see the Prince of Constellation. There's no one around, so you don't have to worry about being discovered. I like you, bro. Next to a house in Dragon Cloud City, a short, stocky man put his arm around Cohen Caribbean's shoulder and laughed. Even without Caslin's recommendation, I can tell that you're a good man. Only those who have served in the military have such a physique. Miranda walked behind them in silence, watching Cohen socialize with Caslin's friend. Cohen gave full play to his experience of mingling with soldiers at the front line at the borders for 3 years. He responded to them without any rudeness. You too. Big leather belt. Look at those muscles, you don't look like a retired soldier. Cohen responded with a hearty laugh. Speaking of which, how did you get this nickname? Caslin didn't tell me about it. About that. It's a story from when I was in the Glacier Sentinels. The man nicknamed Big Leather Belt's expression changed upon hearing that. His face was full of pride. When I was still a new recruit, I was ambushed at night during the autumn harvest. So you're an elite scout from the Glacier Sentinels. Cohen was surprised. No wonder. So you fought with orcs a lot? More than that. Big Leather Belt laughed proudly. I served in the 38th Century Ground for 10 years. My brothers and I killed a total of 52 orcs. Cohen was in awe. Orcs. These ancient enemies who had been fighting against humans since the Age of Ignorance. They're not easy enemies to deal with. Back to Big Leather Belt's background. It was my first battle. When I was on duty, 5 or 6 orcs sneaked into the sentry ground. Big Leather Belt shook his head. We met one head-on. It was an ugly son of a B***Tsich. It was about 8 feet tall, and its wrists were thicker than my thighs. That son of a B***Tch killed 3 of our brothers and suffered a lot of injuries. I was the last one, and even my weapon was broken. Big Leather Belt said excitedly, thumping his chest from time to time. At that time, I thought that there was no other way, so I pulled out the Sentinel's standard leather belt, jumped on its shoulder, and, as he spoke, Big Leather Belt gritted his teeth and grabbed Cohen's neck with all his might. Just like this, tie a knot and strangle it. Cohen pulled his neck and coughed violently, feeling the excessive enthusiasm of the other party. I sat on his shoulder, my right hand desperately pulling on the leather belt, and my left hand holding the small broken shield. That son of a B***Tch raised his warhammer and hit me crazily, again and again. Under Miranda's strange gaze, Big Leather Belt shook Cohen's neck with all his might, making him dizzy, until it fell to the ground, and my shield was almost broken. Ah. Cohen recovered from his dizziness and raised his head in surprise. You didn't let go, did you? The more heavily injured an orc is, the more powerful its counterattack will be. That's right. Bro, I can tell that you're an expert. Big Leather Belt slapped his thigh and yelled. Don't let go. This is a lesson I learned later. At that time, I thought it was dead, so I loosened my belt. But that D***Ned beast bounced up as if it had come back to life, roaring and clutching my head tightly. Fortunately, His Majesty the King was inspecting the north at that time, and the White Blade Guards came as reinforcements. Caslin arrived in time and split the back of that son of a B***Tch's head with his axe. At that time, I almost fainted, but from that day onwards, they called me Big Leather Belt. Haha. Cohen sighed, remembering his past at the front line of Western Desert. So you fought with orcs before? Big Leather Belt asked curiously with great interest. Yes, but not glacial orcs, but desert orcs. Cohen smiled. We used to be mercenaries there. The way to deal with orcs is to lower our bodies, lower our heads, circle around them, or attack from their crotch. That's how the people from the Empire in the south do it. They go around in circles with the orcs, Big Leather Belt muttered. We can't do that in the north. In cold weather, our movements are stiffer than usual, and we're not flexible enough. So in the north, the best way is to attack them head-on, end the battle quickly, and kill them in one blow. Cohen nodded approvingly. It's different in the desert. Orcs have a high resistance to heat, and they're not afraid of the high temperature of metal armor. They have everything from plate armor to chain armor. I've even seen orcs armed up to their crotch. That's when we have to use our agility to find a chance to hit their vitals. As they chatted enthusiastically about their experiences on the battlefield, Big Leather Belt finally brought them into the house. Oh, look at you, a typical Northland girl. You're big, your breasts are big, and you're pretty. Big Leather Belt invited them into the house. When he saw Miranda beside Cohen, his eyes lit up. Caslin introduced you here. Do you want to consider staying? We have a few good men here who are single, and there are even tough guys who retired from the White Blade Guards. Miranda's expression changed, and she looked at Cohen awkwardly. Cohen spread his hands, indicating that he was at his wits' end. However, Big Leather Belt immediately frowned and shook his head. Forget it. They're not good enough for you. They're all bad people who want to make quick money and don't want to work hard in their hometowns. I bet they can't take care of their families, so what right do they have to have a good wife like you? Big Leather Belt sighed. They have high standards, but they can't even support themselves. Serves them right for being single on Singles Day. Miranda did not say a word. She just listened to Big Leather Belt. A tall Northland girl like you, with a strong body and fair skin according to the standards of the upper class, must be a hot commodity in your hometown. Big Leather Belt sat down and panted. I have 3 younger sisters, so I know that girls at your age are impulsive, passionate, and always look down on the young men around home. You want to go out and find a chance to meet the bravest, most heroic, and most meritorious warrior. Maybe then you'll have the chance to marry him. But believe me, the outside world may look exciting, but it's much more complicated and difficult to understand than back home. The men outside may look handsome in armor, but they're not as pure and loyal as the silly boys back home. Listen to me, you should go home, weave the thickest robe, forge the toughest dagger, and wear the most beautiful wreath. Use them to choose the most sincere one among the young men who flock to you, but don't be too eager to sweeten him. Keep him in suspense. Then wait for him to be conscripted and come back from the battlefield. That's the standard for a man to become a successful man. Then see how he feels about you. If he hasn't changed, hang your wreath around his neck and bring him to meet your parents. Don't care about his family fortune or his background. The most important thing is that he's responsible and loves you sincerely, cares about you, loves you and cares for you. It's best if he's a little afraid of you. These days, wealth and a noble background can't make up for the lack of sincerity. Cohen clutched his stomach tightly, stifling his laughter as he looked at Miranda's darkening face. I've always told my daughter that she'll eventually marry into a good family when she grows up, but it must be someone who truly loves her. I'm also looking forward to the day I can hand her over to a good young man. Big Leather Belt's saliva was flying everywhere when he suddenly frowned. Cohen looked at Big Leather Belt's darkened expression in surprise. The latter stood up abruptly and rushed out of the house. You guys. I thought you went to see the prince enter the city, but you're actually hiding here. Before the 2 people in the house could react, the next second, a few screams of boys and girls came from outside the house. Dad, stop right now. Kevin, he's just here to give me something. Uncle, take your time. Big Leather Belt bellowed furiously. Give him something? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, you damn brat. Get lost. Get lost. Stay away from my daughter, stay away from Saija. It's not time for my daughter to get married yet. If you dare to come to Saija again, I'll break all 3 of your legs. Accompanied by the commotion next door, Cohen gaped at Big Leather Belt, whose words did not match his actions. He exchanged a glance with Miranda, who was sitting opposite him. Then both of them burst into laughter. As she smiled, Miranda raised her head and looked at Heroic Spirit Palace on the hillside in the distance. Her gaze quickly became unfocused. Silly boy from my hometown. Pure and single-minded. Step by step, Thales walked forward stiffly on the floor tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace. Unlike Renaissance Palace, which was plain and simple inside and outside, Heroic Spirit Palace's interior decoration was very contradictory. Some parts appeared rough and imposing, such as the crude carvings on each porch, the staircase handrails made of giant wood, and the beast heads on the walls that were specially made to look like trophies. However, there were many places that were exquisitely carved, such as some special, exquisitely carved floor tiles, the ceiling dome filled with paintings in the corners, the extravagant everlasting lamp holders, and so on. The traces of history and time were also different. The material and color of the wall tiles in some corners seemed to have lasted for hundreds of years, and some places were obviously renovated in just a few years. If he had to say, the interior of Heroic Spirit Palace was like layers upon layers of murals. New engravings piled up on the marks of the past, and history and the present were intertwined. But Thales was not in the mood to appreciate these. He was trying his best to adjust his state of mind. He thought about the political identity of King Archduke, which was unique to Ekstedt, and was ready to deal with the upcoming challenge. Although Nuvan VII had already given him some pointers through Nicholas and Shiles, his experience had made Thales believe that the unknown was the main theme of life, and that accidents would always come suddenly. He had to be prepared. Under Merc's signal, the second prince of Constellation walked past the white blade guards, who were looking straight ahead. He passed through countless porches and slowly walked towards a stone hall that seemed to be oval. The lighting here did not seem to be good. It was dim, but there were 6 burning braziers on the 6 iron racks in the stone hall. They drove away the cold and brought some flickering illumination. Another brazier like Lampard. Do the suzerains of Extet like braziers so much? Thales secretly ridiculed in his heart. He took a deep breath and stepped forward into the stone hall. Merc did not follow him. The door slammed shut behind him. From afar, Thales saw a simple and heavy dark brown square table in the middle of the stone hall. At the other end of the long table, directly facing Thales, sat a white-haired old man. He was about 60 to 70 years old, and he wore a thick red and black robe with a dark golden crown on his head. The crown looked very simple, and there was only a dark red gem embedded in front of his forehead. The old man placed his hands on the table, but lowered his head without saying a word. Due to the distance and the light, Thales could not see his appearance clearly. However, Thales already had an idea of his identity. Thales walked closer to the simple long table. On the left and right of the old man, there were 5 men with different appearances and different clothes. There were 2 on the left and 3 on the right. If there was anything they had in common, it would be that from the moment Thales stepped into the stone hall, the 5 men of different ages cast unfriendly and even fierce gazes at him, sizing up the 7-year-old boy. 1 king, 5 archdukes. Thales stood in front of the long table and immediately frowned. The Extetians did not even leave a seat for him. They did not intend to give him an extra seat either. This is bad. He gritted his teeth lightly. Thales was forced to stand on the cold stone floor and face the 6 most powerful suzerains of Extet. Because he was not tall enough, he had to look up. This made the atmosphere very unfavorable for him. It seems that respecting the old and loving the young is not the theme here. It's like returning to the days when I was a child beggar. The prince laughed in his heart when he thought of this. It eased a lot of tension. Thales calmed himself down. Ever since he came to Red Street Market, he had been through a lot of trials and tribulations. No matter how dangerous the situation was, he was confident that he could calm down in an instant and find a way out. And, Thales looked at the 5 people on both sides of him. But because of the light, the faces of the 5 people were hidden in the dark and could not be seen clearly. Only their eyes flickered in the firelight, giving the visitor a great deal of pressure. And the culprit who joined forces with Archduke Chapman Lampard and Duke Val Arund in an attempt to take over the throne, assassinated the prince twice, succeeded once, and even caused an unprecedented diplomatic crisis between the 2 countries. The culprit who almost caused war and conflict, disaster and death. And the culprit who caused me to end up in this situation today. Among these 5 people, Thales looked at the 5 indistinct figures in the dark and clenched his fists secretly. The only possible ally he had was someone who wasn't exactly friendly with him. Thales raised his head and looked at the old man furthest from the other side of the table. He was a supreme ruler who had just lost his beloved son. He couldn't help but notice that this stone hall was surrounded by cloth flags with the symbol of the cloud dragon spear. Only behind the old man was a huge square fireplace, and the wall above the fireplace was inlaid with a wall shelf made of black wood. On the wall shelf was a long spear with a peculiar shape and an unknown material. It was different from the ancient knight's long spear with a handguard and a fixed handle that Thales had seen in the books in Mindy's hall. Although this long spear was 2 meters long, it did not have a handguard. Its entire body was of the same thickness, and only 2/3 of the spear's body was specially polished. The body of the spear shone with a silver metallic luster, but the spearhead was black and shiny. It was equipped with a square, cone-shaped sharp edge, and looked ferocious and sharp. Soul Slayer Pike. A low and slow voice rang in the stone hall. That is the weapon that Raikuru once used. It is also the emblem of the Walton family, and the reason why we are called the Dragon Spear family. The old man on the other side of the long table tilted his head slightly. As the firelight flickered, he revealed his face in the dark. It was a resolute but wrinkled face. His appearance under his silver-white hair had the typical characteristics of a Northlander. His eyes were deep, his nose bridge was high, and his facial features were prominent. Only the curve at the corner of his mouth revealed a hint of coldness. It is said that only Constellation's judgment pike can compare to its sharpness and danger. Countless souls have died under the pike. Over the past few centuries, it has slaughtered and severely injured many famous enemies, including the sinister Morning Archduke, the vicious human slaughterer Syra Darkthunder, the powerful enemy of the wolves, the ferocious Night Wing King, and the bizarre power mystic. Thales frowned slightly. Thales suddenly remembered Caslin's evaluation of the old man in front of him. He was a good king when he was young, a typical burly Walton man. Thales met the old man's gaze. He noticed that the old man had a pair of green eyes. He did not know if it was a hereditary trait of the Walton family. Anyway, Thales did not inherit Kessel's sky-blue eyes. Thales was suddenly stunned. He remembered head ritual master Licia and Queen Kia's evaluation of his gray eyes. It was a characteristic that originated from his mother. His thoughts returned to the present. But Thales felt a chill run down his spine. He could more or less sense that the old man's green eyes were projecting a different kind of emotion at that moment. It was vicissitudes and gloominess, sorrow and anguish, like a person who had been immersed in despair for many years. Dangerous and terrifying. Chapter 129. Just like this, the old man said slowly, the Soul Slayer pike will never stop. Until all of our enemies are destroyed, or until the Waltons are wiped out. But when that time comes, I swear in the name of the previous kings that the world will come to an end. The old man's words fell softly, but Thales sensed that the 5 archdukes on either side of him moved, either naturally or unnaturally, in the darkness. I believe that this is a great weapon, but destruction and revenge alone may not be enough to sustain its brilliance, Thales said meaningfully. Since it was once held in the hands of such a great person, I believe that Raikuru's wisdom, valiance, personality, and brilliance are also the reasons why the Soul Slayer pike is so great. According to the plan, an expected conflict would occur between Nuven and Thales. The hunter's trap would be laid at that time. The old man did not answer. Although he knew that it was an act, Thales still curled up the corners of his mouth awkwardly. The atmosphere was very stiff. At that moment, Thales could understand what the suzerains of Constellation thought when they looked at Kessel. No one knows what a king who lives alone, and without any scruples will do. The scene of the one-eyed dragon Koshter forcing Thales to abdicate in the Hall of Stars was still vivid in his mind. Thales suddenly became inexplicably nervous. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and bowed respectfully on the spot. Thales Jadestar, as the second prince of Constellation, representing my father, His Majesty Kessel Jadestar, the 39th Supreme King of Constellation, the Southern Islands, and the Western Desert. Thales controlled his body to not be nervous. This became easier after he obtained that fluctuating power. At the same time, he recited the lines he had practiced. I am here to visit the glorious Extet and the glorious Dragon Cloud City. I am here to visit the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City, who is equally respected and famous. Also the ruler of the entire Extet Kingdom, the common elected king. The born king, King Nuven Walton. The born king. This was Nuven VII's nickname. Not many people used it, but it was widely known. Because people often said that when he was young, he showed the talent to be a suzerain who could govern a territory. He was almost born to be king. Thales lifted his body and stared at the old man's cold and stern expression, which did not change at all. After taking a deep breath, he slowly said, My father and I both deeply understand your loss and sorrow. He asked me to represent the Jadestar family to express his deepest apologies to you and the Walton family, and to express his condolences for Prince Mariah's misfortune. It was a matter of enmity between 2 families, and not between 2 kingdoms. That was what Putre had warned him before the battle. But he believes in your character and ability. He believes that you can make the best choice. The Jadestar family is willing to provide all possible help to make up for and save the tragic consequences. And I am here, Thales said, with the most peaceful and friendly message from the Jadestar family. Now he was waiting for the other party's response. What followed was silence. For a time, Thales could only hear the muffled sounds from the furnace and the cold wind outside the stone hall. 5 pairs of eyes stared at him in the dark. The old man, the only one who had the right to reply, did not move either. His green eyes were as dull as ever. Just when he felt as if a century had passed, the common elected king of Extet, the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City, the born king, King Nuvan VII, finally inhaled slowly. He raised his head and looked at Thales with a weary face. I am very old, only slightly younger than your grandfather, King Adi of Constellation. But I don't have as many children as he does. King Nuvan sighed. The rhythm of his words was extremely slow, making others feel the eerie chill in his tone. I only had my eldest son when I was 30 years old. And Mariah was a child I only had in my 40s. I still remember that when he was your age, he used to lean against my seat here and beg me to let him go out of the palace to hunt with the help of the White Blade Guards. King Nuvan's expression was numb. His gaze was filled with complicated nostalgia and sorrow. I always agreed with a smile. But after his elder brother passed away, I was always careful. Nuvan narrowed his eyes and shook his head slowly. I could not let him suffer even the slightest bit of harm. I could not, but logic still told me. King Nuvan straightened his body. His tone was calm as he approached Thales. Children have to grow up in the midst of setbacks. The hall was silent for more than 10 seconds. Only the breathing of the archdukes on both sides could be heard. Logic told Thales that even if it was an act, Nuvan's current emotions were definitely not fake. It was best for him not to speak. If all of this is Nuvan's plan. Finally, King Nuvan exhaled. He closed his eyes and said slowly, "The day before I sent him south, Mariah told me that he had a sweetheart, but she did not come from a good background. So he came to beg for my help, hoping that I would allow and bless their union. I was not very happy." King Nuvan leaned against the back of his chair dejectedly. "Do you know what I said to him?" As usual, an ominous feeling enveloped Thales' heart. He comforted himself that everything was under King Nuvan's control. "I said." King Nuvan opened his eyes and looked at his open right palm. He said numbly and coldly, "We'll talk about it when you come back." "That's what I said. Wait for you." King Nuvan's voice began to tremble uncontrollably. The archdukes turned to their king. Their expressions were indecipherable. "Come back." The next moment, King Nuvan suddenly clenched his right fist and slammed it on the long table. Thud. Thales did not even dare to breathe loudly. He quietly watched as a father who had lost his son expressed his grief in a very real manner. "That was my only son left." The old man's expression became gloomy and unreadable. "I should have watched him become a real man and warrior. Then before I died I should have handed over my position, my wealth, my power, my everything to him, to Mariah." Nuvan VII's tone was filled with remorse and despair. "But now, I can only sit here and listen to a brat's insincere apology." King Nuvan's tone became flatter, but the atmosphere was getting more and more uncomfortable. Listen to him say, "I'm sorry your son died in our place. And I can do nothing." Thales' heart sank. It was still all right before, but now this rhythm. This is bad. Is the rough part coming? He secretly reminded himself. The old king heaved a long sigh. His sorrowful mood obviously made the archdukes uncomfortable. They quickly looked at each other and exchanged glances. "Why?" King Nuvan raised his head. He furrowed his brows and continued in a low voice, "Because I am a king. Because I am almost 70 years old. Because I have a family on my shoulders. Because I have to maintain the balance of the kingdom. Because if I do anything to this child, I will have to pay the price of an all-out war. I will not rest until I die." Thales' expression changed. He said softly, "Your Majesty, I sincerely brought constellation and jade stars." "Sincerely?" But Nuvan did not give him a chance to speak. Instead, he cut him off with a numb expression and a cold tone. Believe me, when you are my age, when your only son was slaughtered like livestock in the wild, you'll find that there's nothing is more sincere than that kind of hatred and anger. The archdukes adjusted their sitting posture unnaturally, but none of them made a sound. Especially when, in the face of all this, as a king, I can't do anything. Thales hurriedly adjusted his breathing and thought about the wording of his response. How will King Nuvan use this situation to set up a trap to lure out the secret collaborator? Nicholas and Shiles did not say much. He turned his gaze to the 5 archdukes who hid their faces in the dark. Who is it? Do you know your father is very smart? He asked you to apologize. This way, he protected you and averted the disaster of war at the same time. King Nuvan raised his left hand and clenched it into a fist in the air. His voice was still trembling, but it had slowly calmed down. But he is humiliating me, humiliating a father's dignity, mocking my incompetence. He sent the son he had just found to another father who had lost his son. Apologize? The king's expression was cold and calm, but Thales became more and more frightened. That's not right. This is obviously an act. Yes. Thales felt the atmosphere in front of him, and tried hard to calm his breathing. He repeated to himself, just like what Nicholas and Shiles said, King Nuvan will be very tough on me. Even a little rough. What I need to do is, clang. At this moment, Thales' attention was attracted by the crisp sound of metal. Your Majesty! An archduke who was closest to the king cried out in surprise. Just now, King Nuvan pulled out the saber from the archduke's waist with a cold expression. Thales sucked in a breath of cold air. Isn't this just an act? Really, he has to resort to violence. King Nuvan relaxed his arm. Thud. A cross-shaped longsword was thrown from afar. It landed on the ground in front of Thales with a clang. The latter could not help but take a step back. At this moment, the almost indifferent figures of the archdukes entered Thales' eyes. Thales could only passively wait for King Nuvan's next move. At the same time, he forced himself to start thinking about the archdukes in front of him. What are they thinking? Can they not react in the face of such a situation as the Prince of Constellation? Will they see through this act? It had to be known that even though Nicholas' performance earlier... Wait a minute. No. Thales gritted his teeth and stared in disbelief at the suzerain's longsword embedded with precious rubies. Something must be wrong. At this moment, a crucial question that he had not thought of all this while flashed across Thales' mind. Nicholas and Shiles, the 2 people who proposed to me King Nuvan's willingness to work together. One is the leader of the White Blade Guards, the other is King Nuvan's reliable trading partner. But, are they really just serving King Nuvan? Looking at it from a more terrifying perspective, are they really Nuvan VII's men? Thales felt a chill in his heart. If not, then their so-called Nuvan's proposal, the so-called trap, the so-called hunt. At this thought, Thales could not help but tremble with his tightly clenched left hand. It can't be? You're here to apologize? Under the gazes of all the archdukes, Nuvan VII calmly raised his head. How brave. Let us see how brave you are. King Nuvan stared at him expressionlessly. A sincere apology, of course, cannot stop at words. Thales' pupils shrank abruptly. Marquis Shiles' words rang in his ears again. King Nuvan will show a tough attitude towards you. It may be a little rough. A little rough? In the next second, Nuvan VII's unquestionable words traveled into his ears. Pick up this sword. Under the different reactions of all the archdukes, King Nuvan's expression was as cold as ice. He enunciated each word clearly. Slit your own throat. Chapter 130. Dragoncloud City, Westbound Avenue. I'm here. A young man ran to a butcher's shop, panting as he pressed against the wall. The Prince of Constellation entered the city today, so I went. You went to see your future wife again? The butcher's boss exposed his lie bluntly and snorted. That's why you're late today. Hey, don't talk nonsense. I just went to deliver some gifts. The young man's face flushed red. And Saija isn't mine yet, You're such an idiot, Kevin. The butcher's boss looked as if he had been through this before. He looked at the red-faced Kevin in disdain. It's not enough to just deliver small gifts every few days. You have to be bold enough to confess. Do you understand? Hearing this, the young man, Kevin, grabbed his hair in frustration. You don't know this, but she has a ferocious father with a weird nickname, something called Leatherbelt. It is said that she used to be in the Glacier Sentinel. I think he'll never allow his daughter to marry a poor boy who ran errands for the poor. The butcher's boss cut open a pig's shin. Yes. Kevin clapped his hands and nodded with a sad expression. That's it. Then act like a man and meet him face to face. Talk to your sweetheart's father. The butcher's expression was fierce as he slashed the knife into the chopping board. Kevin was shocked. He opened his mouth and hesitated for a long time. In the end, he swallowed the words "I don't dare" into the bottom of his heart. Coward. The butcher's boss looked at him disdainfully. It's fine if you don't dare. Speaking of which, where's your job? Here. Kevin was unhappy. He nonchalantly stuffed a ball of paper into the butcher's hands. I heard its Chief Gleeward's reply. The butcher took the paper ball and watched Kevin leave dejectedly. What a leisurely life. A light voice rang from behind the butcher's shop. Butchering, selling meat, and maybe even giving some silly, poor boy's advice on love. The butcher's expression changed slightly. He turned around and closed the door of the butcher's shop. Visiting me at this hour. The butcher shop owner from the Far East, Gu, slowly turned around. Speaking in the lingua franca with a Northland accent, he whispered to the dark corner behind him. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by Blacksword, who might return? After all, it was your idea to keep him here with fake news. The young man in white, Raphael Lindbergh, peeked out from a dark corner and smiled. Gu lowered his eyelids, raising his guard like a wolf on the grassland. Since he appeared so confidently, it seemed like he really did have a way to avoid being discovered by Blacksword. Even Blacksword's senses, which were so terrifying that they could be said to be inhuman, could be hidden from him? He could sense everything that was happening within a few hundred meters, and there was nowhere for him to hide. Gu narrowed his eyes. Raphael did not answer Gu. Instead, he said sarcastically, Why? Were you a dating consultant before you betrayed the Raven Guard? Are you experienced in this field? Gu heard those 3 words. Even with his many years of training and habits, his control over his body's reactions had become extremely precise and perfect. He couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat and his blood flow slightly. Gu looked up and met Raphael's gaze quietly. Both men's gazes were as calm as still water, but only they themselves knew the dangerous undercurrent hidden beneath their words. Never in a hurry to show off and kill. Instead, they search for the enemy's weakness through endless probing. They strike from the side, go with the flow, and add fuel to the fire. This is the usual style of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, inherited from the secret army. Ever since Main Nox and Constellation formed an alliance, we have fought against the secret intelligence department countless times in the dark. We know their unique style and methods very well. But the problem is, how do we defend against them? His master's words echoed in Gu's ears, making him even more vigilant. It's interesting to see these people's ordinary lives and experiences. Gu turned around and swept his gaze across the empty shop with a relaxed expression. Most of the people had gone to watch the bustle of the Prince of Constellation entering the city. He tidied up the table as if there was no one else around him. You know, after staying in despair and darkness for a long time, I always want to breathe in some hope and find some sunlight. I thought with your experience, you'd be used to interesting things. The corners of Raphael's lips curled up. Used to it. That boy Kevin is a real pauper. Gu sneered faintly. With a ruminating expression, he said, Wealth, family background, power, status, he has nothing. But he has his sweetheart. In his heart, he imagines her to be the most beautiful thing in the world. He thinks of her with a smile, with joy, and with hope. Most importantly, no matter how difficult it is, he has the right to pursue these blessings and approach an infinitely beautiful goal. Gu turned around gently and looked straight at the astonished Raphael. He is truly alive. Sunlight fell into the shop and shone on Gu's body. Compared to scum like you and me who live in darkness and secrets, he is a complete person. Gu's eyes were calm, and his tone was flat. Isn't it interesting? Half of Raphael's body was hidden in the darkness in the corner. He quietly listened to Gu finish speaking. Those who are used to seeing beauty will also get used to being weak. Raphael's expression did not change. Just like the things that once made you weak. Think about it, King Yao. I don't need to be tough, Gu suddenly interrupted Raphael. His tone was flat, but there was no room for doubt. I only need you to fulfill the deal. Compared to your senior brother who hides his sword in its sheath, and your senior sister who wields her long sleeves, you are like a dagger in the dark. You never see the light of day, and no one knows about it. Only when you deliver it will you show your power. Therefore, you must avoid any unnecessary battles and confrontations. Focus on nurturing your final, most crucial, and most fatal strike. His master's words echoed in his ears again, causing his expression to turn gloomy. A dagger in the dark. Never see the light of day, waiting for the moment you deliver it. What a pity. Gu took a deep breath. His face was expressionless. Raphael stared at him fixedly. His gaze never left him, but in the end he smiled softly. Don't worry, our information will not be wrong, Raphael said with great interest. The method of assassinating Prince Thales under the fortress is their usual style. You will definitely find what you want. Gu nodded silently. Raphael flashed a perfect smile and lowered his head. The prince and his entourage have entered Dragon Cloud City. Right now, they are in Heroic Spirit Palace. The young man in white did not dwell on the topic just now. What about your information? Gu stared at him, then slowly unfolded the ball of paper Kevin gave him and scanned it. According to the information from the local gang, we have basically confirmed the monster's resting place. Gu put down the ball of paper and muttered, although I don't know what you are planning to do. Raphael chuckled and nodded. Don't worry, he said righteously in a strange tone. We are on the side of justice, aren't we? As the purgers of calamities, we contribute to the safety of mankind. Gu snorted coldly and turned to leave. Bullsh *T. Raphael shook his head and chuckled nonchalantly. He turned his head and looked out of the window at Heroic Spirit Palace on the mountain. For a moment he was lost in thought. Raphael could not help but think of what Gu had said about the young man earlier. He has his own sweetheart. In his heart, he would imagine her to be the most perfect person in the world. He would think of her with a smile, with pleasure, and with hope. The young man's gaze became increasingly gloomy, until he gently closed his eyes. Drenched in cold sweat, Thales stared at the cross-guard sword on the ground. What's going on? Slit my own throat? Nicholas and Shile's faces flashed before his eyes. But in Thales' eyes, their expressions were extremely sarcastic. For the mutual benefit of your highness and King Nuven, he invites you to join him in his revenge. The hunter has sharpened his sword. The trap and the trap are in place. The prey cannot escape. The prince raised his head and stared in disbelief at the old man who was supposed to be his ally. King Nuven's cold and threatening gaze was fixed on him. Who is the prey, and who is the hunter? The scene of him confidently explaining the alliance of two kings to Gilbert in Mindy's hall seemed to be still vivid in his mind. Now it seemed so ridiculous. Go on, Nuven VII urged him with his old and hollow voice. Show your courage and courage as a descendant of the Jadestar family. An eye for an eye. Thales' gaze was fixated on the sword. His breathing unconsciously quickened, and his brain spun wildly. He raised his head and glanced at King Nuven, but the coldness and hatred in the other man's eyes did not change. What should I do? There was no time left for him to be bewildered and make deductions. Faced with such a predicament, Thales could not help but frown. What should I do? King Nuven is really trying to kill me. Thales shut his eyes tightly and clenched his fists. What should I do? What? An unfamiliar voice came from among the 5 archdukes. As a Jadestar, as a descendant of the Oath Keeper, you don't even have the courage to atone for your sins with death? Then what are you doing here? To have fun? The person who spoke leaned forward, finally allowing Thales to see the face of the first Archduke clearly. The man sitting on Nuven VII's left was a bearded man in his prime. He was in his 40s and had a rough appearance. His attire was simple and unadorned, and he wore a triangular and circular brooch on his chest. He stared at Thales with disdain and disgust, revealing his undisguised hostility. "If you don't dare, then kneel down and beg for mercy. Constellation's little bastard," the bearded man said fiercely. Thales clenched his teeth. "Damn it. Damn Northlanders." Another archduke turned his head to the side as well. The firelight illuminated his bowl cut, which was at the same level as his ears. This was a tall Northlander in his 40s. He had a sharp face and a protruding chin. He was slightly younger than the bearded man, and his clothes were embroidered with the pattern of a shining sword blade. The man with the bowl cut spoke coldly and agreed with the bearded man's words. "Perhaps these noble people of the empire think that sending a 7-year-old brat to a northern countryside like ours is the greatest charity and grace to us barbaric and backward Northlanders. Perhaps that Kessel might even think that it's just killing one of your princes. What's the big deal?" The bowl-cut man sneered and organized his words with ulterior motives. "Look, my son is here to give you candy, foolish Northlanders." The atmosphere in the hall became even more tense. Thales' breathing became faster and faster. He raised his head and stared at the archdukes with a sharp and terrifying gaze. "Oh, are you angry?" The third archduke revealed his face from the firelight. He was a rather old suzerain in his 50s or 60s. He had a bitter look on his face, and his bald head was only left with a circle around his ears. He had a bronze headband around his forehead, and there was a chain embroidered on his robes. "I say, do you dare to touch that sword?" The bald suzerain's tone was flat, but there was a hidden meaning in his words. "Whether it's to commit suicide with it or to charge at us, both are much more effective than using your gaze, right?" Thales took a deep breath and swept his gaze across the bearded man, the bowl-cut man, and the bald suzerain. Nuvan VII was indifferent. At that moment, the 6 men sitting in the stone hall stared coldly at the boy in front of them, and the sword in front of him. Enduring their gazes, Thales felt a surge of anger in his heart. Is this what they want? The shock of being betrayed and plotted against slowly turned into anger and resentment. What should I do? Think of something quick. Blood debt. Revenge. The king. The archduke. A vague thought flashed across Thales' mind. He raised his head abruptly. Very well. Thales' breathing became heavier, and his words were filled with indignation, dissatisfaction, and injustice. Blood for blood, it's quite fair. Under everyone's contemplative, contemptuous, or indifferent gazes, Thales slowly bent down. He grabbed the sword on the ground. This scene again. This choice again. I've had enough of this. These rotten people. His gaze gradually became determined. But I won't die here. No, Thales exerted force in his hand and lifted the hilt. Wait, this sword. He was startled. Why is it so heavy? Unprepared, Thales did not pay attention, and the hilt slipped from his hand. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the cross-guard sword fell to the ground again, and the sound lingered. Looking at this scene, the 5 archdukes burst into laughter. It was as if they were watching a monkey show on the street. Relax, child, the bald suzerain said meaningfully. Take a good look at this. This is the weight of Northland. Thales closed his eyes and panted. It's really heavy. Compared to the heavy wooden sword he used to spar with giants in Mindy's hall, this Northland suzerain's sword was heavier. In the next second, ignoring the archduke's mocking gazes, Thales inhaled and grabbed the sword hilt again with a determined expression. This time, he used both hands. At least he did not let it slip again. Thales dragged the sword hilt with great effort. Asterisk rip. Asterisk the edge of the crossguard sword scraped against the floor tiles, producing an unpleasant sound. Come try harder. The man with the bowl cut sneered at Thales. You'll soon reach your neck. The archduke's mocking laughter became louder. King Nuvan's expression was still cold and numb. He seemed to be waiting for Thales. The prince gritted his teeth and pulled the sword hilt forcefully with both hands. Only then did he manage to drag the sword in front of him. Panting, he held the heavy sword in his hand and raised his head to look at the 5 suzerains. Remember this, boy. Never use the situation behind you to threaten a Northlander. The bearded man spat fiercely. We are fearless. This is the way of Northland. We are not afraid of your cowardly father and the weak country behind you at all. Thales held the sword. His eyebrows furrowed and he gradually tightened his grip. Don't worry, Your Highness. Before you slit your own throat, the man with the bowl cut who had been mocking him said in a fuss, we will definitely stop you. How could our little countryside, Extet, dare to let the descendant of the great empire, the future ruler of Constellation, bleed here? Ha ha ha. We are so annoying. Thales interrupted him coldly. Bowl cut. An archduke beside him could not help but laugh out loud. The man with the bowl cut stopped talking. He shut his mouth and stared at Thales. You just want my life to pay for Prince Mariah's, right? The Prince of Constellation said flatly. It's too easy. Then what are you waiting for? The bald suzerain said in a low voice. Are you waiting for us to dissuade you? Die like this. Thales endured the strange gazes from the crowd and spat. That's too cowardly and cowardly. There's no dignity to speak of. I heard that the knights in ancient times had to swear an oath to their lord to abide by the creed, protect their honor, and defend their dignity. Thales raised his head and looked at the surprised archdukes with the bald duke and the bowl cut. Even death must be filled with glory. And I heard that Extet inherited the glorious tradition of the ancient knights. They must value honor and dignity more than their lives and safety. After saying so much, aren't you just afraid of death? The bearded man snorted disdainfully. Why? You want us to spare your life to protect your so-called honor? No. Thales sighed. Since I came to this world, I have never thought of going back alive. Without waiting for the archdukes to ponder over the logic in his words, Thales gritted his teeth and straightened his body. Compared to ending your own life like a coward, there is no honor or pride in it. A strange look appeared in Thales' eyes. He stared straight at the end of the long table, and met King Nuvan's gaze without showing any sign of weakness. Staring at Thales, Nuvan VII's gaze flickered. His green eyes shone with a different light. Please follow the glorious Extet tradition and give me the most dignified death, the Prince of Constellation said slowly, enunciating each word. Your Majesty, King Nuvan VII, the common elected King of Extet. In the next moment, the second Prince of Constellation, Thales Jadestar, struggled to hold his heavy sword with one hand. He raised his right hand forward resolutely and pointed at the old king in the distance. He said resolutely, Please come and take my life with your own hands. What? The 5 archdukes were stunned at the same time. Thales shouted with all his might. I would rather die in the hands of others like a warrior. I would rather stand face to face and watch your sword pierce my heart. His voice echoed in the stone hall. The hall immediately fell silent. In the frightening silence, Thales confronted the 6 people in front of him. The bald man narrowed his eyes at Thales, as if he wanted to carve a hole out of him. The bearded man's face was gloomy. His gaze moved back and forth between King Nuvan and Thales. The man with the bowl cut rubbed his hands. His thoughts were unclear. If slaughtering a child with your own hands makes you uneasy, I might as well put it in another way. Observing the Archduke's expressions, Thales panted and chuckled. I heard that in Northland, there is an ancient ritual that has been passed down for generations. It exists everywhere, from the inheritance of titles to the archdukes choosing their king. 2 seconds later, the echoes of Thales' voice in the stone hall gradually disappeared. Ancient ritual? Inheritance of titles? Archdukes choosing their king? The 5 archdukes frowned one after another, but the way they looked at Thales had changed. The suzerains' faces were filled with shock and bewilderment. However, Nuvan VII's expression remained unchanged. It was as cold and numb as ever, as if he had not gotten over the pain of losing his son. Thales retracted his right hand and pressed it against the hilt of his sword. His gaze was still fixed on King Nuvan. Your Majesty Nuvan, if you really want to take revenge, he said flatly, let's settle this problem with a duel. Me and you. The silence lasted for a few seconds. A few seconds later, the suzerain with the bowl cut was the first to laugh. The other archdukes followed suit and roared with laughter. Only King Nuvan's expression remained the same. Did you hear that? The man with the bowl cut pointed at Thales. The wrinkles on his face showed as he laughed. A 7-year-old brat. Ha ha ha. He said he wanted a duel. But their laughter did not last long. Neuven Walton, the common elected king of Ekstedt, slowly raised a hand and stopped the Archduke's laughter. The man with the bowl cut froze. The old king spoke slowly with an aged and deep voice. Oh, you want to duel with me? His gaze met Thales in the air, causing the latter to feel a chill in his heart. On what basis? The Prince of Constellation took a deep breath. Come on. Thales dragged his heavy sword, took a step forward, and answered in a loud voice. He replied loudly. On hatred and fairness. His youthful voice echoed in the stone hall. The two archdukes who were still in the dark began to whisper to each other. The other three looked back at Thales with unfriendly expressions. Didn't we, the Constellations, kill your only son? Thales gritted his teeth and resisted the trembling of his feet. Then isn't it the most reasonable thing for a father like you to personally take revenge? The bearded archduke snorted in dissatisfaction. You, a 7-year-old brat? His face was livid. You want to challenge the common ruler of Ekstedt? Don't you think the difference is too great? King Neuven gently put down his elbows, clasped his hands, and looked at Thales quietly. For some reason in that instant, Thales felt that his hostility had dissipated a lot. Is it an illusion? But I still have to do what I have to do. No. Thales Jadestar raised his head and imagined Morris' posture when he patrolled the streets in the Brotherhood. He tried hard to show his arrogance. I am the future king of Constellation, and he is the current king of Ekstedt. Our statuses are equal. I have the blood of Tormund and Midir in me. He inherited the blood of Rikaru and Chara. Our statuses are equal. King Neuven suddenly sneered faintly. And Thales did not show any weakness. He returned the 5 archdukes' different gazes one by one. I am 7 years old this year. I am young and weak. My limbs are small and my legs are short. Thales gritted his words angrily. And you, King Neuven, you are almost 70 years old. You are old and weak, and your vision is blurry. Thales took a deep breath and flashed a scornful smile. We are evenly matched, and our chances are close. I think this will be a thrilling duel. The excitement will not be any less than that of the King Selection Congress. What do you say? The born king of Ekstedt? As soon as he said that, some of the 5 archdukes frowned, while others clicked their tongues. Their expressions were all different. King Neuven's gaze became increasingly strange, and his smile gradually faded. At this moment, a burst of laughter broke the strange atmosphere. Ha ha! The 4th archduke laughed out loud. He turned around and exposed himself to the light. You really have the guts to say that, kid? Old and weak? Evenly matched? Ha ha, your majesty. This is so interesting. Thales was startled and looked at the archduke. This was an archduke with long hair that fell over his shoulders. He was in his 40s, and the emblem on his body was an ancient book. His resolute face and bold laughter always reminded Thales of the Duke of Constellation's northern territory, who was also a Northlander. He laughed heartily, ignoring the others' expressions. He even pounded the table. You really have guts, kid. All right, I think. The voice of the last archduke, a calm and pleasant one, came from the opposite side. Maybe we can have a good talk. There is no need to be so hostile. The light from the fire illuminated the owner of the voice. Your Majesty. The last archduke who spoke was the youngest. He was about 30 years old, and he was a clean-looking, brown-haired young man. There was a blood-stained horseshoe embroidered on his shoulder. He continued to speak in his gentle voice. I advise you to reconsider, Concret Pofret. But King Neuven's expression did not change. He only turned his head slowly and shot his gaze at the young archduke. Do I look like I'm joking? The brown-haired young man, Archduke Concret Pofret, suddenly stopped talking. The remaining 4 archdukes exchanged glances as they adjusted their sitting positions. They were a little surprised by the current situation and waited for the king's decision. Only Neuven VII, who was sitting in the main seat, turned his gaze again and stared at Thales for a full 5 to 6 seconds. Thales' feet finally stopped trembling. At that moment, Old Caslin's final evaluation of Neuven VII emerged in his mind. Nuven is also human. He will grow old, and there will come a day when he will be bewitched by flattery and beauty, and be controlled by desires and impulses. Thales chuckled in his heart. Of course, Your Majesty, Thales said softly, attracting the attention of the 6 archdukes again. I respect that you are about the same age as my grandfather. It does seem a little inappropriate to ask you to duel with me. The archdukes were puzzled at the same time. After all this time, is it just a bluff? The bearded man said scornfully. So you still don't dare? No. Thales interrupted him. The duel still has to go on. But if today really ends like this. Thales turned his gaze and swept his gaze over the 5 archdukes one by one. The bearded man, the bowl-cut man, the bald man, the long-haired man, and the brown-haired young man. He then said in an unquestionable tone, I believe that the 5 archdukes present are all loyal people. One of them will definitely fight on Your Majesty's behalf. The moment he said this, the long-haired man was the first to clench his fists. The other archdukes immediately held their breaths. How about it? Do you dare to fight for your king? Archdukes, I don't know which one of you wants to duel with me and obtain that glory. Thales gritted his teeth and raised his voice to the maximum. The glory of personally stabbing my heart with the blade of revenge. As an archduke, I will personally kill the Prince of Constellation and avenge Extet. After Thales said this, he could not stop panting. A second later, the second prince raised his head. Chapter 131. The place you're going to investigate isn't far, but Dragoncloud City hasn't been very peaceful lately. Big Leatherbelt pouted and shook his head at Cohen and Miranda. You know, Prince Mariah disappeared for a month, and then there was news of his death in Constellation. Then there were all kinds of rumors. The men were all gearing up for battle, waiting to be called up to fight the Empire in the south. Then, there was news that the war was over. And today, just now, the Prince of Constellation came to Dragoncloud City to apologize. I heard that the King of Constellation swore that if anyone dared to harm his son, the 2 countries would fight to the death. Cohen and Miranda exchanged glances. The former's eyes were filled with worry, while the latter was deep in thought. Hey, what kind of joke is this? If he's here to apologize, he should look like he's apologizing. Can the Northlanders be threatened by him? If I were His Majesty, I wouldn't care so much. I'd hang the prince first, then gather all the soldiers in the country and attack Eternal Star City. Let's see what the Empire has to say then. Big Leatherbelt slammed the table and grumbled in dissatisfaction. But the prince is only 7 years old. He'll only be 8 after the new year, Cohen said hesitantly. 7 years old? Big Leatherbelt scratched his head as if he had no idea what was going on. All right. In any case, the leaders have instructed their subordinates to restrain themselves for the next few days. Someone with connections has received news that King Nuven is very dissatisfied with Constellation. Very soon, he will the 7-year-old prince. You guys know. Miranda frowned. Who's spreading these rumors? Is it to deliberately harm the prince? Or is it to provoke discord between King Nuven and the second prince? Besides, His Majesty has lost his only heir. Even a fool would know how he's feeling right now. Big Leatherbelt sighed. Let's not talk about the next Archduke of Dragoncloud City and the next king selection. Who knows, King Nuven might get angry first. Sigh. Did you just say bosses? Are they the local gangs? Cohen asked curiously. I heard from Caslin that he has connections with all the major forces in the city? Yes, Caslin has a lot of influence. Back then, he had the guts to contradict King Nuven in front of all the courtiers, and was expelled from the White Blade Guards. Big Leatherbelt chuckled. But from the administrators in Heroic Spirit Palace to the big shots in Dragoncloud City, who make a living with their underlings, they all respect Caslin a lot. Not to mention the many old subordinates he took care of and guided. Regardless of whether they were promoted or retired, they all owed him a favor. That's why Caslin asked you to come to me. Big Leatherbelt nodded. I have a lot of contact with the local forces, so I should be able to help you. Before we depart, please tell us about the forces in Dragoncloud City. Cohen's expression was solemn. This is very important. Big Leatherbelt looked at Miranda, who nodded slightly. Therefore, Big Leatherbelt spread his hands. All right, let's split into sections. First, the section we're in, Shield District and Hammer District, are inhabited by the natives of Dragon Cloud City. They may be poor, but this is Gleeward and his brother's territory. You don't want to provoke them. Gleeward, is he the leader of the gang? He controls these two districts? Cohen followed his professional etiquette and asked, even the officials and guards can't interfere? No, it's different. I mean, he's not a suzerain nor a bureaucrat, so he doesn't have the right to interfere. Gleeward wouldn't purposely provoke the dignity of the nobles or officials. Big Leatherbelt explained while waving his hand. But Gleeward was a famous veteran before he retired, so he has a high reputation here. Whenever something happens, being cheated by foreigners, fighting among the locals, some nobleman taking a fancy to someone's daughter, or someone's family having a hard time this winter, his people will always be there to solve all kinds of problems. Because he's willing to stand up for the poor, many people in Shield District and Hammer District are willing to believe in him. The disciplinary officers have publicly said that Gleeward's existence is to help stabilize the two poorest districts, so they give him face. Although I think it's because of Gleeward's military service. He used to be a heavy swordsman, and many of his old colleagues are now working there. Even in the inner city and heroic spirit palace, Gleeward doesn't have a specific gang or subordinates. But if he were to stand on the street one morning and say, I need some help, I'm willing to bet that at least a dozen good men would put down their work to help, and another dozen would rush over from outside the city an hour later. If he waited until the afternoon, his men would be able to form a brigade. Half of these people have served in Dragon Cloud City's army before. They're strong, can eat, and can fight. Miranda frowned, while Cohen, who had experience as a police officer, nodded. He was digesting the completely different gang organization here, and in Eternal Star City. As for Sword District, Bow District, and Armor District, there are many merchants, a lot of goods, a lot of residents, and a lot of profits, so it's a little complicated. The market in Sword District is filled with civilians from outside the city, or even further away. There are even Constellation's merchant groups hawking their goods there. The person who has the most authority there is called Vlad. He has an official identity as the disciplinary officer in charge of Dragon Cloud City's market. At the same time, he also has subordinates in the dark, but not as many as Gleeward, nor as strong. Big Leatherbelt shook his head. Rumor has it that he has dealings with Constellation's Black Street Brotherhood. They do some gray business and rely on the embargo between the two countries to earn some profits. He doesn't show up often, but everyone is quite afraid of him. Black Street Brotherhood? Cohen's interest was piqued by the name. Their business has already expanded to Extet? Yeah, I've never heard of this name a few years ago. At that time, we had to look for the Blood Bottle Gang to handle matters in the south. Big Leatherbelt shrugged helplessly. But one day, the Brotherhood suddenly popped out of the ground and swaggered into Dragon Cloud City. They sat down to negotiate with Vlad and Gleeward. At that time, we all thought that these outsiders, Southerners, and people from the Empire were coming in to fight for territory. But in the end, the two big shots didn't say anything. The Brotherhood didn't settle down in Dragon Cloud City either. They just started to have more channels in the local businesses. If you ask me, their businesses are expanding quickly by doing this, but they are not stable enough. Neither Vlad nor Gleeward trust them. Just like this time, when there were rumors of war between the two countries, Vlad shut down his smuggling channels. Be it the Brotherhood or the merchants and businesses they protected, all of them disappeared. Expanding so quickly, Cohen narrowed his eyes. Maybe their goal isn't stable development, or even to do business or fight for territory. That's impossible. Big Leatherbelt smiled in disbelief. If they don't fight for territory, profit, or business, can they still be called a gang? Dragonwing Square in Sword District is a place where Camion traveling merchants and some quick-witted Northlanders gather from time to time. From noble suzerains to desperados, these people have a way to get in touch with them. Plus, their goods are very popular among the locals, so the rhythm of these places revolves around them. There are also many unique shops and locations. Big Leatherbelt put on a wretched smile that all men would know. He stretched his hands horizontally and grabbed the air, as if he was grabbing an apple. Soft and wet. Cohen lowered his head and smirked, while Miranda snorted coldly. Anyway, some Camion and Northlander merchant guilds have taken root in Dragon Wings Square. Bow District, especially along West Express Avenue, is a little more peculiar. To put it simply, Bow District has what other districts have: crude workshops, small shops, and so on. On the other hand, Armor District has a large number of workshops and local shops. The relationship between these two districts is very messy. It's hard to say if there's any power, but if anything happens, they always look for a Far Easterner to mediate. A Far Easterner. Cohen and Miranda cast a puzzled look at Big Leatherbelt. Yes, a Far Easterner. He's a butcher shop owner named Gu. He's been in Dragon Cloud City for more than 10 years. Big Leatherbelt shrugged, indicating that he did not understand. He doesn't seem to have much power, but he has a lot of connections. From Camus Union merchants to Northlanders, and even Constellatiates, he's able to talk to everyone. He's also the first to know if there's any movement. Hence, he's both a middleman and an information broker. As for places like Arrow District, Spear District, and Axe District, you'll have to walk a few steps up. Those who can live there are all powerful and influential people. They'll be patrolled by guards on their way back. Commoners like us have to be careful when we go to these districts, even if we become big shots. The place Caslin mentioned, which is also your destination, is Armor District, where the Far Easterner's butcher shop is located. Big Leatherbelt said. I heard from acquaintances that some unfamiliar faces have been coming there recently. I think they might be the people you're looking for. That was the place where Croche was ambushed during her investigation. Miranda pointed at the hilt of her sword at her waist. Is there anything suspicious about that place? Cohen asked nervously. For example, a battle? A battle between dozens of swordsmen in the middle of the night? Maybe even the swordsmen of eradication? Battle? Swordsmen of eradication? Big Leatherbelt pondered for a while. I've never heard of it. After all, it's not our territory. We don't have enough information. Big Leatherbelt exhaled. I suggest you ask Gu. Nothing can be hidden from that Far Easterner in his territory. Of course, you'll have to spend money to buy information. All right. Miranda nodded with a solemn expression. We'll depart immediately. Under Big Leatherbelt's instructions, Cohen and Miranda walked out of his house. The street and underground forces in Dragon Cloud City are a little chaotic. It's not as clear as the two major forces in Eternal Star City, and it's not as powerful as the Brotherhood and Blood Bottle Gang. But these are our most important sources of information. After all, the disaster swords are hiding in the dark, and the chaotic situation gives us loopholes to exploit. Cohen rubbed his chin worriedly as he walked on the street, and watched the people talking about the Prince of Constellation's entry into the city. Bosses who stand up for the poor, smugglers who work in the dark, mercenaries from the Chamber of Commerce, and middlemen from the Far East. Unfortunately, Prince Thale's arrival has made the situation in the city more tense. The locals will be more cautious and restrained, and they'll also be more wary of outsiders. It won't be easy for us to find clues. We still have to ask that Far Easterner. Miranda's gaze flickered, and she changed the topic. You've met him, our second prince? Of course. In the Hall of Stars, that child's performance in front of the 6 archdukes. Cohen, who was beaming with joy, suddenly stopped talking. He realized that the person in front of him, Miranda Arun's identity, and her father. Cohen scratched his head awkwardly. Anyway, he's not bad. It should be a good thing that the Jadestar royal family has a successor. Yes. Miranda's expression did not change. She walked past a shabby tailor's shop and nodded. That child left a deep impression. It was the same in Broken Dragon Fortress. The image of Thales Jadestar, that black-haired boy, appeared before her eyes. Right now, he should be in Heroic Spirit Palace, negotiating with the ruler of Extet. And one day, he will become our king. Miranda furrowed her brows, and her right thumb and index finger slowly clenched. The king whom the Northern Territory was loyal to. Having known each other for many years, they had a deep understanding of each other. Cohen looked at Miranda's situation and could not help but sigh. Miranda, things have been too urgent these past few days, and I haven't had the chance to ask you. But, Cohen said in a low voice, are you all right? Miranda raised her head abruptly, and her gaze shot towards Cohen. Cohen glanced around and brought Miranda behind a large signboard of a tavern. With a hesitant expression, he stammered, I heard about your father from the old man. About him and those extensions. There's nothing much to say. People have to pay for what they do. Miranda's quick reaction shocked even Cohen. The swordswoman furrowed her brows and said resolutely, for more than 10 years, I haven't seen him much, and I don't have a deep impression of him. So this matter doesn't affect me at all. Cohen did not say anything, and only looked at her quietly. Really? A long time ago, he heard from Raphael what the girl in front of him experienced during the bloody year. He also knew that she was sent to the Tower of Eradication by her father a long time ago. But now. So, Cohen scratched his head in embarrassment, and decided to change the topic. He asked, what should we do next? I mean, I know you have a lot of distant cousins, and they also have the surname Arund. If your father is stripped of his title, it's not like there aren't any duchesses or even queens in the kingdom. A fierce glint flashed in Miranda's eyes. And I am the real Arund, the most legitimate and only successor to the guardian duke of the Northern Territory, just like that Prince Thales. Even King Kessel cannot deny it. Even though this surname is too heavy. Cohen pursed his lips, and worry was written all over his face. Miranda, you know you're not alone. I'm your trusted friend. Croche and Miss Adun may be Northlanders, but that doesn't change our friendship. You still have Teacher Chartier, and maybe Lady Sonia in the fortress. And that brat Raphael. Cohen's voice instantly weakened. He realized that he had said the wrong thing again. The police's tone changed and he said awkwardly, anyway, I know you're very strong, whether it's swordsmanship or something else, but you don't have to face so many alone. But Miranda's sharp gaze instantly landed on him. Ever since you came back this time, you've been deliberately avoiding Raphael's name, until now. Miranda narrowed her eyes. Cohen's expression froze, and his heart beat wildly. Why is this woman so sensitive? I'm not deliberately avoiding it. I'm just afraid that you'll be sad. After all, you grew up together and went through training together. He left without saying goodbye. But before he could think of an excuse, Miranda went straight to the point with a serious expression. He's back? He went to look for you? Of course not. He'll definitely look for you first when he comes back. After all, you're a couple. Cohen scratched his head and laughed. Right, speaking of this, I think I'm quite popular with women recently. Do you know, I met a very cool lady in the capital city, and she's as fast as lightning with her twin blades. You have the same habit as Master Zadie. Miranda sighed and interrupted Cohen's words. Every time you feel awkward, you'll scratch your head. Cohen's hand froze as he touched his head. Then you'll use unconscious nagging to change the topic. The blonde police officer lowered his head in annoyance. Cohen Caribbean, after we settle the matter at hand, we have to talk. Miranda's expression was solemn. She grabbed her saber and tapped Cohen's shoulder with the hilt. About Raphael, and the things you're hiding. Cohen pursed his lips and slapped himself painfully on the forehead. Is this what Master Shao meant when he said that he weaved a cocoon and trapped himself in it? Let's return to our current mission. Cohen, do you feel it? Miranda said flatly. From the disaster sword to King Nuven, to the rumors in the city, and the murder of the Prince of Constellation, something's not right. Huh? Cohen, who was immersed in a sense of defeat, raised his head in confusion. Miranda tapped the hilt of her sword gently, lost in thought. The second Prince of Constellation went to Extet, and was assassinated not far from the fortress. It's related to the disaster sword. So the former leader of the White Blade Guards, Master Shao's old acquaintance and colleague, Caslin, sent a letter to the Tower of Eradication. And the second prince is now in Dragoncloud City, facing King Nuven, Caslin's former employer. Coincidentally, Caslin also found a clue about the disaster sword in Dragoncloud City. In Cohen's eyes, Miranda, who had always been sharp, had a sharp gaze. She said in a cautious tone, "What a coincidence. Everything is coming together. It was a mess. But there seemed to be a clue lying in the middle, connecting everything. Cohen looked at her dumbfoundedly. Even though I don't understand what Miranda is saying, Cohen thought. The swordswoman raised her head abruptly. What do you think? A second later, the police officer reacted and immediately coughed awkwardly. Oh, yes. But it sounds so powerful. I have a feeling that something's not right. Anyway, all I have to do is nod in agreement. Cohen took a deep breath. His gaze became capable and sharp, and his face was filled with the shrewdness and sternness unique to police officers. He beat his palms rhythmically and said softly, I can really feel it behind all of this. He beat his palms rhythmically and said softly, there must be a huge conspiracy. Looking at Cohen, Miranda sighed helplessly. She closed her eyes and shook her head. No, this idiot. It would be weird if he could feel it. The bearded man gritted his teeth and looked at Thales in disbelief. The man with the bowl cut looked at King Nuven in surprise, then at Thales. The bald man and the long-haired man looked at each other, and realized that they were both frowning. The brown-haired young man stared at Thales with a strange expression. He wanted to say something but stopped. I made the right bet. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. He did not know what the current situation was. He was not sure if Nuven's attitude towards him had changed. He did not understand the Archduke's personalities and characteristics. But Thales smiled. He raised his head and swept his gaze over the 5 archdukes aggressively. None of them dared to bear the blood debt of killing the Prince of Constellation alone. The shield that Kessel forged for him with the oath of the throne was still solid. Previously, when King Nuven said that he wanted him to commit suicide, the archdukes looked like they were watching a good show. But if this honor fell on their heads, for example, if a class of people wanted to do something bad, and wanted to avoid bearing the consequences, they would either do it secretly or openly cause a commotion. But no one would dare to do it alone. Jadestar's little brat. The bearded man's gaze was fierce, as if the hatred between him and Thales could no longer be resolved. We have long heard of your story. Treacherous, cunning, and scheming beyond that of a child. It seems that we were right. Enough. Let's stop testing a 7-year-old child. The man with the bowl cut had a playful expression. I dare to bet the 6 counties in Reformation Tower's territory that this brat will become a great threat to us in the future. Testing. Thales frowned. But the man with the bowl cut was immediately interrupted. No. What an interesting idea. Under the astonished gazes of all the archdukes, King Nuven broke the silence. His eyes glinted coldly. Duel. Where did you hear this from? Thales slowly regained the sense of stability in his heart. He steadied his breathing and said to King Nuven, Your King's Selection Congress and the duel for the succession of Black Sand Region. Black Sand Region humph. Nuven VII did not hide the hatred on his face. Lampard, that bastard, even asked me to provide a station and supplies for the team that escorted you here from Black Sand Region. The archdukes quickly exchanged a few glances. This reminded Thales of the Archduke of Black Sand's collaborator. Hypocritical and ridiculous fellow, King Nuven said gloomily. Doesn't he know that half of my blood debt lies with him? The expressions of the 5 archdukes did not change. King Nuven's expression was solemn. He slammed his palm on the table, and the ring on his finger made a sharp sound. Asterisk thud. Asterisk everyone was taken aback by his words. A duel. Why not? Then, under the archduke's extremely interesting expressions, King Nuven turned to them. Who among you is willing to fight on my behalf to prove your loyalty to the king? If you are stained with his blood, you should be able to let go of your scruples and stand together with Dragoncloud City, right? Thales clenched his teeth, but he seemed to have gradually grasped Nuven's rhythm. The archduke's expressions became extremely strange, but King Nuven did not give them a chance to reply. Rabian Alceus, my loyal archduke of Prestige Orchid. King Nuven turned to the bearded man who had always been filled with malice towards Thales and said casually, Go, bring me victory and revenge in the duel. Prestige Orchid. Thales remembered him in his heart. The location of the Battle of Dawn 300 years ago. Archduke Alcius glanced at King Nuvan, then at Thales. The prince watched as his expression changed again and again. I thought you were just testing him just now. Nuvan. Archduke Alcius furrowed his brows deeply. Our previous discussion was already very clear. Everyone is willing to eat Constellation's flesh, but no one wants to see an all-out war to the death. Don't tell me you really want to kill this prince here? Thales felt relieved. Testing. It's really a test. My life seems to be saved. But then he was stunned again. Based on these words, these 6 people have been discussing the matter of sending troops to war? Isn't that good? I even sent Nicholas ahead of time to tie him up and parade him through the streets of Dragoncloud City. Nuvan flashed a frightening and crazy smile. Since they have lost their legitimate heir, the Walton family is destined to decline. Isn't it good to do one last thing for Exdet? The 5 archdukes' expressions became increasingly unpleasant. Thales tried to put himself in the archduke's shoes and understand their feelings. Constellation, which had no heir previously, faced almost the same situation. A king whose behavior is unpredictable. Alcius, after all, the sword in his hand is your sword, King Nuvan continued to say faintly. Besides, more than 600 years ago, wasn't it Tormund Jadestar who led his army and chased your family, Alcius, from the ancient chauvinistic land they had ruled for generations to the north, and built Eternal Star City on your family's old land? Killing him will bring glory to your family, won't it? Alcius chuckled sheepishly. If you raise your troops to war, Prestige Orchid region is willing to advance and retreat with Dragoncloud City, and be loyal to the flag of the Dragon Spear, your majesty. Alcius slowly stroked his beard and shook his head. But not in this way. You can't force me to carry this blood for you. Humph, my dear Archduke Alcius, you don't want to carry this blood. Thales sneered and replied to his words. After saying so much, aren't you just afraid of death? Alcius paused and looked at Thales with an increasingly hostile expression. King Nuvan sneered and turned to the merciless bowl cut. What about you, Archduke of Reformation Tower, Porpheus Trentida? Kill him, and we will stand together from now on. Reformation Tower. Thales suddenly recalled Lampard's story. I refuse. The bowl-cut Archduke Trentida reacted quickly. You can't ask me to do this. He shook his head warily and said, there is only one reason why Trentida supports the war against Constellation. Reformation Tower can reap the most benefits from the war. But if I kill this brat with my own hands and am forced to bear the enemy's hatred, it will obviously not be worth it. In the war caused by this, the one who benefits the most is definitely Lampard, and the murderer will always bear the blood debt. Trentida raised his hand and laughed. We will only send our troops when there are benefits and no risks. Otherwise, why would we want to get involved in this mess? You are really the most honest person I have ever met, Trentida. The bald Archduke sighed. Without waiting for King Nuvan to speak, he replied, your words are selfish and shameless, but also reasonable and true. Therefore, I can't refute you. For the same reason, I Rogers Letko from Defense City. The bald Archduke Letko said flatly. As he turned his head, the top of his head reflected a bright flash. Anyway, whoever wants to kill him can go ahead. Getting involved in an all-out war for no reason is a small matter. I don't want to be stained with the Jadestar's blood debt. Thales watched these archdukes argue in front of his majesty and outsiders, as if there was no one else around. Just like the neighbors' aunties who bumped into each other downstairs in his previous life. And this scene, Thales frowned. Why does it look so familiar? Well, I have finally experienced the weight of Northland. Thales chuckled and looked sarcastically at the bald Archduke Letko. He replied with the same words, then looked scornfully at the bearded Archduke Alcius. And your Northland ways. The two archdukes did not answer him. They just averted their gazes. Humph, if this child didn't come to apologize, we wouldn't have to be so embarrassed, would we? Nuvan VII sneered. Are you going to send your troops south in the name of avenging my son? The archdukes did not answer. But Thales already knew the answer. Kolgan Rockney? King Nuvan stared at the long-haired man and said slowly, "Kill him, and Dragon Cloud City will fully support the Rockney family in the benefits they can gain from the war." Doing such a thing to a child who hasn't even grown hair down there is practically a stain on my honor. The long-haired man, Archduke Rockney, snorted. Although the city of faraway prayers is far away from the threat of Constellation, the Rockney family also has its own pride. The more Thales listened, the more obvious his feeling became. The way the archdukes speak to the king. Through direct contact, he quickly realized that the relationship between king and vassal in Extet and Constellation was fundamentally different. The archdukes and the common elected king were almost on equal footing. Those who were familiar with each other and had power would not even be polite to the king. Compared to Constellation, Thales recalled the time in the Hall of Stars when the vassals of the 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families knelt down and kissed Kessel's ring. It seems that the archdukes of Extet have really formed their own country. The power in their hands is far beyond our expectations. Thales remembered Putre's comment. It's probably the same in terms of power. Enough. The last brown-haired young man sighed. I am the suzerain of Beacon Illumination City, Concre Pofrit, Your Highness of Constellation. I am sorry that you had to see this. The brown-haired young man turned his head and smiled apologetically at Thales. Then he said worriedly to King Nuvan, Your Majesty, I understand your anger, but please consider the future of the kingdom. The Prince of Constellation is already here. We have lost a legitimate reason to send troops. Killing him will only make things worse. Nuvan did not answer. He glanced at the archdukes and then at Thales before he spoke in a deep and sonorous voice. You really are a bunch of cowards, Nuvan VII said in a deep voice. Even I have given my consent, but you are still afraid of war, and do not even dare to touch the blood of a child. It is precisely because of your consent that it is suspicious. Thales said quietly. Northland never takes pride in killing children. Archduke Rockney of the City of Faraway Prayers replied flatly. Very well, then the meeting is adjourned. King Nuvan's expression was cold as he ended this strange meeting. He looked at Thales, his eyes still filled with ruthless indifference and hatred. Put down that ridiculous sword, Prince of Constellation. You do not need it at night. Ha! Thales was stunned. At night? What kind of occasion? What else could it be? The king of Extet stared coldly at the 5 archdukes. Since these cowards are unwilling to pay the price, what other choice do we have? Go and get ready. We will attend your welcome banquet. Thales Jadestar. The king uttered these last words in a most disagreeable tone, and quitted his seat without looking round. The archdukes looked at each other, and stood up with different expressions on their faces. Thales stared blankly at everything in front of him. It's over? The bearded Archduke of Prestige Orchid, Alcius, walked up to Thales. His expression was still unpleasant. How long are you going to hold my sword? Asterisk clang. Asterisk the sword in Thales' hand fell to the ground. His palm was already numb. When Thales walked out of the stone hall safely, and saw Lord Merk waiting for him, he realized that he had unknowingly broken out in cold sweat on such a cold day. Even his legs felt like they were no longer his own. Thales pressed his knees as if he had just finished a cross-country run and exhaled deeply. Damn it! Northlanders! Please follow me, Your Highness. Lord Merk said expressionlessly. I will take you to your room and prepare for the banquet tonight. Your entourage will also be at the banquet. Thales suddenly raised his hand and stopped Merk. Before that, can you take me to Lord Nicholas and Marquis Shiles? Under Merk's meaningful gaze, Thales revealed a strange smile. They took care of me a lot on the way to Dragon Cloud City. Merk said softly, expressing his puzzlement. Thales' expression became very unpleasant. He raised his head and said firmly, for the sake of their great kindness, I must sincerely, solemnly, carefully, and energetically thank them in person. Chapter 132. Thales followed Merk and took many turns in the grand but monotonous heroic spirit palace. While avoiding the 5 archdukes' eyes and ears, Thales finally saw the 2 people he hated so much in front of an open-air observation deck. This calm demeanor. Looks like you've adapted quite well, young prince. The leader of the White Blade Guards, Nicholas, who had long removed his cloak and veil, had his back to the scenery outside the observation deck. He looked at the Prince of Constellation, who looked like he was going to condemn him, with a calm expression. If you mean that I was almost forced to commit suicide by cutting my neck in front of 6 old men with a sword that I couldn't even lift. Thales exhaled a long breath and said angrily, "Yes, I'm living quite well." Old men? I remember that Archduke Pofret of Beacon Illumination City is still very young, not old. Nicholas chuckled in a mocking manner, making Thales even more displeased. I'm starting to wonder if what you're conveying is really King Nuvan's will? Thales, who had a belly full of anger, looked at the two with an unfriendly expression. Or is it that my life is not within his consideration at all? Marquis Shiles of Camus Union put on an embarrassed expression. About this, I've reminded you before that King Nuvan's attitude might be a little forceful and rough. Thales turned his head abruptly and stared at him. All right, from the looks of it, His Majesty might not only be tough, but he is also a little, Under Thales' angry glare, Shiles rubbed his staff and smiled awkwardly. After thinking for a while, he finally found 2 more appropriate words and blinked. Wild and uninhibited? Thales took a deep breath and resisted the urge to curse. Next time you encounter something like this, such as before you push me into a trap that will definitely kill me, please inform me using the standard human common language, which does not carry a Northland or Western accent, and which is in line with your rhetoric habits. Thales' gaze was cold. He stared at the 2 of them, and enunciated each word clearly. Is this how you treat your collaborators and allies? Also, forcing a 7-year-old child to commit suicide. Is there any honor in it? Nicholas and Shiles looked at each other. The former's expression did not change, while the latter leaned on his staff and bowed slightly politely. Force? Honor? I think you have misunderstood. Marquis Shiles sighed and his expression became solemn. The Archdukes, from the beginning to the end, what they were talking about was killing you, as well as the benefits and consequences that would be brought about. As for the method of killing you, and whether or not it goes against the honor, it's just a way for the chef to serve the dishes. It doesn't matter much. Thales furrowed his eyebrows tightly. So, you actually knew what kind of situation I would face from the beginning? Nicholas shrugged. And something like a 7-year-old and a child, Shiles said solemnly. I think perhaps you should experience it now. Because of your reputation and performance, no one dares to treat you as a normal 7-year-old child. Not only that, in Extet, you are a symbol. In the eyes of many people, you are the heir of Constellation. The Marquis of Camus Union took a deep breath and stared at the floor tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace in a daze. It is far more important than your age, your quality, your reputation, and even more important than yourself. No one cares if you are a child or not. With complicated emotions, Thales' face twitched, and he could not help but laugh. Damn it. These politicians. Don't act like a wronged girl, young prince. Nicholas hugged his arms tightly and snorted coldly. Courage and courage are the qualities that Northlanders admire the most. If you can't even pass the first test, you know not everyone is qualified to be His Majesty's ally. Thales clenched his teeth. The second prince sneered. This kind of examination method for the qualifications of an ally is really rare. It's right that it's rare. Nicholas shrugged and lowered his head to look at the Prince of Constellation. His eyes shone with a strange light. Welcome to Northland. The 3 of them were silent for a few seconds. So did Nuvan find his enemy? That collaborator, and the one who framed Lampard? Thales tried his best to calm down. At the same time, he is also your enemy. Marquis Shiles smiled softly. Since we have met for the first time, the first step of the trap has been completed. Then our follow-up plan is, there is no follow-up. Thales said flatly. Shiles and Nicholas were both stunned. Thales raised his head. The anger in his eyes had turned into determination. I must not follow their rules. Otherwise. The images of Serena Corleone and Chapman Lampard flashed before his eyes. I don't even know when I've been betrayed. Nuvan's plan ends here. Thales heard himself enunciate each word with suppressed emotions. I am not that old man's puppet, to be manipulated by him. Giles flashed an unpleasant smile. What do you mean? The warmth in Nicholas' eyes gradually cooled down. Listen, if Nuven wants my help, then he better respect my wishes and my life. Thales was resolute and unflinching as he confronted Nicholas' fierce gaze. From now on, all of you will do as I say. The leader of the White Blade Guards shut his mouth and exhaled through his nose. Now is not the time for you to throw a tantrum, young prince. Nicholas narrowed his eyes as he stared at Thales. There was an eerie chill in his gaze, and his tone was horrified. Don't forget that you are in Extet, in Dragon Cloud City, far away from your father the king. Your attendants are not by your side. And Heroic Spirit Palace is very dangerous. Many of the supernatural stories that claim lives happen here. Nicholas' eyes were burning. I have no choice. After all, I am only 7 years old. Thales did not care. He was determined to seize the initiative in his own hands. You know, if I accidentally lose my life here, then all of you. Nicholas cut him off coldly. We have countless ways to deal with disobedient children without endangering their lives. And don't forget. Nicholas tilted his head to reveal the strangely shaped hilt on his back. He did not hide his threat in the slightest. I am very good at dealing with people with the surname Jadestar, especially those with the title Second Prince. Thales gritted his teeth secretly. 11 years ago, you killed the Sword of Reversing Light on the battlefield. Are you so smug? In Giles' eyes, the prince retorted bluntly. I have seen the battlefield, and I know that battle. He fell after being wounded 11 times. You were just one of the hundreds of people who surrounded him, and you just happened to deliver the final blow. Compared to forcing a 7-year-old to commit suicide, your glorious achievements are not much better. Nicholas stared at him silently. He slowly put down his crossed arms, and the expression on his face slowly changed from threatening to murderous. All right. Marquis Giles quickly walked between the two of them, and tried to smooth things over with a smile. As allies, we should not break our promise before we achieve our goal. This is not a good way to make a deal. Perhaps King Nuven should look for another ally, Thales replied coldly. The kind who will give up their lives for him at any time. This is not Constellation where you can give orders, brat of the Empire, Nicholas said sarcastically. You better understand this. You must carefully do as we say. How about this? The second prince interrupted Nicholas. Before Nicholas' terrifying expression, Thales could not help but laugh. His expression instantly turned cold. I will look for the 5 archdukes and have a heart-to-heart talk with them. Giles furrowed his brows. For example, King Nuven is looking for the mastermind behind his son's death, and all of you are on his suspect list. Nicholas and Giles' expressions slowly changed. Under Nicholas' murderous gaze and Giles' tightly furrowed brows, Thales threatened faintly. And in the end, no matter who he confirms to be the mastermind, Nuven will pull out his tendons and skin him alive. What will happen then? By the way, the mastermind will be even more vigilant, and Nuven's revenge will fail. Unless he wants to kill all 5 archdukes at the same time. The next day, the mastermind will return to his own territory and continue to roam freely. His hatred will only deepen. Then in 10 or 8 years, when Nuven dies, when the King's Selection Congress is held, when the new common elected king is crowned. Thales narrowed his eyes. I wish the Walton family good luck. I look forward to representing Constellation in the future, establishing a good diplomatic relationship with the new king, and supporting him and the archdukes in dealing with Extet's internal affairs. For example, giving Dragon Cloud City, which has no heir, to another ruling family? Nicholas and Giles' expressions became increasingly unpleasant. So, it is best to respect the future Supreme King of Constellation, the Northlanders. Thales snorted coldly. Using your words. Do as I say, carefully and according to my instructions. Also, don't call me a citizen of the Empire. Every time you remind me, it makes me feel like I'm not in Extet. Thales' expression was at ease. He raised his right index finger rudely and tapped the air lightly, leaving behind a sentence that made the leader of the White Blade Guard's face turn green. But in the great empires, Northland Province, the Prince of Constellation no longer paid attention to the two men, who had interesting expressions on their faces, and turned to leave. What are you looking at? On the streets of Armor District, Miranda turned to ask Cohen. Nothing. Cohen retracted his gaze from the alley and muttered, I saw a strange person in the alley just now. He had 2 swords on his waist. Swords. Miranda's expression turned cold. Could he be our target? What does he look like? He looks like... No, I didn't pay much attention to him just now. Cohen scratched his head desperately and furrowed his brows. I can't remember his face, Miranda sighed. Be more alert. Big Leather Belt said that there are some unfamiliar faces here recently. Just like us. The two of them turned a corner and arrived in front of a quiet butcher shop. Are you the boss here? Cohen knocked on the big wooden window of the butcher shop and asked the busy Far Easterner inside. Mr. Gu. The Far Easterner who was chopping meat slowly raised his head. Medium build, flat brows, straight hair, and black eyes. He's no different from the Far Easterners in Constellation, Cohen thought. The Far Easterner glanced at the two of them, then lowered his head again, and continued with his meat. Cohen was startled and continued to speak. Hey, but the Far Easterner spoke directly and made him choke on his words. 1 silver coin in the city, 2 silver coins around the city, 1 more silver coin in the 3 upper districts, and 1 more silver coin for related nobles and officials. The butcher shop owner chopped a large piece of bone on his chopping board and skillfully said, 2 silver coins for counts and above, 2 gold coins for archdukes, kings, and even temples. What? Cohen showed a confused expression. Miranda, on the other hand, looked at Gu's chopping board thoughtfully. The price of information. Without raising his head, Gu spoke in the common language with his unique Northland accent. No bargaining. Ha! Cohen frowned. 1 silver coin. Gu ignored him and hung a piece of sliced meat on a hook. His words did not linger in the slightest. It depends on who you offended. 9 silver coins for an ordinary person, 1 gold coin for Gleeward, 2 for Vlad, 5 for the merchants in Dragonwing Square, 2 for soldiers, and 3 for nobles or officials. Those who are above the rank of count are powerless. If you offend the temple or the king. Gu wiped his hands and glanced at the two of them with his gloomy eyes. Hurry up and get lost. Don't bring bad luck here. Cohen asked with a puzzled expression. Why do merchants need 5 silver coins? Even higher than the nobles? You know. The next moment, Gu raised his right hand and stopped Cohen from speaking. Then, the butcher shop owner quietly extended his left hand and spread it horizontally upwards. Cohen was stunned again. But before Cohen could respond, Miranda reached out and took the money pouch from Cohen's waist. We want to ask about what happened in this district recently. 2 groups of swordsmen once fought here. Under Cohen's resentful gaze, Miranda happily took out a Northland gold coin. A small metal disc with Rikaru's head and a dragon carved on it. That's the money I asked Caslin for. Cohen rolled his eyes. Miranda calmly released 2 fingers, and the gold coin fell into Gu's hand. Looks like a generous foreign customer. Gu narrowed his eyes and raised the gold coin in his hand. He flicked the edge of the coin and whistled. If it's just information. I don't have change. Take the extra as a tip. Miranda's tone did not change, but her gaze was sharp. As long as it's worth it. Tip? Cohen stared at the gold coin, then at Miranda. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Do you know how to count, my young mistress? Gu chuckled, but his next words stunned both of them. No. Miranda furrowed her brows. What do you mean? The information you asked about swordsman fighting, I've never heard of it. Gu shook his head. For the sake of the gold coin, you can change your question. Miranda turned her head and pondered. Are there any new, strange swordsmen around? Cohen recalled what he saw and muttered. Right, I think I saw a swordsman with 2 swords. Gu's gaze froze. 2 swords. Strange swordsman. He sighed in his heart. Could it be you? No. Gu calmly put away the gold coin and lowered his head to continue his work. All right, the quota is used. You may leave. Both of them were stunned. The police officer and the young mistress looked at each other, baffled. Miranda's eyes were filled with anger, while Cohen spread his hands. Equivalent exchange. This principle doesn't work everywhere. Miranda was about to speak, but Cohen stopped her. The blonde police officer exhaled and laughed. In the next second, Cohen punched the window frame. Thud. Gu raised his head and looked at him with an unfriendly expression. I know that there's a rule in places where the situation is tense, such as on the battlefield, whether it's a bar or a shop. Cohen curled his lips and looked at the indifferent Gu with sincerity. It's called first lesson, right? Gu did not speak and only looked at him quietly. Newcomers and outsiders will be fooled the first time. They'll lose some money and learn a lesson. Cohen tapped the window frame lightly. At the same time, they'll test the newcomer's strength. Those who are strong and have a strong backing will come and make peace. Those who are weak, Cohen closed his eyes and nodded, suffer losses and they'll be more polite next time. Cohen tilted his head and leaned against the window, revealing a smile. He mimicked Gu and whistled. So, as a boss, you need to have a good eye. Don't look for the wrong person. Miranda looked at Cohen's ruffian face and smiled in her heart. This idiot. I've learned a lot in the Western front line. Oh. Gu narrowed his eyes and curled his lips. So, are you strong or have a strong backing? Maybe it's both? Cohen exhaled helplessly and flashed the sword at his waist. Since you've already taken the money. Gu sneered and shook his head. I've already given you an answer. That's not an answer we're satisfied with. It's perfunctory, Miranda said coldly. We don't want to use force. Gu raised his eyebrows. From their actions, he could tell that both of them were ruthless characters. The man was probably a warrior, skilled in frontal assaults and battlefield techniques. As for the woman, strange, I can't tell. The people on the street were not blind. Thieves, beggars, swindlers, they probably wouldn't dare to touch them. However, I'll say it again. We're looking for a group of strange swordsmen around superclass. Cohen smiled. They're related to the arms black market and are ruthless. Compared to the average swordsman, they might be slightly stronger. Gu took a deep breath and sighed softly. A group of strange swordsmen. Really? I almost thought they were here for you. Black sword. The next moment, the Far Easterner smiled helplessly in Miranda and Cohen's eyes. Vlad is more familiar with the black market transactions than I am, but the group you're looking for. All right. Gu smiled as he calmly pulled out the boning knife from the chopping board. Here. There are indeed a few strange people. They have bad tempers and stay away from strangers. Those who hold swords and use the power of eradication. Chapter 133. Every choice had a corresponding price. For example, when he said, "You must listen to me," to the two representatives of King Nuvan, then turned around and left in a dashing manner, the distressed Thales sank into a depressing dilemma. Clearly, whether it was for the continuation of the Walton family, for the simple benefits of Dragon Cloud City, to get rid of a threat before his death, or even for the so-called revenge that was filled with personal emotions, Nuvan VII was determined to find the mastermind who conspired with Lampard. To achieve this goal, everything else, including his own life, seemed insignificant in the process, and could even be sacrificed at any time. Thales was almost 100% sure that he was bait in Nuvan's original plan. There were no other possibilities. But the prince gritted his teeth. Even if he used Constellation to intimidate others and seized the initiative in his own hands, how could he find Nuvan and his common enemy without endangering himself? The person who could order around the so-called traitors of the Tower of Eradication? I don't know how Nuvan would react to my performance, but if I can't help him find the enemy. Thales remembered King Nuvan's expression. He sighed. Welcome to Northland. I need help, be it from Putre's advisor, Waya's sword, Ralph's psionic ability, or Aida's strength. I have to hurry and meet up with them. Thales looked up and was suddenly stunned. He realized that he had unknowingly walked a long distance while he was deep in thought. But he did not find Merc, who had been leading the way for him. In short, Thales looked awkwardly at the unfamiliar corridor and stairs, the rugged decorations on the walls, and the stone windows on both sides. I'm lost. Thales immediately turned his head. However, after imagining the scene of him saying to Nicholas and Giles, whom he had just met, "I'm sorry, can you tell me how to go back?" and the two men's expressions, he resolutely removed the option of going back the way we came. The problem is, Thales turned his head awkwardly. The layout of Heroic Spirit Palace was too consistent. Every time he turned a corner, he felt like he had returned to the same place. I can only walk forward and ask for directions when I meet a guard or servant. Thales sighed and strode forward, until he passed through a tall arched door in a daze. It was a huge room. It was not like the other places in Heroic Spirit Palace, which were lit with stoves and braziers. Instead, it had large windows that let in white light. Iron shelves hung from the ceiling, and there seemed to be some kind of sparkling and translucent silver-white gemstones on them. They reflected the light from outside the window and lit up the rows. Bookshelf? Thales was stunned. He looked at the 2 rows of large black bookshelves in front of him. Each row was 8 to 9 meters long, leaving only a gap in the middle that could fit 2 people. He frowned. He seemed to have stumbled into a library? No wonder there was no brazier. Thales looked around. Strangely, he did not see anyone. He took a step forward and poked his head between 2 rows of bookshelves, trying to see the other end of the room, but in vain. Firstly, the room seemed to be extremely large. Secondly, he noticed that the black bookshelves seemed to be arranged in an arc instead of a straight line. At least, he could not see the other end of the room. In his field of vision between the 2 rows of bookshelves, there were still countless bookshelves extending to the end of his sight. He sighed. If it's a library, there should be someone guarding it, right? Thales cautiously opened his mouth and shouted, "Is there anyone here? How do I get to the Hall of Heroes?" There was no response. Thales shook his head. These bookshelves blocked the transmission of sound to a great extent. He had no choice but to walk between 2 rows of bookshelves and walk past rows of black wooden bookshelves. There were about 10 layers of these bookshelves, and each layer was separated by thick black wooden boards. From the soles of his feet to the ceiling, they were at least 7 to 8 meters tall. There were, of course, books on the bookshelves, thin sidebound books, heavy classics with hardcover covers, and even scrolls placed vertically. Many of the books were heavy and unadorned. Some were even ancient books made of parchment. They had a long history, but were well preserved. The ancient empire's language was engraved on the side of each bookshelf, clearly marking the categories of each row. Poetry, literature, history, politics, music scores, personal monographs, and even the king's decrees. Many of them were old books that could not be found in Mindy's hall. My God! Thales leaned against a row of bookshelves and stood on tiptoe to look at a thick book with a brown cover. He was in a daze. Collection of Imperial Edicts of the Empire. Year 1, Year 200. This is Year 600 of the Calendar of Eradication. Year 1500 of the Empire Calendar. A book from nearly 2,000 years ago? No, it's a copy. Thales immediately realized how old it was from its age. But a thought flashed through Thales' mind. If it's a book from before the Battle of Eradication, then be it the history of wizards, magic towers, or magic, it will definitely leave behind some clues. At least it will be mentioned briefly. For example, the book he found in Mindy's hall, War of Eradication, The World's Fall. Did it not mention the Alchemy Tower? Thales' eyes brightened. He had never believed that the prohibition of magic by humans could be so thorough that it was invulnerable. Otherwise, how could there be an existence like Ramon? He continued to walk forward. From time to time he pulled out a few books that he could still hold, flipped open the first few pages, and glanced at them. There were many similar books. From the common language to the language of the ancient empire, there were even books written in rare languages that he had never seen before. Fortunately, the special training Gilbert gave him was effective. With Thales' level of proficiency in the common language, it should not be a problem for him to understand the cover and the general contents. As for the language of the ancient empire, which he was not very familiar with, its grammar and spelling were much more complicated than the common language, but many of the roots and affixes were similar. Gilbert told him that after the collapse of the ancient empire, the language of the ancient empire used by the nobles and officials slowly became a ceremonial language for rhetoric and literature. The common language of the commoners was only gradually formed at this time. Thales held his breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. It was as if he had returned to the past in his memories. Over there, he was also walking between rows of bookshelves. Edict of Bright God. This was a history book that recorded the deeds of the once Orthodox Church of the Empire, the Church of Bright God. War of Thorns. Looking at the title page, it seemed to be a rather large expedition during the era of the ancient empire. Its target was the land of Thorns in the southwest of the Western Peninsula. Chronicles of Conquest by Great Emperor Camelot. Chronicles of the Ancient Empire's First Emperor. And the History of the Establishment of the Empire. King's XXX Politics XXX. I can't understand the words in the language of the ancient empire alone. My God, this is probably related to the Age of Kings before the era of the ancient empire. Origins of the Ancient Orcs. This is easy to understand, even though the entire book is written in the language of the ancient empire. The Disaster of Theron Carlin. There was another row of titles on the cover. It was written in a language that was neither the common language nor the language of the ancient empire. I don't know what book it is. Records of the Temple. The Complete Collection of Knights. It seems to be about the history of the glorious era of knights, from the Age of Kings all the way to the Age of the Empire. The Tale of the Great Dragon. I don't know if it's a literary work or a serious record. XXX. The Iron Blood King and Medi. Another title that I don't understand. The list of the 10 knights of the past dynasties of the empire. From this bookshelf onward, the number of books written in the common language increased. Dragon Kiss Academy Year 612 Commemorative Volume. Full of things that I don't understand. Men and women. Ah, this actually has illustrations. I better put it back. Chronicles of the Dragon Spear. What the hell? Thales became more and more excited. He even forgot his original goal, whether it was to find a way out or traces of magic. It was as if he had returned to the previous life, in his fragmented memories, and found a large number of high-quality documents in a database. This was probably the library in Heroic Spirit Palace, or the library of the Walton family. When he was in Constellation, he never had the time to come into contact with enough and broad knowledge. Moreover, the more precious books in Constellation were almost all collected in the Royal Jadestar Grand Library. Thales turned around a row of bookshelves. It seemed that a row of bookshelves had been removed. In its place was a row of long metal cabinets. The top of the cabinets was covered by transparent glass and crystal drops that could transmit light. He could see the items stored inside. This is, with the light reflected from the unknown gemstones above his head. Thales looked at an ancient scroll document in the glass cabinet in surprise. He looked at the dragon head coat of arms on both sides of the top of the document, and the 9-pointed star coat of arms. Jade Star? Thales' gaze shone with curiosity and excitement. This ancient document was written entirely in the language of the ancient empire. The writer was obviously very skilled in calligraphy. The classic cursive words he wrote were beautiful and pleasing to look at. However, it was different from the classic aristocratic language of the ancient empire that Thales learned from Gilbert in Mindy's Hall. It was different from the ancient, awkward-sounding, complicated words, and peculiar style of writing. The language of the ancient empire on the document was simple and straightforward. It was easy to understand, and it was mixed with many grammatical expressions and words that only appeared in today's common language. Even with Thales cramming for a month in the language of the ancient empire, he could still somewhat understand it. Obviously, this was a document left behind after the collapse of the ancient empire. The lingua franca gradually influenced, permeated, and even replaced the language of the ancient empire. Thales pressed his face against the glass cabinet. He could barely make out the contents of the yellowed scroll. At first, he was not used to it, but as he read on, it became easier and easier. In the year 1530 after the empire was founded. In the year 11 after the year of Errol. In the name of the great holy Sunday. Under the witness of Sunset Temple. In the longhouse of the suzerain of Cold Castle. This agreement was made by the glorious king of Extet, Rikaru Extet, the glorious king of Constellation, Tormund Jadestar. The oath was made together and kept. King Rikaru's oath. In the name of the Holy Sun, I swear an oath. I and all Northlanders who are loyal and follow me, regardless of whether they are men, women, elderly, children, nobles, commoners, suzerains, or soldiers. I will not interfere with King Tormund and his followers' battles in the ancient chauvinistic lands and the Great Desert. I will not hold King Tormund and his followers accountable for their previous actions. I will acknowledge King Tormund and his followers' rightful rule and rights in the lands they have already obtained in the ancient chauvinistic lands, the lands of South Coast and Greenheart Hills. I will acknowledge the corresponding actions they took to obtain living conditions, defend the people, and protect their territories in the south, west, and other places, including but not limited to military actions. I will make Cold Castle the place of separation from King Tormund and his followers' territories. The south will belong to them, and the north will belong to us. I will show King Tormund and his followers tolerance and sincerity instead of hatred and suspicion. I will ensure that King Tormund and his followers will find the greatest degree of justice and equality in the land where the Northlanders live. These words and this oath will be effective from the day it is made, until the end of my and King Tormund's lives. Separation. King Tormund's oath. In the name of the Holy Sun, I swear an oath. I, and all the loyal people of the Empire who follow me, regardless of whether they are men, women, elderly, children, nobles, commoners, suzerains, or soldiers. I will give up my claim and pursuit of the lands around the northern plains and the pine forest. I will treat the remaining nobles in the Empire's former chauvinistic lands leniently and retain their rights. I will not pursue the Alceus family who sought refuge in the Empire's former Northland province. King Rikaru and his followers will have the corresponding rule and rights over the lands they have already obtained in the Empire's former Northland province and Empire's former West Billow province. On this basis, we will respect their rights to further acquire territory, people, and property in the former Empire's territories that do not go against our will and interests. Cold Castle in the Empire's former Northland province will serve as the boundary between the two sides. We will acknowledge that King Rikaru and his followers will have the corresponding right to dispose of the former Empire's lands, people, and property in the north. We will treat every Northlander and Redalians in our territories with kindness. We will treat them as citizens of the Empire. We will respect and acknowledge the existence and authority of King Rikaru and his followers in their territories, and they will be equal to the nobles of the former Empire. These words and this oath will be effective from the day it is fulfilled, until the end of my and King Rikaru's lives. Separation, here, as witnessed by those present. Head Ritual Master Kongda, Vice Ritual Master Rogs, Queen Chlorisis Nerman Dalla Dosar, Soul Tower Advisor Bran Tabark, Suzerain Lessa Trentida, Suzerain Scott Stustel, Count Leinster Covendier, Count Cooper Cullen, Writer, Viscount Halva Caribbean Holy Day, Year 11 of the Calendar of Eradication, January 29 noon. The appendices related to this treaty are as follows. Oh my God! Thales was engrossed in it, but he was extremely shocked. This is King of Renaissance Tormund Jadestar and King of Dragon Riders, Rikaru Extet. The treaty signed more than 600 years ago? Thales chewed on the main body of the treaty and began to confirm it in his heart. This is a truce treaty between Constellation and Extet, and an alliance treaty of non-interference. At this moment, his footsteps moved between the second and third glass cabinets. The light dimmed. From the corner of his eye, he saw the empty space between the two glass cabinets. There seemed to be something black moving there. Thales turned his head. In his line of sight, on the ground one step away from him, a person suddenly appeared. A person. Thales was so shocked that he fell backwards against the glass cabinet. Bang. With a pale face, he took a few steps back and finally managed to grab the leg of the glass cabinet to regain his balance. The figure that suddenly appeared and was lying on the ground seemed to be shocked as well. The other party sucked in a breath and took a step back. Thales patted his wildly beating heart. When he saw that there was indeed a living person in front of him, He panted and relaxed. That? Thales asked while panting. The other party finally raised her head. Thales was stunned. That person was very thin, very short, very mini? To be precise, it was a girl with platinum curly hair, dressed in a long gray dress, and a frightened expression on her face, a little girl. She looked to be only 8 or 9 years old. Thales looked to his left and right, puzzlement rising in his heart. There's no one around. But why is there a little girl here? And why is it a little girl again? Thales first thought of the little girl he met by accident next to a coffin, and then he thought of Nicholas' supernatural legend of heroic spirit palace. He felt a little creeped out. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and took a closer look. The other party's gray dress was covered in dust. She was lying on a thick book that was at least a meter wide. Her elbows were propped against the pages on both sides, and her face was almost pressed against the book. She's actually reading a book? The little girl raised her head. Her small face was covered in dust and dirt. Her platinum hair was stuck to her forehead, and there was a hint of confusion on her frightened face. In the next second, she looked in Thales' direction with a dazed expression. Her eyes narrowed into thin lines. Her expression was full of suspicion and wariness. Like an amphibian, she looked in Thales' direction. She turned her neck. But her eyes were lifeless, and her pupils were numb. But they were not focused on Thales. Under such bright light, she actually didn't see Thales? Didn't see him. The other party sniffed the air fiercely. It seemed like she was sniffing something. Thales' heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Strange fragments of memories surged into his mind. I haven't finished running my model. What did you drag me here to watch today? Don't worry, you won't be afraid of this. It's a story about a few people doing scientific exploration underground. Scientific exploration? What's the name? The opening title is The _Descent? Descent? Oh, it's really an adventure film. But why are there a few girls? An adventure as a psychological treatment? That's right, why would I harm you? You'll know when you keep watching. Why did you turn off the lights at this time? Don't tell me you want me to see your fluorescent watch. Damn it, what the hell is this? Let me go. I don't want to see it. Thales gulped again. As if he wanted to see this place more clearly, he saw a strange girl with squinting eyes. Slit-eyed people are all monsters. This was a memory that he did not know when it entered his mind. He saw this little girl with squinting eyes, slowly stretching her neck, slowly extending her hand, slowly moving her feet, slowly. It crawled towards Thales' direction. 1 step. 2 steps. The strange little girl stopped crawling. Facing his direction, she turned her neck again and scrutinized him for a full 3 seconds. Thales' heart skipped a beat. In an ancient room full of dust. In the antique exhibition hall. A little girl who could not see. Squinting her eyes on all fours. Crawling over like an amphibian, Thales felt his skin crawl. He could not help but mutter in his heart. No way? What a 100-year-old girl who crawled out of a coffin. Once is enough. He suddenly remembered that he was in Dragon Cloud City, next to the ancient Rikaru Treaty Cabinet, which was empty and uninhabited. As he thought of this, his legs went limp, and he bumped into the glass cabinet. The little girl with squinting eyes immediately noticed it. Her head shook violently. Her expression was ferocious. Thales' heart sank. In the next second, she keenly opened her mouth in Thales' direction. But the terrifying scene he expected did not appear. A clear child's voice was heard. Ah! Thales was stunned. The little girl's face was full of shock, and she kept shaking her head. She's alive? As long as she's alive. Thales exhaled and patted his chest. But why can't a living person see me? Soon he knew why. The little girl with squinting eyes reached out and groped around the open book under her for a while. Then, the little girl brushed away the hair on her forehead, making her already dirty face even darker. She then squinted and grabbed a pair of round glasses with black frames. She wore it on her face. The little girl who wore the glasses raised her head. This time her eyes finally opened. It was a pair of emerald green eyes. Thales opened his mouth, but he did not know what to say. Hence, in heroic Spirit Palace, between the gaps of the thick bookshelves, next to the glass cabinet that preserved the treaty between the two legendary kings, a little girl with platinum hair and a dirty face, wearing round, thick black glasses, lay on the ground in a daze. She stared blankly at Thales, who sat on the ground with his back against the glass cabinet. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.